2, 3, 4. How do you read me? Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Be in order. Will the delegates please be seated?
Test for me.
Test 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 4 3 2 1 test. Test 1 2 3 4.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the night's rest and this new day and all of its opportunities to serve Thee. We pray Thy blessings upon us now as we go into this session. Guide us and direct us, lead us to do Thy will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
We have quite a bit of business to take care of here today, and it's quite possible that we might not be able to finish it all in the morning session. But we might have to have another meeting this afternoon after we meet with the State Cope Committee. With this thought in mind, I suspect the best thing to do is to take up those items that will have to be considered by the State Cope Committee this afternoon, and then take up those other items and do as much as we can with them. And if necessary, come back and complete the business this afternoon. The Executive Committee met last night and dealt with a frustrating situation, a frustrating problem. And I might just go right on into this one to begin with, which is probably the most important item that will be considered by the convention. And that's whether or not, or what are we going to do in the general election as far as the gubernatorial election is concerned. Back when we were in the process of interviewing the candidates running in the Democratic primary, I contacted Mr. Rubel Phillips to see if he wanted to meet with our committee, and he advised me that he did want very much to meet with the committee, but he felt that we ought to wait till the primaries was out of the way and then he'd meet with us at that time. Also at that time, he indicated a desire to address the convention. And as all of you remember, I made this known to you. We even had it in the bulletin. Now, after the primaries were out of the way, I called Mr. Phillips and advised him when our committee would be meeting again and that we extend to him a cordial invitation to appear before us. And then about a week or so after that, I got a call from him that he wanted to have coffee and talk some, so I arranged to go over and see him, he and his brother Hal, and we had quite a session. And I advised him that I thought he could win provided he'd done 2 or 3 things. That is, in my opinion, that the only way he could win was to have labor support, the Negro support, and what have you. It became obvious to me at that time that he was beginning to hedge a little bit. Told me that the financial situation was very bad, that he was having trouble raising money to run this campaign with, that the 2 Democratic primaries had practically drained the state dry, and wanted to know if I thought we could help raise some money. I told him, I said, well, we might raise some ruble. I don't know how much, but the only way we could raise it would be for you to seek our open support. We have a procedure to go through, and that's the only way that we would be willing to work, cooperate. Well, he voiced some doubts in at that time about our support. This completely contrary to what he had said earlier, prior to the last convention. And again, I reemphasized that there was only one way we would be willing to support him. He said, well, now, if I get your support, I'm going to probably lose some of my larger financial supporters. I said, well, that's the risk you have to run. But I said, if you win this thing, and it's going to be a real uphill battle, this is the only way, in my opinion, it can be done. Well, he wanted some more time. He wanted to think about it. He called me back in about a week. Well, it was about a week and a half before I ever heard from him. And it was more of the same. And at this particular point, he come out with a flat statement that he didn't want our support, that he had already been advised if we supported him that he'd lose at least one of his major financial contributors. And again, I reemphasized to him that we would only go one route, you know. Then the question comes up about him appearing before the committee. He had already agreed to appear before the committee. He says, well, now, if I appear before the committee, does it mean that you're going to endorse me? I said, not necessarily so. I said, I've already told you the way we operate. I said, it doesn't have to be a public endorsement. You don't have to have the press in. Well, he says, if you do it, the press is going to find out about it, see, anyhow. And I said, well, you still want to meet with the committee? Well, yes. But he says, I'm going to be out of the state, and might be a little late before I get back. I said, we'll wait for you. And so we set up a time for 8 o'clock. So yesterday afternoon, I get a call from his law partner advising me that he's out of the state. He won't be back in time, and he's got a very busy schedule this morning. Let's meet this morning. And that he again wanted to emphasize the fact that he did not want Labor's endorsement. So I got slightly irritated about this time, and I told the gentleman that you can tell Mr. Phillips that I don't think there's any danger whatsoever in us giving him his support if he doesn't want it. And I said, you can convey to Mr. Phillips that I said that I think that we're going to organize a real good fishing expedition on November the 7th. And we're going to all find us a good fishing hole, and we're going to sit this one out, and we're going to let you and these demagogues take this one on. If you think Rubel Phillips can be elected without our support and without the Negroes' support, he's just crazy as H-E-double-L. It's just ain't going to happen, see? So that's where she stood. So the committee met last night, reviewed this thing, and Brother Taylor had been giving this thing some thought apparently already. We brought along with him a resolution that we thought was suited to the occasion. So I'm going to ask Brother, do you have the resolution? Yeah, the resolution that was adopted by the committee last night, which will actually be our recommendation to the board, and if you adopt it, of course, it would be our recommendation to the committee meeting this afternoon. Brother Knight, you want to read it?
Whereas winning the nomination in Democratic primaries and gubernatorial contest has without exception in over 100 years been tantamount to election in the general election. And whereas both Republican and Democratic aspirants to the office of governor are avowed ultra-conservatives, vying with each other as to which is the greatest advocate of Goldwaterism. And whereas the election of the so-called Democratic candidate would create a vacancy in the office of 3rd Congressional District that would be filled by a special election, and whereas the complexion of the Mississippi Senate and House of Representatives will be greatly changed due to the reapportionment, defeat some old members, and the decease and retirement of others. And whereas the Lieutenant Governor, whose duties are to preside at sessions of the Senate, as well as appoint all Senate committees, will, almost without exception, support the duly elected governor, a program considered to be a mandate of the people. Be it therefore resolved, 1, that the Mississippi AFL-CIO Coke Convention reassemble, go on record as favoring a continuance of its previous stated position at its convention in Hattiesburg, namely withholding any endorsement of any candidate for governor. 2, Be it further resolved that through our officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO and central bodies that are located in the 3rd Congressional District begin a search for a suitable candidate for Congress for said 3rd District. 3, be it further resolved that in like manner we begin an all-out effort to influence the results of the selection of a Speaker of the Mississippi House of Representatives. 4, be it finally resolved that after the general election and well before the convening of the legislature in January of 1968, that Lieutenant Governor Charles Sullivan be conferred with regarding the organization of the Senate and offering any assistance at our disposal.
That's the committee's recommendation here this morning to the board. You move that it did, Arthur?
I move the adoption of this resolution.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. It's up for discussion now. Who wants it first?
Well, I don't think it's gonna be all that bad anyhow, because actually, like you said, it was a real uphill battle. We'd have got him in there, and the way we are in Vernon, we're possibly gonna want to back a Republican there along with some Democrats in the legislature over here. So, we come out on a stem over here, Republican or Democrat or something like that, we'll be able to cut down on our chances over there. So, having a real good, I don't know, we were gonna have a good success out of it. It looks real good for us over there.
You got all them sheriffs out of the way.
We got the sheriff's out of the way now, so, I think Ed Johnley got a real good chance this year of beating Mike Allister over there, because the Democrats as a whole, even the candidates that lost, got together with one that won, and they all support him. Even got Montgomery in working with them to support the Democratic candidates in the thing, and it looked real good for the Democrats over there. And then we're gonna have one Republican over there that's Gil Carmichael run against Mosby, that the Central Electoral Council probably may go with him on Republican. So I don't know how we're gonna work the thing out, both of them. Gil Carmichael, he's phoning his bitch now for us. Joe Mosby never did, so I don't know.
In other words, you're in favor of the resolution.
Yeah, I think it's
recommendation.
a pretty good deal, the way it's coming out like this.
Well, you know, we have to be practical and honest in this business, and I don't see how we can support a candidate that don't want our support. And when you look at this one, what the possibilities are, I think we'd be foolish indeed to try to support Rubel Phillips with all of these odds against us, especially when he don't want it. He'd be tough enough even if it was an all-out situation.
He'd be lucky to get 20%.
Yes, and I hate like the devil to recommend to stay home on election day after all the work we've done, but I don't see how we can do anything else. I think would probably be one election that would be better off
And
sitting
they
out.
want us to stay home, we gotta vote for them
I'm
Democrats.
gonna-
Well, now where you've got contests, yes, and we'll have some. I'm talking about the top spot now. I'm talking about the top
Yeah,
spot.
yeah, just
Don't be
because-
misunderstood.
We got 2 or 3 cases in Meridian, and
Yeah.
we got people that can really help us.
Right.
And we got.
Well, we've got this in several areas of the state, yeah. There he is.
Yeah,
There he is. Anyway, anyone else want to comment on the, morning, sir, on the recommendation? Anybody got any other ideas about how to handle it?
Lord, I hadn't got any other ideas. I would like to make this comment, and this, I think, was in the committee's mind last night. We did discuss this particular angle some. We hadn't done anything up to now to particularly antagonize John Bell Williams,
Right.
and he's going to be the governor, apparently.
Yeah.
And even if we took a position with Rubel Phillips and he lost, and it was a real bitter and a hot campaign,
Right.
then I think we'd be faced with sort of an uphill battle from the state government for 4 years
In the legislature.
in the legislature.
Right.
And
I
you
agree
could
with you.
also, in my opinion, by going this route, Brother Taylor covered it real well in his resolution, saying that the lieutenant governor is going to fall right in line with what the governor says.
Right.
And if it got bad enough, we could even be in a bad spot with the lieutenant governor, where
Right.
now we're supposed to be in pretty good shape.
Right, well,
I
at least
agree with you.
and what it gets down to is that Phillips might have done us a favor by not seeking our support,
That's
really.
what I'm thinking. believe you just give us the easy way out.
Huh?
I believe you just give us the easy way out.
Right. Pass it over and let Brother.
I ain't sure he gonna run yet.
We've already, adopted a resolution here. At least the committee has already adopted one, and we've got this under discussion here right now, Brother Robin. Now, I thought for a while that this convention was just gonna be an exercise in frustration, but after our committee meeting last night, we come up with 2 or 3 things that I think will make the convention worthwhile, even though we won't be taking a position in the gubernatorial race if this is adopted. And we'll get into some of those things after we get this out of the way. As I said earlier, we have quite a bit of business, and while Robert's reading that, I'll just hurriedly run over the items I've got on the agenda, and you might have some things you want to place on there. We want to take up the retirement and insurance program of the council. We got the Coke bylaws to review and adopt that we started work on in Hattiesburg, which you should have already received copies of the amended version. We want to talk to you about the convention next year. We've got a tentative date set. We want to talk to you about the program, possibility of a banquet with the members of the legislature being invited. We want to review with you a program the committee saw fit to go along with establishing a clergy economic foundation program here in the state. We have a legislative program the committee is going to recommend to you here this morning. And then I want to get your views also on the convention tomorrow about the program, if you got any particular way you want to shape it up. We've invited a number of the people we supported to come by tomorrow. Most of them will be here. Joe Patterson, Mr. Johnson, the Superintendent of Education, and Jim Buck Ross. These are 3 state elected officials that will be by the convention tomorrow. I thought we ought to give them a few minutes to express their appreciation.
Didn't get Mr. Sullivan down.
No, we didn't formally endorse him. I'm just inviting the ones that we formally endorsed.
Let me ask you this,
Yes.
invitation extended to the
Highway commissioners were all invited. There will be one of them, I think, come by. The other 2 were committed already. Shag Pyron and Jumper had engagements already, but Wagner said he would try to come by. And they've all extended their regrets and wanted us to let you know how much they appreciated our help and our support. I saw Shag yesterday in this hotel, and he's just very appreciative, and he said he certainly wanted an invitation at our next one, so we will try to invite them all next year. Robbie, have you read the recommendation or the motion to adopt it is before the House? Do we have any further discussion? Ready for the question?
Question?
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, what about the legislative program, the resolution, Brother Taylor, that we adopted last night that you were going to develop? Have you got it ready? The committee felt that due to the fact that there had been, since we first adopted the program of progress, and the fact that several of those items had already been taken care of either by congressional action or otherwise, that we should update and re-adopt a legislative program which will still include a number of items that we had on the program of progress. And we felt it was fitting at this convention to bring this up and do this prior to the convening of the new legislature.
That was just typed up about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, she just tacked it up.
We just made that copy thing.
You got enough for everybody to have a copy?
No, maybe you read it. I said, I hope they read that.
A while he's passing that out, I thought, see, this is just a recontinuation of the Hattiesburg Convention. The committees that were assigned to handle that convention are still in effect. Brother Taylor, as chairman of the Rules Committee, I think that we should, after we get, we'll probably have some delegates, new delegates, to be seated. And Brother Jackson, you will, we'll call on you to give us, a report as soon as possible to get those new delegates seated. And then, Brother Taylor, what I think we need to do is for you to come forward as chairman of the Rules Committee and read those rules so they'll be fresh in everybody's mind. The only thing that I got a copy of them here before me, the only thing that I think would probably need to change is the time to convene. We set that at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30 as it was in Hattiesburg, in order that those that wanted to drive in would have a little more time. That's the only thing that I can see that needs to be changed about it. But in order that everybody will understand the rules, I thought that we ought to at least have them read. This won't take too much time. Yes.
So how many brought the copy of their new proposed court constitution with you? Well, I forgot to bring what few copies I had left. We only run a limited number until we've seen if it is satisfactory.
What did you say on that?
So I better go back to the office and bring what few copies I've got over there.
You want to do that now?
We had a, we had a ballot.
We can go ahead and take this up while he's going over there to get them. Brother Taylor, would you like to read the resolution?
I'll have to look on the
Well, I can.
Like to read it? Go ahead and read it. We'll all read it together.
Whereas the 18-point program entitled Program of Progress, adopted by the Mississippi AFL-CIO some years ago, has become somewhat outmoded. Some of the objectives have been attained by actions of the state legislature, the National Congress, and the courts, such as reapportionment of the legislature,
Provide, I guess, ain't it?
provide loans to college students, raise teachers' salaries, increase old age
That's a
assistance,
blooper. How'd you pull that?
eliminate poll tax as a requirement for voting, equal pay for women, so forth. And whereas, in the absence of a current, revised, and positive program, we find ourselves reacting to other organizations' programs rather than acting on our own planned design program. Therefore, be it resolved that the following named objectives constitute the legislative program of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. 1. Establish the State Department of Labor. 2. Amend law to provide for annual sessions of the legislature. 3. Amend the election law to provide A. Improve system of counting ballots. B. Expand absentee voting law. C. Revise residency voter requirements. D. Hold elections on Saturday. 4. Amend and upgrade workmen's compensation law. 5. Amend and upgrade unemployment compensation law. 6. Secure passage of compulsory school attendance law. 7. Secure the necessary enabling legislative acts to separate the office of sheriff and tax collector, allowing the sheriff to succeed himself in office. Be it further resolved that this legislative program be made available to the governor, the lieutenant governor, all members of the Senate and House of Representatives, and to all officers of local unions and central bodies. Be it finally resolved that all officers of local unions and central bodies and any other interested persons be urgently requested to arrange conferences with their respective legislators and get their approval on this program.
Move the adoption.
I move the adoption report.
I second.
We have any discussion?
By way of discussion, this is a change somewhat from our original ideas on it as we gathered in the meeting last night with the executive committee. And it may be that out of this group will come some additional proposed items for this program. We have named, I believe, 7. So I think it would be appropriate if in this group we might have some additional suggestions. But I was thinking in terms of more or less a compact program rather than something that would cover the whole field. Naturally, we'll be interested in other items
Yes,
of legislation.
yeah,
But seemingly we would need to have a package that would somewhat have our earmark, you might say.
right.
First priority.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we are throwing overboard those items that have been on our program for a long time. It simply means that we're giving these items priority, right? Is your thinking?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to discuss the final resolve.
Yes.
I believe, and we discussed this last night, and maybe it got lost in the shuffle, we only covered in this particular document the first part of our thought. We talk here about getting the approval of the legislature, but I believe we ought to add to that resolve, or either develop a further resolve, that once these contacts are made, that reports on the reaction of the legislature should be filed back with your office, so you'll know what the results are, and I believe this should be in the resolution.
I believe that was in,
Um,
Brother Taylor's original,
It was, and now, you might handle that in the form of a second motion if you wanted to. I think it needs to be done. I'm not too sure it would be appropriate to have it in the resolution if we want to reproduce it and send it to the members of the legislature. We might adopt a second motion, that
With a
the...
covering letter?
Yeah, a covering letter.
That'd be
that
all right,
the
just so we
central
convey
body
to our
be
people the
requested to
request.
send us a written report as
Right.
to what their commitments have been.
That would
This
be all
might
right.
Bob,
like, yes.
would it be in its benefit, the state labor council to have a copy made of, all of the questionnaires filled out? We got one particular over there that answered every one of them yes, and he ain't got no competition. He's coming on over here now, Dan Johnson.
Yeah.
And, see what reports we've got on the.
Yes, we would like to know, yeah, and it would be most helpful in this office to know the commitments that you've got out of those particular people, the ones that were elected, what the position is on these various items, because we have got to make a special effort in this session of the legislature to do the things that's outlined here primarily. There's other things, of course, we're interested in. But for no other reason than to get a record, we've got to have a Department of Labor bill introduced, and we've got to try to bring it up for a vote so we know exactly where our friends are and what we've got to do, even though it might not be enacted. And it's the time is long overdue that we move to do something about workmen's compensation. And, in other words, put the law back somewhere where it was earlier. We've been in consultation with some of the attorneys about this already. Unemployment insurance has got to be, we've got to get that $30 maximum out of the law while things are looking pretty good. And therefore, we just need to know, what we can expect out of the legislators from your area, so we can count noses and see how much work we've got to do from this end. It'd be most helpful. If you want to send a questionnaire, that's all right, or just write us a letter and tell us what you've got.
Well, at the meeting tomorrow, you might ought to remind all the central labor councils to keep those that you're interested in.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that in this meeting this afternoon, the COPE committee.
Might misplace them or something or other, I think that
Right.
we can throw them away.
Right. Yes, it'll be most helpful, and again, we'll reproduce this one and mail it out as the resolution calls for. And I hope that we can get some commitments out of some of the legislators themselves as a result of this mailing. We'll try to do it this way. But any information you got will be helpful here. Any further discussion? Brother Rodney?
As a further comment on this, just a couple of items there. For your information, Margaret Clinton from Pascagoula is in the process of drafting a bill to be introduced to create a Department of Labor.
Well, you tell Marby that I've got the bills that were introduced back there during the Coleman administration, and incidentally, Bill Bergen sponsored the one in the Senate that never did get out of committee. And I've got copies of both of those bills in the office. One that was introduced in the House, I forget who sponsored the House bill, but it's a good bill. And if Marby wants this one as a pattern, I'll be glad to make it available to him. You tell him that when you see him that W.A. Stevens from Carhack was by the other day, elected to the House, and he's interested in helping sponsor this piece of legislation. Yes, he's elected by.
No Republican
4,000
opposition.
votes.
He elected by.
He got in by the largest majority in this man has ever.
And they got a real good man elected to the Senate in that county this time too. A real cracker jack up there.
And so further information right here, I don't know whether you'd want to enter it down on this or not, that there is a move on at the present time, I understand, to, destroy your homestead exemption act. That, of course, is a vital interest to everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got an article here in my pocket that came out in a local paper in regards to it.
I don't think that will ever get off the ground.
Well, I doubt it myself, but then at the same time, it could be hung around some of the Mexicans sponsors, like, kill them completely.
Yeah, well, the ones that sponsor, yeah, but I can't visualize that being done. Now, I'll tell you something that we might think about adding to this program, I don't know. See, this session of the legislature is going to have to do something about education. I've got a copy of that Booz Allen report over in the office. And that report pretty well goes along with everything that we've stood for and recommended in the field of education. But it does something else also. It makes some recommendations about revenue. It points out that we need a complete reevaluation of all property in the state, a uniform assessment program. Points out that the state income tax law should be returned back to where they were prior to the Barnett administration. Now, we are for teacher salaries increases and want to get the teachers pay up to the average of the southern states. That's part of our program also, has been. But the thing that I think that we're going to have to be concerned with very much in this legislature, the next one coming up, is the source of revenue, where the tax is going to be levied, you see. And it might be that we might ought to have something in this program about uniform assessment of property, and that the revenue should be, that new taxes should be placed on the ability to pay. For instance, the gas and oil severance tax in this state is completely out of line with what it ought to be. This is one of the sacred cows in Mississippi. And the timber severance and things of this kind, when these large timber holdings of these big corporations, this is a source of revenue. And as Bill Waller pointed out, the banks who are banking the state funds here are not paying any interest, another source of revenue. You know, I just point these things out because they will be before us in the next session of the legislature. Now, our position is clear again on it. Whether you want to give this some priority depends on how you place it.
If everybody else is raising tax in the county and city like they are around there, it's better watch it close. I think we done got nearly a $5 million increase there.
Yeah. What is this, by the supervisors for schools or what?
The city went up 3.
City. Is this for schools or what is it for? Or just to operate the city?
Just overall.
Part of it's general fund.
General fund for
Pays
the city?
by asphalt money.
Oh, I see.
And then we got another county put another 1.5.
Yeah.
No, it's 4.5.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just interested in, this, tax thing, though, if I may, say something about it. This, sales tax, I understand that some of these legislators that, seem to think they have a pretty good chance of getting into office this year, it in their mind to raise sales taxes again.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, see?
And, I believe already that Mississippi gets about 70-something percent of their tax revenue from sales taxes, which is, based on a low scale of salaries.
Yeah.
This comes under grocers and, drugs and everything else that
Right.
a lot of other states don't even collect the tax on.
Right.
As far as, finding new sources of revenue, I think that, your line of thought there on that thing's pretty good, something that the
Well, this is the type of thing we've been faced with over here ever since I've been handling the legislative duties of this thing, and I hate to keep going back to the Barnett administration and what happened over there then, but a lot of our people tend to forget easy, you know, and we have to refresh their minds every once in a while, but you know, you remember we had $35 million in surplus funds when Barnett went in office, and one of the first things he did was to revise the state income tax laws to pay back some of his contributors. Remember this?
Yeah.
2 years later, the state was flat broke, and the same legislature and the same governor had to find new sources of revenue to balance the state's budget. See? So what did they do? They come up with an increase in sales tax. Now, the gimmick was, you see, this was tied in with the salary increase for the teachers. See? Now, we fight for the teachers. We always with them on this issue, but when it comes to where the money comes from, they can't be found. So we fight this battle on the tax thing by ourselves practically over there. That's the reason I think that we need to let it be known in this thing that new sources of revenue should be based on the ability to pay, and that as far as we're concerned, that the state sales tax is high enough. We've reached a saturation point on this tax.
That is one of your points to whereby your sponsors of your repeal of your Homestead Exemption Act proposed to raise from $28 to $30 million.
Well, again, the Homestead Exemption Act can be revised, I think, somewhat, where everyone is given the same consideration on homes, you see. Now, this is the only place that the homeowner is getting a break with taxes. The thing that we're getting beat over the head with is the tax exemptions for industry. You know what the deal is. And you know what the deal was with that shipyard down there. The reason that Ingalls come up here to get the state to finance it, number one, it was cheaper. Number two, they won't have to pay taxes on it, you see. This is the type of thing that we're really getting clubbed over the head with, is the tax exemptions for industries. To locate here under the BWI program, they exempt them for 10 years, you know, and then with some kind of after the 10-year period, they come along with some kind of an improvement and get another exemption.
That is your responsibility. You on the board of supervisors is trying that too.
A lot of it, that's right. Well, have we had enough discussion on this one? Are you ready for the question?
Well, it
Yeah.
occurs to me that we might amend this and add point number 8,
Number 8?
uniform reassessed evaluation of property.
Yes.
Would that
That'll do it.
get the job?
Yeah, right. All right, number 8, let me we'll make sure we get that.
Go ahead and read that again.
Number 8,
That might not be exactly the correct language, but that
uniform
reassessed evaluation of property.
reevaluation.
uniform reset,
Reassess.
Reassessed
Valuation of what?
property.
That should be uniform reevaluation and assessment of property, huh?
Something like that.
Yeah, and assessment.
Keeps changing.
I'll have to give you
Uniform reevaluation and assessment of property. Okay. Everybody agreed to add that to the resolution? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. See what we should take up next here. Let's talk about the 1968 convention. We have made tentative arrangements with the Hotel Hattiesburg. I believe the board directed us to do this, to try that we'd have it in Jackson. And we have checked with the hotel on possible dates. Considering the fact that the legislature will be in session next year and the fact that it's got to where we're going to look like it's a 6-month session, decided that since we're going to have it, we might as well try to move it up and have it kind of early. And maybe with it being in session, we might be able to do a little lobbying. The delegates might have something important on the agenda about that time. So we have tentatively set the date for the 25th, 6th, and 7th of March next year. And I'd like to find out if that date's agreeable to you.
Well, it's Monday, Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And this is the 3 days that we've been holding them in the past because a lot of the groups like to have their meetings in advance, such as the electricians and barbers and people like that. And probably you might, James, you'll review the meetings, don't you?
Yeah, we usually have an officers meeting in
Well, they can have them on
March
the
or
weekend
April.
prior to.
It's
Yeah.
usually on the weekend, so we could probably work
Yeah.
that in.
Do we have any objections to those dates? We have a motion that we hold it on those dates. Brother Moss offered a motion that we hold a convention on those dates. Any discussion?
Question, Mr. Chairman, for information.
Yes.
I believe the officers of the council are elected on a 2-year basis.
Yes.
Would that shorten the terms of the officers if there should be
Yes.
replacements?
Yes, it would.
Well, there were times it's been lengthy.
There was something.
Sometimes it went the other way and served longer.
One time
The,
it was nice.
there was,
The
we
regional
were,
convention
this
was in
is kind
April.
of ironic in a way. We were criticized the last time for having it late, that it looked like we was trying to extend the length of our offices. It'll be interesting to see what the criticism is this time, that we're running the risk of a shorter term in office. But this really doesn't enter into the picture. We're just trying to arrange the time where we think we do the most good.
Actually, March would be near to when the original elections were held in
Right,
August.
in April. That's, in April is when it's usually, just a couple of 3 weeks earlier than what it usually.
Well, this is the very last of March. It probably won't be 2 or 3 weeks away from when the original.
Right. Do we have any further discussion? Are you ready for questions? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, last night the committee had quite a discussion about the program for the convention. We considered the possibility of recessing for a day, giving the delegates an opportunity to visit the legislature. Then we continued kicking it around and come to the conclusion that this wouldn't be necessary, that we could probably arrange the program, recess the convention probably around 11 o'clock one day, where they could go visit one house, those that wanted to go, then arrange the recess one afternoon where they could go and visit the other house. You see, they don't convene at the same time. One house, the Senate usually convenes at 10 in the morning, and the House at 2 in the afternoon. So to give them an opportunity to visit the legislature, we could recess an hour or so. Those people that wanted to go could go.
What about if the vice president comes?
The vice president comes, well, we'll have him at the banquet. We're going to talk about the program, some other things too. The vice president comes, we let him address the legislature. So anyhow, I think we can arrange the program. It was the thinking of the committee that that all of the delegates might not even want to go to the Hill. If we recessed for a full day, that a lot of them would even go. But that we should arrange the program for those that wanted to go. Some of our people, I'm sure, have never visited the state capitol, and we ought to arrange this program where they can go over. And then if we got a bill, we'll say, at a critical point, then we can ask them to do some lobbying while they're in here. Now, let's talk about the program. The committee last night felt that a very useful purpose could be served by having a banquet and inviting the members of the legislature to attend. I think we pretty well agreed on this last night, that this would be a good thing to do. The question is, how do we go about financing it? Brother Knight and myself done a little figuring around here for a few days and decided that if we held a banquet and just invited members of the central bodies up, that we could probably do it for about $1,000. Then we got talking about tying it in with a convention, which would mean all of the delegates would be there, which would run this thing up pretty high. The only way that we figured we could finance this was that the council would set aside $1,000 to help subsidize it, and that we would add the rest of it onto the onto the registration fee. Brother Knight was going to check on the cost this morning to see about what it cost per plate in order that we could make a better estimate.
We have had that in CWA.
Yes.
The legislature.
Yes.
And, now, say we ask the legislature from Loveland County there, our local finance is like.
Yes. Well, that could be done all right on a limited basis, but you'd find, unfortunately, in some of these places we wouldn't have a local union that would.
Yeah, both counties with no union.
See. What did you find out on? Let's see what he found out on cost, Joe.
Well, I've got two menus here. One is an 8-ounce ribeye steak. Now, they tell me this is the most prominent menu that they have for this type thing. Baked potato, beans, a salad, dessert, and drink, less the appetizer. Just a minute here.
What is the appetizer?
Well, it'd be shrimp cocktail or juice. 20 for an approximate 404 people. Now, we talked last night. We used a figure of a minimum of 230 delegates. This has given us an increase over previous conventions of all 15, 20 delegates. And 174 members of the legislature, 404 people. On the dinner, with no appetizer, which would be $5.67 per person, including tax, tips and all, less the appetizer, $2,290.68 on 404 people. Now, with the shrimp cocktail appetizer, it'd be a total of $6.42 a person, or figured on 404 people, $2,593.68. Now, with the juice as an appetizer for the same 404 people, $2,371.48. Now, of course, the roast beef is an alternative there. Roast beef, $4.36 per person, including tips and tax. And if you wanted the shrimp cocktail or the juice, you'd add 75 or 20 cents per person to that. Now, I didn't figure that on the approximately 404 people. I'd always wait and see what their thinking was here. But the
What was that ribeye steak?
ribeye steak, well, that's $5.67 a person, less the appetizer.
What was your total on that particular one time? 23 what?
$2,290.68 for the ribeye without the appetizer. That's with salad and dessert, I mean, yeah, and drink, coffee or tea. Now, if you wanna go the thing with the juice, for that number of people, it'd be $2,371, a few cents.
Well, what this gets down to is that the $1,000 we talked about will take care of the legislature, and that the delegates would pay for their own, is what it gets down to. Well, we'd have to sell tickets or put it on the restoration fee.
If we charge the $10 registration fee at this number of delegates, of course, we could have a few more, it could be a few less. We could, come up with about $1,600 there in addition to the regular registration fee of $3. In other words, you'd be getting $7 there is what you'd be getting, which, as he said, would be about the price of the meat.
Yeah.
Bad enough to get $3 out of it.
Now, this roll sheep mold.
I don't care about being the chairman of the committee that
Yes,
year.
We already appointed you already.
The roast beef is a nice menu with the same trimmings and everything. It's a little cheaper, of course, that steak is
Well,
a
looks
more
like
prominent.
maybe Peter Benny,
Mr.
since it's
Chairman,
being
let me
legal,
ask you a
maybe they
question
have
in
the card.
connection with this. Tom, in your talking with the people about it, this is nothing new as far as other organizations of having banquets for the legislature. What is predominantly used for a menu? I mean, what I'm trying to find out is, what is the legislature normally used to?
Steak.
This steak.
Well, if we come up with
You
anything
got $5
less,
figure last time, wasn't it?
then what is normally used, aren't we going to?
If we put it on, it's gonna have to be first class.
That's what I'm saying.
Say you do more harm by having
Right.
it and not
That's the
doing
reason
it
I
right.
didn't even try to figure out this roll
Huh?
Oh,
Well, it's gotta be first rate, first class if we put it on. We do more harm than good with it if we don't do it.
Are you gonna let the legislature invite anybody, or just?
Well, I might add this.
God
now.
forbid no.
I don't think it's absolutely necessary that you go for the shrimp cocktail.
I think
The juice, a lot of these real Lucille fairs have the juice as an appetizer. And I think that's 55 cents there, we might just be throwing down the drain, really.
Cause you're not
Well,
gonna get
that's
on
up to the
three or
board.
four shrimp in that shrimp
That's right.
cocktail, and I think the juice would serve the.
Juice serves the purpose.
And a little Louisiana red pepper on there.
Well, now what,
71.
like I say,
I was dividing it.
I think that we can, safely commit $1,000, to take care of the cost of this would actually pay for the meals of the members of the legislature, is what this would take care of, see? Which means that all we'd be asking the delegates to do is to pay for their own meal. It might be better to, instead of having the restoration fee, to advise them that the banquet will be held, what the cost of the tickets will be, and that we would like to urge each local union to provide their delegates with money enough to attend the banquet. Instead of putting it on the restoration fee, make it
Sell a ticket as a
right. Sell the tickets when they come in registered. We'd set up the restoration fee like we always do, and then have another seat over here, and somebody with a ticket. And as they come in and register, they'd also be requested to buy a ticket, or you'd find out whether or not they wanted a ticket.
Well, it wouldn't cost any local too much, cause the nuns had too many delegates.
Instead of see if we put it on the restoration fee, everybody pays it, and there might be some that wouldn't want to attend anyhow, see, and it would create, I think, a lot of ill feeling with this high restoration fee.
How would this be, when they send the registration fee in, let them, if they gonna attend the banquet, send the amount along with the registration fee?
Yeah.
You'll already know.
Well, that could be done,
That'll go over better on the
Yeah.
floor, and you give them the expense money, and then they may
Yeah.
not go.
Yeah, well, let's,
That's what I was thinking, your local might pay some of expense money for the banquet, then they don't go.
yeah.
I have no that happen.
Well, Well, don't you think, Calvin, we could work this thing out when we send it out, that tell them that they could send the money in for the banquet ticket with the restoration fee?
Yeah,
We can handle that all right.
And just not call it a registration fee, call it.
Yeah,
Banquet
right, banquet ticket, yeah.
But for goodness sake, let's don't send it out on no basis of 642 or something. Let's send out a round figure.
Right, right.
This is too
$7.
much.
Yeah.
6.5 or 7, whatever it comes to, but don't add no extra cents on this poor girl to keep up. This would be crazy.
You talking about decoration?
Maybe we can get the Jackson COU.
We'll get Betty Shanks over here. She's had a lot of
But it ought to
experience.
be
Get
around
you and
figure
Betty and two or three
6.5
more of you
or
CWA
7.
I mean, I
people.
didn't know whether you had thought about it.
No, we
or
hadn't,
not.
but the main thing that we are, I think, the main problem, frankly, is financing the thing for the convention. See, we can finance the thing for the legislature. See, we can handle that.
There's another thought along that, Claude, is this, you're gonna have some guests, the delegates are going to, some of the delegates will have their wives or the, husbands, along with them,
They'll just have to buy a ticket.
That's what I'm getting at. In other words, we ought to have available, Monday morning,
Yeah, tickets.
when the announcements are made, or at the registration desk, we ought to have available somewhere along the line the tickets for the.
Well, we have tickets for registration then, for those that
And
have.
we'd announce that those that wanted to bring desks, please pick up their tickets, because we'd have to notify the hotel. What I think probably the best way to do it would be to have the banquet on the, what is it, Tuesday night?
Yeah.
The middle of the thing, see. And then we'd have to let them know, we could let them know Monday afternoon how many, or even Tuesday morning, how many seats we'd actually
Well,
have.
we'd have to advertise a deadline, you know.
Yeah.
For-
Yeah, beyond a certain time.
Yeah, we could work this out.
Claude, we didn't discuss this last night, and I know the answer, but we better discuss it so nobody will be surprised. This apparently would be an integrated affair, and.
Very much so.
What's the feeling?
Have to be, if it wasn't, we couldn't sponsor. That's right. We might as well quit now.
Well, if you're gonna send a letter out to the locals about, sending the money in for the registration fee for the banquet, or make a letter, if any delegate intends to bring up.
Yeah,
this
this all has to be in
they
the.
could include it in there too.
This will all be in the convention.
Or they would have to pick up the ticket Monday morning at the registration desk.
Well, I don't think, this question,
It's no problem as far as I'm
no
concerned.
problem, I don't think,
First one
is it?
we've ever had.
Huh?
Be the first one we've ever had.
This is the first one we've had, the only, the thing that,
It could create a problem with some locals, though, and that's the only reason I'm raising it at this board meeting.
yeah,
This is gonna be on a voluntary basis,
so we won't
have it.
right, right. So I
That's the
don't,
reason if you sell your ticket separate from
Yeah.
your registration, that's
Yeah.
why. In other words, if anybody doesn't wish to go in that
Right.
case, they're not forced to by the.
I
Right.
hope we'd have as many delegates.
I move we do
as
that.
members of the legislature. This
Now, what is your motion?
come on, if we did.
we do what?
Let's get out of that this evening. Add this additional thing, not put them together to make sense.
In other words, that
Banquet ticket.
we set the price of the banquet, they'd be advised, that they're available and that they not be part of the restoration fee.
And give them an opportunity to send in the money with
Right, give them
registration
opportunity to
fees.
send the money.
There's my motion right there.
I'm happy.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Does everybody understand the motion?
Question, in connection with that, with the registration fee, I believe we have, a $3 registration fee. That isn't, written down anywhere that it has to be $3, is it?
That's usually set by the executive committee, and it's just been $3. It's a figure that we've set on the last 2 or 3 times. The only time we went above that was when we had the convention in Vicksburg, when we had to make arrangements with a catering service because of the restaurant situation. We made arrangements there for sandwiches to be served at during the noon hour, and I think we charged a $5 restoration fee to help pick up some of that cost.
Well, what I had reference to, in connection with that, not making this in form of a motion, just, for somebody's thought and discussion. The average local union, I don't know how many, delegates the average local has, but, we can just say 5. If you added $1 per delegate to the registration fee and made it $4 instead of 3, you come up with, not a whole lot of extra money, but it would, it'd be a little extra money to help with, like $400 or $500.
Well, I tell you what, let's get this motion out of the way on the banquet, and then we'll take up this matter of the restoration fee. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sure the executive committee feels the same way. We'd just let the board set this restoration figure down while we're in session. We have are you ready for the question now? The motion is that the banquet, the tickets be sold separately and not a part of the restoration fee. And of course, we'll try to come up with a round figure as to what that would be when we get the communication out. It's being understood, I guess, that the state council will allocate $1,000 to take care of the cost for the members of the legislature. You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Would you like now to set the restoration fee? I think it would help Brother Knight, myself out some, we start making these arrangements.
Is that $3, has that been suitable? I mean,
Well, this is it. You see, all that restoration fee does is to help defray the cost of a convention, and it's never, it usually pays about a third of the cost. All that restoration is to help defray the cost of a convention, to keep us from going so far in the hole. See?
what's y'all's recommendation? Y'all think that's a fair amount?
Well, it's,
I believe, if I can speak at this time, I believe I'd oppose an increase in the restoration fee for 68. If we wasn't gonna do this banquet, then maybe we
Yeah.
could raise it, but to raise both of them, even this
Yeah.
banquet on some local union is gonna run $50 or $75 extra.
yeah.
And you stick another $1 on them, I think you're gonna get some folks that won't come strictly because for the lack of financing. I mean, you can't push it
Yeah.
so high, you can shorten your crowd.
Yeah. Well, I think,
If the others feel different,
it seems that,
Be guided by the majority.
$3 has went over pretty good, and I guess we've been operating on it in the past and picking up the difference out of the general fund. I guess we can continue to do so. And then I remember we got some real severe criticism about the $5 restoration fee. I remember Tommy Beckham had some real choice words about it. I don't know who else it was, but this is, you know.
Well, I think for some of them would feel so strong they'd go to the convention floor on the issue.
Might do it.
And then I think you'd get a restoration fee properly set by the convention that would be set forever.
Yeah, might be.
I make a motion that you raise the restoration fee at $3.
At $3?
If,
Yeah.
the second ward feels sufficient.
Well, it's sufficient. It is as sufficient as it's ever been. Let's put it that way. We got a second to that motion? Is the restoration be $3?
Second.
Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, now let's see here. How much?
Did you decide which one of these menus you want to use?
Do you want to settle on the menu?
Steaks.
Well, it's gonna.
Let's get it out of the
I
way.
thought we
while
decided if we was gonna do it, we was gonna do it like it was supposed to be done.
Steak with the juice, is that, is an appetizer?
Steak.
Well, we don't have to do a motion on this. We'll just
No.
go ahead and assume that that's what you want and do it.
$5.87 a head.
Well, then it come out to
That'd
$6.
be $6. Be $6. $6 all right for the ticket?
Oh, Lord, this is.
$6 ticket.
We can take that 12 cents.
Well, we'll get rich on that 12 cents. That'll help pay the cost of the
We'd have to have
convention.
a crocus act full of change, as I had seen
Oh,
it.
Lord, I think you could quit right there.
All don't think there's any need of the board acting on this, but I think you need to be advised that the committee last night authorized Brother Knight and myself to have a printing done of the booklet that we produced here a while back. It says a Ship Guide on Local and State Government. We've got our numerous requests in the office for this thing, and the latest one was out of a high school in Oxford. They wanted to use it in a government class, and we are out. Miss Phillips and Miss Morgan run this one off on the muzzle there. So we thought if we were going to redo it, we ought to do it up in a little attractive booklet, similar to the one that the MEC put out and some of these other, slick page things. So the committee authorized us to proceed on this last night, and we hope to get that thing in print before long. We want to do a mailing to all of the high schools. We think this would be a good public relations project, and we'll probably, if any of you need copies of it, we'd certainly be making them available. And what we'll probably do, where they want large quantities of them, is to sell them to them at cost, where we don't run into a lot of extra expense with it. Now, the other thing that the committee authorized us to do last night is to participate in a clergy program, a clergy economic program. We were approached here recently. Those of you that got them don't keep one, but pass these around. Let the members of the board that wasn't in the meeting last night have one. We might not have enough to go around. And again, I don't think that you need to act on this, but you certainly need to be made aware of it. It's a very good program. You look on the back of it, a number of states are participating, and it's designed, really, what it's designed for is to do a public relations job of the clergy, an educational job whereby they will be more familiar with the labor's role in the general economy, in order that they might become more sympathetic with what we're trying to do. And we think that that would be a good program here, and the committee has authorized us to let them know we're willing to participate. You can take those folders and read them at your leisure if you would like. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on that. I'm trying to get these items out of the way that are not too easy to deal with. I feel like when we get on those code bylaws, we're going to be with that for a while. Let's take up the retirement program of the council. At the board meeting after our last convention, we were instructed to look into the possibility of participating in the FLCO retirement plan. That's in effect for the employees of the FLCO. Trying to find the minutes of that too. And we consulted with Stanton Smith. Of course, you remember he was at the meeting, and he said that they would see what could be done, what the possibilities were, and the state council participating in the program. I got this letter back from Stanton on dated September the 7th, and I'd like to read it to you. Dear sirs and brothers, about 2 years ago we asked you to indicate whether or not you would be interested in establishing a pension system for officers and employees of state and local central bodies. A number indicated a serious interest, so the FLCO had an actuary undertake a study of the cost involved. The actuary's report indicates it would require about 25% of payroll to finance pension benefits for central body officers and employees at the current level of benefits under the FLCO's pension systems for its own employees. Now, don't you ever say anything to me about a long sentence. That's the longest sentence I ever seen right there. That was all one sentence.
I noticed that when I read it.
This figure is based on amortizing the accumulated service credits over a period of 30 years. It is these accumulated service credits which constitute the most serious financial obstacle to establishing an adequate pension system of the central bodies. Because the cost is so great and beyond the resources of most central bodies, I have been advised that it is felt that further effort on the part of the FFL-CIO to establish such a pension program is not worthwhile. The purpose of this letter is to answer the many inquiries which come in from central body officers regarding pensions. No one is more disappointed than I that our efforts have not proved productive. Some of the larger central bodies have established their own pension programs through private insurance carriers. Others are setting aside a percentage rule or a fixed proportion of per capita tax in a special pension or severance fund. While neither of these is wholly satisfactory, you may want to consider some such program as a substitute. Now, also in that discussion, in that meeting, we talked about insurance programs, and the question was raised about whether or not the board members attending board meetings would be covered by workman's compensation. Since that meeting, we have took out workman's compensation insurance on the officers, and that insurance program covers the board members when they are on official business, which means coming to meetings and what have you. That has been taken care of. Now, I don't know what Brother Knight's done, but I have took out insurance myself, which is kind of a accumulative thing, but that you pay out over a period of time, which has life insurance and what have you. If you felt it ought to do this myself, which is costing me $48 a month.
48 a month.
Yeah.
No.
But I felt like I had to have some.
Well, you and Tom was on the go
Yeah.
9/10 of the time.
I don't know what the answer to this one is. I haven't had any opportunity to give it any thought much myself as to what we might possibly do. I'd like to do a little checking around with some of the other state councils that are not covered for participating to find out what they're doing, if anything, as far as pension plans are concerned. Might be that you might want to think about the possibility of buying a bond or something each month, which would begin accumulating interest or something like this. Keeping in mind that the FLCL is subsidizing the organization anyhow, and that if we can get some kind of a further agreement out of Stanton Smith that this will continue if this program is added to it, you see. We wouldn't want to jeopardize the subsidy by taking out something like that.
I don't understand that 25% figure though. That sounds crazy.
Well, what it amounts to is that we are being asked to go back and pick up the cost
all
of this
these
thing.
back
All
years?
these back years is what it gets
Oh,
down to in order to participate.
That sounds crazier.
Well, there's a whole lot about this setup in this labor movement that's to be desired, It gets down to the fact that the state organizations and central bodies are the stepchild of the labor movement. We're called upon to do all of their work for them, but when it comes to receiving the benefits and what have you, it's kind of hard to get there, That's what it gets down to.
In other words, it's the same old story. We don't always practice what we preach.
That's right. That's right.
It's like a car leasing, but we can't get the car running.
We can't participate in the rental program.
Well, this under this FLCIO has been for since the birth of this FLCIO.
Yeah.
That's why they've been taking 25%.
How would you say?
I'm still confused. You're saying it would take 25% and you'd still go back and pick up all those years?
This is
two?
what it amounts to, is that, in order to participate, you see, we'd have to go back and pay whatever pro rata share that they've paid into it.
All these years?
All these years, so this is what it gets down to, you see.
And
And then
still
begin to
25%.
What did it say then?
Well, that's what you quoted, said it'd take
Well, you
25%
have to get
of the
then
growth.
you're paying that. Looks like to
Well,
me
level
you're
of
paying
benefit.
for-
Well, I see what they've done here,
you're
what it
paying for
amounts to.
retroactive protection
Oh,
that you
what?
didn't get.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, well, it's too high. It's too high. It's too
25%
high.
would be impossible in my
Yeah,
opinion.
right. If we're gonna put
That'd be
25,
like
we're
adding
gonna
2 or 3
do
more
this,
people.
just give me 25% of the payroll, don't even send it to them.
Well, you could take it, put it in the bank, you
That's
get more
right.
out of it. You could get
My
it
Lord,
back.
to take the 25% and divide it among all the employees would be so far ahead of what you got
Yeah.
covered now.
That's right.
Take 50, give us a nickel or two to beat what we got now.
That'd be impossible.
Retroactive protection, which you didn't get, No,
Well, has anybody got any thoughts on this matter, or what you think we ought to do now?
I have. I think that a study committee ought to be developed out of this board to study this issue and get some figures from private insurance companies and check with the other state bodies to see what they're doing about it and what it's costing them. I don't
Yes,
think we ought to just brush it under the table and do nothing about
It's
it.
like buying a pig at the post.
That study committee ought not to include Brother Knight and myself either. It ought to be members of the other members of the board.
I believe that'd be the best
I
way to
think this
handle
is
it,
a
to
good
pursue
idea.
it.
I'd certainly
To pursue it at all, I think this is the only course.
May I make a motion, in order?
Yes, we'll accept the motion.
That committee, exclude, Brother Knight, Brother Ramsey, but the members of that committee be the, rest of the executive committee.
Be a good way to get to the minute. You authorize the motion?
I'll offer that motion.
The executive committee excluded of Secretary Knight and myself, constitute a committee to study and make recommendations on the, possibility of a pension. And insurance, you want that insurance in it also? Or just on pension?
With this committee making recommendations back to the board.
Back to the board?
Back to the board,
Okay.
I
Is that
think
motion
too-
clear?
I think too, Brother Edwards, you might want to include in your motion some sort of a deadline as to when this committee would report. Other than that, it could meet forever and nothing would happen.
The report, why don't you just report back to the next executive board meeting? Which I think we haven't set the date of it yet. We don't have any plans right now for another one before the year's out, but I feel reasonably sure we'll have one sometime after the first of the year.
Well, that's satisfactory.
This would give you about 2 or 3, 4 months there.
That ought to be enough.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You want to include that in the report back at the next executive board meeting?
That's right.
Are you thoroughly confused, Ms. Phillips, or you got it? Second to that motion?
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. All right. Brother Knight, are you ready to get up with your constitution and bylaws?
Before we enter that.
You're moving along pretty good here.
There's, a little information for the board, from our discussion last night, in regard to this banquet that I don't think was mentioned. That what we proposed to do was, the discussion was last night, was the seating arrangement at the banquet would be such that, through place card arrangement, that, every delegate would be sitting with their representatives and senators from their particular locale.
Yeah, we'll try to arrange the seating arrangements where you'll be sitting with your...
Say something on that. If you realize, does somebody realize a place card arrangement, except for your guests, what a big job that would be?
You'd have to have a committee on it, that's for
400
sure.
members?
What would probably, I'd thought about this, that's why it's good to have women on this board, see,
I
that...
mean, if you've ever worked with place cards,
Yeah.
even 100 numbers, it's a rough job.
just have to work it out where the delegates grab their
Well, you
people
could
when
do
they
it,
come
you
in.
could do it this way, you could do it this way, you could designate, certain tables for certain local unions and then just have a place card for the legislator, maybe.
We put a.
Then you might have 7 or 8 people in just one sign, you know, that a certain group would sit there, but not have individual names.
I got
Yeah, you
an
might
idea.
have your legislators, yes, I mean,
You,
your guests.
we could
or
fix
place
those cards
cards.
up for them and scatter them around and let the delegates hunt this.
say
This
the
would probably be
delegate-
easy enough to do, would it not?
I
I
got
mean, you
a,
can do
This
it for your
way,
guests.
just one
You
sign for the
don't
whole
have
group.
You could possibly know ahead how
Yeah,
many
we
guests
can
you're
make the
gonna have.
cards up ahead for the guests.
I got a suggestion.
from the mix anyway, Tom. They gonna want.
One way that this could be done is to charge the central labor union presidents and the other central body officers with responsibility, and most of these people know the people from the area. Now, we got a few areas where there's no central body, I'll come to that in a minute. But where the central body has jurisdiction, charge the officers of that organization with the responsibility of coordinating the local union people in that area, and then them get together and grab the members of the legislature from their area. See? And
But
then,
if
of
you-
course,
if
those
you-
areas, we got a spot up through north central Mississippi, the local unions that have to handle this themselves. But I think the central body is a group that ought to coordinate this thing, in conjunction with the delegation from that area, and the central body president be the ramrod and see that, have him a committee, and see then that they get a hold of the members of the legislature from
We
that area.
take that, I'll take the 2 women, let the women have the men.
Well, I think we can work this out. I think we can.
But I just thought I'd mention that
Yeah,
so that,
yeah.
the board would be
Yeah.
informed.
Well, anyhow, I think,
The idea was good,
No,
but I
it
didn't know
wasn't
whether
my
you
idea.
realized, I mean, the board, I mean, the idea of whoever came up with, but I didn't know
Yeah.
if you realized how much work would be involved in that.
I think we can work it out where we can get the people together, all right? All right. Brother Knight, have you got copies enough now? of
I
that?
hope I have, I don't know, 2 may have to look.
Before
at
we
one
move
of
into
these
that, I
things.
might ought to say this, you know, the other members of this executive committee that's gonna make this study on, I've got
Yeah.
mine with me, Mark. We ought to, before we leave here, to get together
Yeah.
and decide how we're gonna proceed, where each
Yeah.
one of us individually is gonna contact certain companies, or whether we're gonna do it, together, or what.
And then, of course, we'll make whatever we can, material we've got available to you, and give you the names and addresses of the various state council officers and people that you might be wanting to communicate with. Well, let's see, that's, Brother Jackson, Brother Edwards,
Brother Brown.
Brother, and Schaefer, he's not
Brown.
here. The four
Taylor.
of you here, so
Taylor.
we'll have to
Four
get in
of
touch,
us here.
with Brother Schaefer, yeah, okay?
Let's set up a meeting time,
Well, I think probably, you can meet this afternoon after the state court committee meets, I believe. I don't anticipate a real lengthy meeting this afternoon in the state court committee. We're gonna, we'll have about 3 items for them to act on this afternoon. And, then Brother Knight and I are gonna want to talk a little bit with you about, some kind of a program, next year. And that's pretty well gonna be it. So I think you'll have plenty of time to have a session after we recess this afternoon.
How many of you want a copy of the old Constitution? Maybe you ought to have a copy of that. Brother need case, take one, Pat. I sent each of you, I think, one of each.
I got mine.
Has everybody got one of the amended copies where you can see it?
A letter saying what page and what section.
Is everybody where they can see one of the amended copies?
Yeah,
now?
they're Xed. The changes is Xed.
Now, how do you wanna do this? Do you want to go through it and read it, paragraph by paragraph?
I mean, the whole bylaw?
Or do you,
Just
or
the
have all
changes.
of you studied it already, and have you got any?
Did everybody read the changes? Does everybody study?
I did.
Actually, I don't see the need to just go into the changes, because we're all familiar, I think, with the.
I brought mine.
The majority of us were here when the changes were brought up.
Yeah, well, what I was wondering if you wanted to take the time to go through the whole document, or how do you wanna proceed with it?
Just
We had
discuss
thought
it,
to see
change.
by sending you copies that it might cut down on the amount of time, to deal with this thing here this morning.
I
Discuss just the
recall.
changes as far as I'm
Just the changes?
As I
Well,
recall,
right.
there was two changes that there was some question about. There was a couple of little changes where we simply taken two little sentences and made them into one, and which amounted to the same. This was questioned where we left it. There was one other question that Brother Jackson mentioned about a finance committee where we remedied that in accordance with what your wishes was. Then there was one other word that our distinguished co-area director contended ought to be in there, where I changed the Women's Activities Department should have the status of a standing subcommittee. He took exception to that. Well, I used permanent subcommittee, so I left subcommittee because I didn't want to be charged with killing downtown. So we left that as is. Now, is any other thing that stands out in your mind other than those two things that we had considerable discussion?
I think you could get help on that.
Huh?
I think you could get help.
Well, I mean, I didn't care that much about the blooming subcommittee versus permanent, but that was his brainchild, and he didn't want it bothered, so.
I'm sure
I
the
left
board
it
will be
as
pleased to know Dr. Powell won't be at this convention.
We already have a standing ovation.
It wasn't easy.
Let me refer to the change that I mentioned here that Jim brought up, which is now found on page 8 in the new, it was on page 9 in the old. Let's look at the old. The bottom of page 9 under Article 9 in the old Constitution.
And then we said.
Article 9, Finance, Section 4. Everybody look at that. And then we'll go from that, anything you want to talk about. Has everybody found our page 9 in the old Constitution? Finances, Section 4.
That's right.
It reads as this, in the old Constitution, the state cope chairman shall appoint from the state cope executive board, subject to the approval of the executive board, a finance committee of 3 members whose duties shall be, and then number 1, audit the accounts of state cope, and then turn over on page 10. Make recommendations on the financial operations of state cope. Now here is the way that we did it. Look to page 8 in your new Constitution. And I think this will meet your approval. I think this does what you wanted. Under Article 9, Finances. Section 4 again. The state cope chairman shall appoint from among the state cope executive board, subject to the approval of the executive board, a finance committee of 3 members whose duties it shall be to make recommendations on financial operations of state cope. Now, what we simply done was leave out that one little line on the bottom of page 9 in the old, audit the accounts of state cope, because that's been taken care of. See? Well, we got the finance thing in there. Does everybody understand? See what we did there? See, that audit the accounts of state cope was repetitious. It's still in here too much, but I mean, only way to really make a constitution is start with the first letter and make it brand new from there out. And that takes some time. Simply what we've done here, other than that, is just change Labor Council to AFL-CIO, things like that. Do you want to go through this whole thing, or is
No,
anybody?
I make a motion unless anybody's got any particular article they like to discuss that we adopt
Adopt it.
resolutions as they were made,
Well, it's already been done, but there was a question on 2 or 3 paragraphs,
A lot
I
of these,
think.
we actually voted to adopt
We
in
done voted to
Hattiesburg
adopt.
in June,
Yeah.
except the
Now,
one we had the
those
question.
two things.
The thing about it, you see, was we sent you copies to find out if the amendments was in accord with your thinking the last meeting. All right, do we have a motion to adopt now?
Let me ask you now, what was it,
Now in a second.
Yeah, in a
motion
second.
made second, what was the other change, you mentioned 2.
Just the
Well,
difference in
one
the
is
title.
the women them
Oh, yeah,
women,
right.
under the women's activities department, we maintain the wording
I was just trying to-
subcommittee
I just
instead
trying
of
to bring back
permanent.
my
Yeah.
memory.
Yeah.
It
Mr.
was
Chairman,
a
if I
little
may, on the
confusing back
discussion,
then.
let me just re-emphasize what we did. Simply, we changed this thing to concur in what we are doing.
What we've been-
We have been in violation of this blooming thing for the last 8 years, you know?
That's a good way to get impeached, you know that?
So, the purpose of this whole thing was to rearrange some of the other sections which you approved of down there, in accordance with the way we operate, and that's all it amounted to.
We have a motion here to adopt the Constitution bylaws of the state code as you have before you. Have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Well, the president is going to comply with this document right now.
If I'd have run off enough for this conviction, they'd have made some changes.
We're going to appoint that finance committee right now from the executive board. I believe I see the state court chairman shall appoint from among the state court executive board, subject to approval of the executive board, a finance committee. First, let's see if we got any volunteers. Anybody want to serve on this committee? Huh?
Without one committee, it wouldn't be the executive committee.
No, we want some people on here other than the executive committee.
I'll volunteer.
Brother Nikkei said he'll volunteer. Any other volunteers? Let's
Some
get,
women on it.
let's see, yes, by all means. How about you, Beth? And how about Clayton Moss? Is 3 enough?
Three says what it
There's
says.
3, don't it?
Yeah.
There's 3, all right.
Oh, I got
And
one quick.
we're gonna ask, we'll let the lady act as chairman of this committee. Beth? Now, does this meet the approval of the executive board?
You know.
That meets the approval of the board, all right? We've complied with the Constitution now. I want to say something about this document, you see. I know it confuses a lot of people. Really, there's no need for this. There's really no need for this organization because the Constitution of the state FFLCO is the governing authority
That's right.
that we operate by. And I've always questioned even the need for this, that we operate as one organization anyhow. This thing kind of confuses your mind every once in a while because, you know, you got to remember that the Constitution state organization is your supreme governing authority, right? But I think this was done to make Dan Powell feel like he was doing something. And when the thing was first set up, it was adopted, and we come along after this happened, right? Okay.
I'd like to make a comment. Some of the board might not clearly understand the reason I raised objections to the finance thing to start with. I'll explain them.
Yeah.
The first suggestion was to delete that section. And I think if you'd have done that, then there'd have been so much criticism. We get enough.
Yeah.
Then you'd have been placing the burden on just you two fellows to make the
Yeah.
financial decisions without anybody else looking at it or having any discussion on it. And then they say, well, just hell, give it all to them. And at least
Yeah.
this way you've got a committee that
Right.
should be consulted. And if anybody raises a question, say, we got a committee on that.
Right.
And we do consult with this committee, and we don't just do it on what we think.
Right.
And it was more protection for the people holding the position than anything else that I raised the
Well, I
question.
appreciate that. I know Brother Knight does. Now, let's talk about the program
What the
tomorrow
personal
just a little bit
opinion
with you,
on
and
that.
see if you got any ideas on that.
I got a question before we
Yeah.
get too far. Where do we stand for a statewide chairman now?
And why?
Statewide chairman.
Say why? We don't have one.
We don't have one.
No.
Let me say something.
Yes, sir. You're the co-director. You better.
Brother Clark, I've been asked this, by 2 or 3 people.
I've been asked several times.
When we had, of course, this is not general knowledge, but I feel like the board ought to know about it. When we had, Sister Kelly, designated State WAD chairman. It's created all kind of problems. We had some problems with the WAD director for the eastern half of the United States, and I don't mean to get into a name-calling contest, but most of you know Esther Murray. She's up in years. She's got about 12 more months to go, and she retires. But anyway, there was considerable confusion created by the fact that Doris had this title. Esther got under the impression somewhere or other that Doris was on the payroll of this organization full time. She created unnecessary, uncalled for problems for me, for Doris, for the entire labor movement in the state of Mississippi. Despite our efforts to try to explain to her that this was just a title and that Doris was only called upon at such times as we had the funds to pay her a salary and expenses. And since we did have these problems all the way from here to Washington, and the need for this person was very seldom in that we didn't have the funds to pay her, until we felt when her term ran out that it was useless to really designate another person when actually we have the right under the Constitution to appoint someone to fill this position when and if, the occasion arises or in a particular campaign. But this, we don't have time here today to go into all the difficulties that this created, the fact that we had a full-time, supposedly a full-time person on the payroll when it never was intended as that anyway. And this is the very reason why we have steered away from appointing anybody else, because it creates confusion. And as I say, when we get into an effort where we really need a full-time person, then we don't have no problems with that. You know what I mean? But that's the very reason that we don't have a person with that title right now, because it brought on a lot of confusion simply because people won't listen at you when you explain something to them. See, I don't know how many times that I had to get on the telephone to Esther Murray and explain to her over and over again that we did not have a full-time WAD director. So this is the reason why that we just don't have anybody in that position. At any time we need somebody, we can always get somebody, to work in a particular campaign. I only wish that we did have the financial resources to have a full-time WAD director, but we just don't. And it was the feeling of the officers here that since we didn't, it would be considerable less confusing if we didn't have anybody with that title.
Well, to answer your question, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, I didn't want to know who we had one night. I didn't know. I've been there.
One comment I'd like to make on it, that's just a problem it created organizational-wise between the state council and the national level. It also created some problems on the local level. It was almost insurmountable.
Well, this is true, too.
In some areas, even though I like Doris personally and I got along with her fine, I had no problems with her, but all of our members didn't fall in that category. And in some areas where Doris was really trying to do a good job and apply herself, when she moved into an area, the local people just quit doing anything and left it up to her. Said, well, she's down here, let her do it. Right. So you lost in many areas the effort of the local people that'd been doing it all the time when she got there.
You always fire the WAD chairman to get you another.
Right.
That's
she was producing, but there was a resentment from the local level that she was getting paid, so to speak, and they wasn't. They started doing it free gratis. They said, well, let her do it. She can get the money.
You find that all over. You find it all over.
I'd like to review with you the program tomorrow, and if you got any suggestions, we'd like to get those suggestions. Of course, we start registering in the morning at 9, and we hope to get the thing called to order by 10. We've made arrangements with Dr. David Grant, pastor of Baltimore Baptist Church, to give the invocation. Of course, at this particular point, we'll have the Jackson CLU president, George Johnson, presiding. He'll open it up. Commissioner Clark Horton will deliver the welcome address to the city. And about 10:30, he'll turn the gavel over to me. And at that point, I'm undecided about what I should say. So maybe you've got some ideas about what presiding officers should say here. I have got last night with the executive committee. I've done quite a bit of research, you see, and get preparation for this thing, thinking that we was going to
Have a candidate.
We was going to have a candidate, and
And you got a mute.
now I don't know what to do with my information. So let me review some of it with you. See, I picked out about 5 or 6 specific issues that's been taken up by the Congress since John Bell Williams has been there, and programs that he's voted against. Of course, we got to stack stuff this thick. We sent up there and got him to research his record on all these issues, you know, and we turned it over to Bill Winter and his people, and that's the last ever happened. Nothing was ever done. They never did expose this guy's record, see. I'd like to review a little of that with you and find out if you think I need to try to use it, or what should I do with it now that I've got it. Take first federal aid to education. All of you familiar with the educational problems, the problem we have in financing education now. And I think everybody agrees that we need all the help we can get. Well, John Bell has consistently opposed any and all federal aid to education. The record shows that last year, the state received $49 million in federal aid to education. $49 million, you see. What would the state do without it? All right? And it gets better as it goes along. On the matter of minimum wage, John Bell has consistently opposed increases to minimum wage. And I don't know what happened to him. He wasn't there to vote against the last one. He was absent. But checking the past record, he's always voted against minimum wage increases. So I did a little figuring on this one the other day to see what this last minimum wage increase amounted to in purchasing power for the state of Mississippi. And you come up with a real interesting figure. And the best figures that I can come up with, talking with the wage and hour people in the Employment Security Office, it's safe to assume that over 200,000 people in Mississippi received immediately on February the 1st a 15-cent increase. This is not taking in the new coverage or these farm workers or anything like this. This is the people in the industry that immediately received $1.40 an hour increase, from $1.25 to $1.40. Well, figuring that it's from 15 cents on 200,000 people, it amounts to $30,000 an hour, $240,000 a day, $9,600,000 a week, and for 1 year, $499,200,000. That's almost $500 million going into the economic stream of Mississippi as a result of the minimum wage increase. Maybe you can think of somewhere we can use this. I don't know, but I thought it was interesting information, worthwhile to have. Now on Social Security. Well, we're going to find out if they want me to give it or not. That's it. Yeah.
Could you send those new copies like that to all the central body? That would be too much trouble.
No, this is what I'm putting it out here for. I want you to tell me what can I do with it now. We're going to have a convention tomorrow. If you want me to go into this, I will. We won't have the press present. Then if somebody wants the information, we can transcribe the thing from the record or something like this. On social, you see, what I'm trying to get at here is that here we've got a nominee of the Democratic Party, you know, who has consistently opposed these programs, and nobody brought it out in the campaign. You see, when I get through, I'm going to show you where a great majority of the people in this state benefit by these programs, what I'm really up to, see. Social Security, another program that John Bell has consistently opposed. We voted against medical care for the aged. just recently, the most recent program. According to the Social Security office over here, we've got 273,516 people on the Social Security rolls right now. This includes dependents and the physically disabled and what have you. Out of that number, 210,000 people, adults, are over 65 constitute. You see, 210,065 or over, who are eligible to participate in the medical care program. Now, according to Mr. Pape, 83.6% of those people are actually participating in Medicare, or it amounts to 12.6% of the state's total population. Now, in terms of money, what this has meant, economically speaking, for us paying hospital bills and doctor bills, 51,000 people have actually been in the hospital and had bills paid by medical care up to this point, at the tune of $15 million. $15 million worth of hospital bills have just been paid up until recent days. Another $5.5 million have been paid out to doctors, doctor bills. That's a total of $20.5 million that's been put into this state in terms of, as a result of medical care for the aged. Another interesting figure is the OEO programs. All of you are familiar with the condition of our state, economically speaking, where we got the lowest per capita income in the nation, where we've got the worst illiterate problem in the nation. Nobody, I don't think, needs these programs any worse than we do. And when I testified before the Senate subcommittee up here on April the 10th, I pointed out that we had at that point received approximately $90 million in OEO programs. And I'm advised now that that figure now is above $100 million mark. See? Now, we haven't even talked about labor issues, what the guy's done when it comes to voting on issues affecting us as trade unionists. See? We haven't talked about this at all. This is just programs here affecting the great masses of the people. So there you've got over 200,000 people that benefited by minimum wage increase. See? You got over 200,000 people directly benefiting by Social Security. And look at the thousands we've got benefiting by the OEO programs. And when you add all of these together, excluding us, not even thinking about trade unionists, you've got a majority of the adult population in this state. And there hasn't been one word said in this campaign about this guy's record. See? So what do we do? What would be your suggestion, do you know? You want me to go into this in the convention tomorrow?
Well, I don't know, look to me like people ought to know this, even though there's no action, even though I don't think they ought to take any action on it, the people ought to know, and then when you get through with it, you can go into the other man, no record order, but he don't want to tell what he's done, see?
Yeah.
So,
Well, what it amounts to is that you've got two candidates, two Republicans running for office. Both of them are Goldwater supporters, and are part of, at least Phillips is a Goldwater supporter. He, you know, the Republican Party, the part of it that supported Goldwater, who is also opposed to these programs. They, the Republicans in that wing of the party, have also consistently voted against these programs. See?
what you gonna have at this meeting tomorrow, you gonna have some Johnny Bale fans here, you see, and
Yeah.
they're gonna know, well, why didn't you give him this and that and the other, so
Yeah.
I think you owe it to the whole group to tell them this, then to go into the other one, what he don't want, you see.
Well, what we'd have to do is, by not taking a position, we're going to have to put them both in the same boat now together,
That's right.
and point out that Phillips and the Republican Party in Mississippi are also opposed to these programs, and that John Bell, as far as we're concerned, they're both cut out of the same cloth, and we really don't have a choice in this election. This is really what it gets down to.
I
Yeah.
did not respond to an invitation.
Right. Well, I think we got into this, well, we didn't, did we, say anything about John Bell?
Well, is it true, God, that his attendance is bad?
In Congress?
Right there.
Well, he's missed quite a bit, I know, this year. Now, I haven't checked his attendance record down through the year.
I mean, in the past, I had
Yeah.
heard that his attendance was awful bad before he started politics.
Yeah, well, I've heard this too, but I haven't personally checked it out, so I wouldn't want to make
That's
that
a dope
accusation
idea.
while I haven't done so.
But I do.
I've heard he's an alcoholic too, you see, but I don't know this, so I'm not gonna make that
I talked to a
accusation.
fellow yesterday, and he said he'd been in John Bell's office hundreds of times, and he opposed everything that ever come up for the working people.
Well, you think I should get into this and try to put them both in the same site together?
I think that's the honest way I would
That's the way
feel
I
that we
look
ought
at
to cover it. If you just covered one and not the other, then I think we'd be in trouble.
I think too, also, the people who come over here want to hear something of it, because they think that, somebody's gonna address the convention or something, we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Give some kind of.
I think that-
On Phillips, I'd add one other item to what you say about him, and that's the fact that he publicly said in newspapers that he was asked in Goldwater and Reagan to come to Mississippi and speak for him.
Right.
He said that, we
No.
didn't. We just repeating.
I think
That's
that
one of the
we bring
reasons
them
why
both out
we
the
put
same
him in the
boat.
same group.
Because,
Right.
they're both alike anyway.
Well, we said that in the resolution. Both of them are Goldwater rights or something. How'd you phrase that,
He
Mark?
phrased it.
Yeah.
Claude, what would be the sequence of this thing? You're talking about, what you should say and when in the convention.
I think the thing.
Should this be brought first?
No.
Leading up to the leading up to, the resolution that we.
Well, I think the resolution needs to be presented first, and this is the kind of a thing that, you see, that I've been concerned about, the proper sequence of events. I think they need to have this resolution on the floor.
That's what I get.
And that
Maybe
after
under
it's been
discussion.
presented, that before I open it up for discussion, maybe I ought to present these facts to them before it's opened up for discussion even. See, I think if we can handle this at presiding order, I believe they would, they would allow me this opportunity, not to debate the issue, but to provide them with the information based upon the reason the recommendation is being made, I think. Which
As long as
means
you
that.
paint one of them being as bad as the other and present it, I think we'd be all right.
Now, what we are trying to do now is to, I think if we do it this way, and it would be the most appropriate, it means that my remarks will be very limited at the outset of the opening session, keeping in mind that this is merely a continuation of the last convention. That we will want to bring them a report and some information. I've asked Bob Storms to take 15 or 20 minutes to review with you the progress that's been being made in the field of organizing. I think a lot of our people would be interested in this. And there has been quite a bit of progress being made. If you remember, after our last convention, we had a series of conferences and finally got this coordinated program moving, and Bob is the coordinator, and I thought it would be good to have him on the program to bring you a report. Then at this point, I would hope that we could introduce our guest. We should be now around 11 or 11:15 in the morning. And I've advised Joe Patterson, Ross, Jim Buck Ross, and Garvin Johnson to try to be here around 11 o'clock. And I'd like to ask some of you to act as an escort committee that knows those people, make sure we meet them and bring them up to the podium and give them an opportunity to say a few words. Then we want to put Brother Knight on and let him give a report on the past elections, what progress has been made. You know, we've given this information. A lot of them, I'm sure, will be interested in this. CWA's got a program that they are trying to initiate. It's a petition to Congress that talks about riots and the fact that we oppose the riots, and the answer to it is some legislation to give people jobs and stuff like this, and we've agreed Bill Stanley that we would give them an opportunity to circulate that petition. Number one, job, put people to work. Number two, housing, slum housing, and this nation must go, etc., and education, about improving educational institution. Bill's secretary will make this available. Does anybody see any objection to distributing this?
Do you believe that that's, will fulfill the bill?
Well, I don't know if it fulfill the bill. The matter of putting people to work and what have you. Of course, we're in favor of that. Improve housing, improve education. I think we are in favor of those things. Now, whether it's going to stop the riots and stuff like this, I don't know.
I don't have any personal objections, but I think, I'm not speaking for CWA, but I know some of them has voiced their opinions, and I've heard them. I think some of them would be opposed to having it there.
See?
I sure do. I don't have any
Let's hear
objections.
from the CWA board members.
I hadn't talked to the board members here, but I do know that there is a feeling on this among their organization.
What is the situation?
Well, Bill, let me,
Well, I see that I'm gonna act according to what the board says, you see, on
let me
this.
say this, this was instituted by the executive board of CWA about 3 weeks ago, and each state has called a local president's conference, and it was, been given to each local president, the program that the executive board in Washington adopted. So now, we were called to, Jackson, a week ago, this past Wednesday, and it was, sprung on us, of course, for the first time. And, we have gone back home and called a executive board officers and, job security meeting in our local, and this program has been, presented to them, and in turn will be presented to our local next Monday night. But now we had a motion from our executive board and from our officers that, we not recommend this to our membership. This motion was passed, last Monday night in the, executive board meeting of our local. And, however, the program will be presented to the membership with the board, executive board's recommendation that it should not be adopted in our local. Now,
Well, if that's the sentiment within CWA local unions, I think it'd be kind of foolish for us to.
Some of the others feel that.
Yeah.
Let me say one other thing. This will probably go over, in a big way in certain sections of the United States. But in our particular area, in Mississippi and in the South, I don't think that
Well, we haven't had the riots here. We haven't had this same kind of problems they've had. For one thing, our situation is considerably different.
The background of the program is not racial, but our people are interpreting it to be racial in our area.
In that case, if they got their own group all split up, I don't think we ought to mingle in it.
I will look on the church now.
That's the reason I raised the question. Maybe I was out of order, but I'd rather do that.
I don't think it's that
But I think
Point of order.
They do it the same.
Yeah. First reason I'm bringing it up here.
Well, that's
I knew it was something about, huh?
bring it for,
Well, like I said, I'm gonna be governed by what the board decides here in this thing.
I really feel, Tom, that it's while it's too controversial a subject for us to get into on that floor.
Yeah.
Just a deal that could cause problems for us if we present the thing from the board when some some
Well, if they
CWA
having
just
problems
voted it
within
down,
CWA,
it would look like we
over
was
this
trying to
thing.
push it on them, it seems to me.
over this thing, then I think it would really be
Like
bad
we sort of be
taste for
trying to
us
push
to,
it on.
I tell you what, I would get them off the hook, they don't wanna make the motion since they're with the CWA, I move that we don't.
I'll second that.
you heard the motion in second, that because of the explanation put forth here, that we not distribute the CWA petition.
That's
to the
right.
Convention, right?
That's right.
We have any more discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, motion carried and so ordered. So I will advise Mr. C.W.A. Stanley that we felt it would be inappropriate at this time, and I think he probably felt this is what was going to happen. He left town yesterday. No, he had a death in his family. He had a death in his family.
I
Yeah.
saw Bill yesterday afternoon as I came in the hotel.
Yeah.
And he is en route this morning, or has already gone to Claxton, Alabama, Clinton, Alabama, where he lost his
I know his aunt.
aunt.
Yes.
And Bill's family is the closest to this aunt, and it's their
Yeah.
responsibility to make arrangements for the funeral.
Yes, I'm aware of this. I was joking, of course, about the fact that the reason he left town, see. All right, so that's taken care of. Now, let's see. And it's hard to estimate the amount of time here. And we might have to do like we did in Hattiesburg when we get on around the lunch hour to see about how much time we've got left.
You talking about on the convention now?
What's that?
You talking about in connection?
Yeah, the convention now. Now,
I think most people, if we're about finished, would rather meet till we finish.
well, if we're close,
Once it's traveling,
yeah.
If it's
Now,
been
on
an hour.
presenting the two resolutions we've got, let's see. Would you want to hold that off to the last order of business? Get all the speakers out of the way, then present the resolution? We'll have two, one on the legislative program and one on our recommendation of no action in the gubernatorial thing.
Mr. Chairman, it
Yeah.
occurs to me that, this resolution having to do with the, legislative program could be read just prior to Tom's address.
Yeah.
I think
Tend
this
to tie that thing in together.
tie in the report on the elections. I agree with Marvin, I believe this would be.
Have the resolution,
Just prior to Tom's address,
and,
wherever and whenever that may be.
all right.
Seeming
And,
that there would be some connection there that would tie in real
Yeah.
good, I would think.
All right. That would be, we got them numbered, resolution one, I guess, was on the gubernatorial thing, and resolution two, we'll call it, on the legislative program number, that was number two, Carolyn, it's right, two of them.
This one's two legislative?
Yeah, that's two, and the other one is number
You
one.
want me to be submitted to the convention if y'all, somebody's gotta get.
Yeah,
it on.
we'll have to, well, we had over and let Diane cut some stencils this afternoon, on them off what we have in this other
Ties
meeting.
it in.
Yeah, this would be a good place for it, resolution one before Tom, huh?
Resolution number two,
Number two,
or
yeah.
one, whatever it is.
All right,
Doctor
then,
said two.
why don't we ask Brother Taylor to present the resolution? And, dispose of that, then we'll put Tom on with a report, and, behind his report, take up resolution number one on our recommendations, right? Be after him? All right. Number one. Now, who's gonna present this resolution? Who would be best to present this resolution now?
Now, the remarks that you had in mind
Yeah.
to make on the thing Could it
come
logically-
after,
Could it come logically after
it would
resolution
come
number
after the
one?
resolution's been presented, and but before any discussion was called for.
Yeah, on resolution one.
On resolution one, yeah, I got two there. Right. Now, you would, present that resolution also?
think one was-
Who would be-
Was the resolutions committee appointed, was the resolutions committee at the last convention?
No, but I don't think that this poses any problem. These resolutions will be presented in the name of the executive board.
Which one of those, was Brother Taylor?
He wrote both of them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Basically.
talking about which one is he gonna present?
Well, now, that's a
Both
question
of 'em.
before you right now. It's already been agreed that Brother Taylor will present the legislative resolution. The question now is, should Brother Taylor present resolution number one
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
or not?
Sort of spread it around, what about Brother James Jackson on number one?
I don't mind doing it
He's
if
gonna
I'm
be
finished
there,
on the
he's gonna be on
restoration, but I may be out here
restoration.
involved in that.
Yeah. Well, Brother Knight presented the, recommendations at the last convention.
He's a good man.
You could let him present this one also if you want to.
I don't mind doing it, Mark, but you know,
Huh?
this restoration thing. we
You
have
could
to
let
make
Tom
fees
present it if
for
you
one
want
that
to,
didn't come.
just, after he gets through with his report, then, when he sits down, then I'll call on him again to give the
Present the resolution.
recommendation of the state court committee.
Sure.
Because if the committee this afternoon adopts it, it becomes the recommendation of the state court committee.
You can always hear Tom, that's one thing about it, people can't say they can't hear him.
Right.
Okay, I guess that takes care of it.
Let's get out of here.
What time does this thing start?
2 o'clock.
We ain't gonna have time to eat and get back by two when we take care of this food.
What is that? This? Well, we can let Diane touch the stencils on it. Okay. So we can be back here by two. There's a fire up, huh? Huh? Watch, yeah, that's right, I forgot about it. Well, we ought to be back here by two, anyhow, the notices went out, we'd be here. at
We
2.
gonna meet in the same room?
Yeah, same bed,
Think
that's
it's safe to
right.
leave all these things laying around here or not?
Well, now, does anybody else have anything to bring up?
See what we can. Anybody like a copy of the Constitution? I've got one.
If not, the meeting will stand adjourned, and we'll try to see you back here at 2 o'clock, huh?
You think it's safe to leave all this
I
stuff?
think so, yeah.
Yeah, let's leave it.
Be contacted in your area to help with the card file and things of that nature. If you will, please. Then when you leave here this afternoon, there will be 3 or 4 of the young ladies, all good looking. They're all good looking. You can't pick an ugly one out of this bunch. Will be standing back at the door. There'll be a couple possibly at the first door, and then as you go on out, there'll be a couple more. And if you will, hand them the cards. And we'll appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Our Father in heaven, we humbly come before thee this afternoon, asking thy divine guidance in all of our actions. The actions of each individual one of us, may it be pleasing to thy sight. We ask it to be with this group today and with the convention tomorrow. These things we ask in Jesus' name and Holy name.
Well, we want to welcome you back to our reconvened State Court Committee. For a while, it looked like this was going to be a exercise in frustration, but after meeting with our committee last night and our executive board today, I think probably we might come out of it with something constructive after all. I make that statement because we find ourselves in a really frustrating type situation, having recessed our convention with expectations of having a candidate for governor that we could possibly go with. We are in a position where neither candidate seeks our support. So being in that position, then we had to make a decision here as to what possibly we could do. And before we go into the board's recommendation here to you this afternoon, I think that I should take a few minutes and explain to you the situation that we have and how we now find ourselves in this position. Most of you are aware of the fact that back prior to the Democratic primaries, we contacted Rubel Phillips, the candidate, the Republican candidate, and asked him if he wanted to meet with our committee for the purpose of an interview, and he thought it would be better, and so did we, that we wait until after the primaries to meet with him. We therefore invited only the Democratic nominees to meet with us prior to the primaries. And as all of you know, we only had two candidates accept our invitation, Bill Wall and Bill Winter. Congressman Williams acknowledged our questionnaire through his assistant, and the fact that when he got back in Washington it'd be called his attention and so forth, and we never heard from him again. And it was our opinion that because we had invited him to appear to us at the proper time prior to the primaries, that we were not obligated, and it would not be in good taste for us to invite him to appear again, give him another invitation. We therefore proceeded then to invite Rubel Phillips officially to meet with us, advised him when and where we would meet. Now, prior to this, he had indicated a desire not only to meet with our committee, but to even address the convention. See, all of these things have a bearing on I think, on us being back here today. Some strange things began to happen recently when Mr. Phillips sought an audience with me. He wanted a conference, so I went over and met with him and his brother. And talked about things in general, money in particular. He says that money is most difficult to come by, that the two Democratic primaries had practically drained the state and he was having trouble now to find money, and that he was fearful that if he sought and got our open support that he would lose some of his financial supporters. So I just merely pointed out to him that the only way he could possibly win this governor's election was with our support, the support of the Negro people and what have you. He'd have to have at least 100,000 Republican votes plus this combination. And the only way that he could get this support was for us to go through our regular procedure of interviewing candidates, making our recommendation to the convention that the convention would have to act. Well, it became obvious that he was rather dubious of this about this time. He wanted a little time to think it over. So I agreed that he could think it over. He called me back in about a week or 10 days, and I finally heard from him by telephone that they had consulted with their people and that they didn't want our support. If they did get it, that they'd lose their financial backing. The people that's going to put up the money to run the campaign. Well, I again assured Mr. Phillips that there was only one way that we could work for his election, and that was the route that I've already outlined. And as far as I was personally concerned, I didn't want to participate in another election where we were trying to work with one hand tied behind us and we just wouldn't go this route. So he still agreed that he'd meet with our committee, however. So we arranged for the committee to meet here last night at this hotel. Late yesterday afternoon, I received a telephone call from Mr. Phillips's law partner, advising me that Mr. Phillips was out of the state and would not be able to get back in time for our meeting last night. And he again emphasized the fact that Mr. Phillips was not seeking our support. As a matter of fact, did not want us to go on record in support of him. So I became rather irritated about this time and told that gentleman that I didn't think Mr. Phillips had anything to worry about, that I didn't think that this organization would endorse anyone that didn't want that endorsement, and that there was a good possibility that we would just all go fishing on Election Day and let him and Mr. John Bell Williams fight it out, that we might very well sit on the sideline. Well, that's the situation that we have before us here this afternoon. And I thought I ought to give you this background in order that you'd be better acquainted with why the board is going to make a certain recommendation to you here this afternoon. Now, we do have a number of items to take up with you as a State Cope Committee. In addition to the board's recommendation, we have also another resolution that we would like to present to you, seek your support of. It'll be a resolution submitted by the Executive Board to the Convention tomorrow. We'll want to talk to you a little this afternoon about some programs of the future. What, for instance, do the Central Body officers think that we can do to help you and your programs in your various areas? Then we'll want to also review with you the program for tomorrow, and if you've got any suggestions, we want those things before we finalize the program. So with that preliminary statement, I'm going to ask Brother Knight to come forward. Yes, we can pass them out. Yeah, let's pass them out. Just pass them out, let everybody get one.
No, this those right there.
Just those?
Make a correction on it, and I got, there's enough there.
Yeah, you got a correction to make?
Well, it was just one, really, that should be, isn't that deceased, it used to be EASD?
Let's see. And deceased, yeah.
No, it should be
Deceased, yeah.
right here.
Okay. This is the resolution adopted by the board, which will be presented to you, and if it's adopted, then it becomes the recommendations of the State Cope Committee. As soon as all of you get a copy, I'll ask Brother Knight to go up and read it with you.
Submitted by the Mississippi AFL-CIO Executive Board. Whereas winning the nomination in the Democratic primaries and gubernatorial contests has without exception in over 100 years been tantamount to election in the general election. And whereas both Republican and Democratic aspirants to the office of governor are avowed ultra-conservatives vying with each other as to which is the greatest advocate of Goldwaterism, and whereas the election of the so-called Democratic candidate would create a vacancy in the office of 3rd Congressional District that would be filled by a special election, and whereas the complexion of the Mississippi Senate and House of Representatives will be greatly changed due to reapportionment, defeat of some old members, and the decease and retirement of others, and whereas the Lieutenant Governor, whose duties are to preside at sessions of the Senate as well as appoint all of the Senate committees, will, almost without exception, support the duly elected governor's program considered to be a mandate of the people. Therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi AFL-CIO Cope Convention, reassembled, go on record as favoring a continuance of its previously stated position at its convention in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, namely withholding any endorsement of any candidate for governor. And be it further resolved that through our officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO and central bodies located in the 3rd Congressional District, begin a search for a suitable candidate for Congress for said 3rd District. And be it further resolved that in like manner we begin an all-out effort to influence the selection of a Speaker of the Mississippi House of Representatives. And be it finally resolved that after the general election and before the convening of the legislature in January of 1968, Lieutenant Governor Charles Sullivan be conferred with regarding the organization of the Senate and offering any other assistance at our disposal. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution.
I second the motion.
You've heard the motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, I got the question.
All right. Brother Williams?
I wanna know one question. Now, I'm not, particular for each candidate, but aren't you actually stating here that, neither candidate is offering us anything, count on them and support them with, but also, by passing this resolution, aren't you also stating to the people of the state of Mississippi that, I mean, I think we kind of snub by both candidates. In other words, less said, the best said, in my position. If anybody said anything, they say, well, we feel like, you can always leave back the song, man, about all our members have got the right, certainly the brain power to decide who they want to vote upon, and, make up their own mind as far as the government state goes. We just, got to control the legislature.
Well, this is really what we're saying in the resolution.
Yeah, but we saying it's publicly there.
No, we're not. No, and this, of course, this is something we got to decide this afternoon, whether or not you want the press present. We didn't have the convention open in Hattiesburg, and I assumed that this one wouldn't be.
Well, if you don't let it get out to the press, that you're saying it, I mean, then you're not saying it, but,
Well, I think with the situation being what it is, if you adopt this resolution, that this should be the end of it, and that, there'd be no point really in getting a statement out to the press
right.
on this action. Really, that's my own personal opinion of it.
For further discussion, eliminate further discussion, I'll make a motion that the press will not be.
Well, we got this on the floor now, and if we dispose of that, then the motion would be in order of that kind. Now, we in here this morning, it might be well at this point, Billy, for me to review with you how we propose to handle this thing in the convention tomorrow. I had done quite a bit of research and preparation for this convention with the candidates' record and what have you, picking out 4 or 5 issues affecting our state's welfare. It's been voted on while John Bell has been a member of Congress, and it was agreed at that time that when this motion was put on the floor to adopt the resolution, before the question was put, that I should review the record of these 2 candidates and how these issues affect our people, and they thought that this information might be helpful when they went back home as to why we are not supporting either candidate. And if you'd like me to, I'll just briefly touch on what these issues are and what they amount to. Of course, I'll go into detail on this more in the convention, but you need to know this, I think, before you vote on it. One, of course, is federal aid to education. All of you familiar with the problems we have in the state to finance education, and it's something that's going to have to be done in the very near future. John Bell has consistently voted against federal aid to education. The record's clear on this. Last year we received $49 million in federal aid in this state, and we couldn't have very well operated without it. The same token, Rubel Phillips, his Republican Party, especially the right-wing segment of that party, is headed up by Barry Goldwater, likewise opposes this legislation. That's $49 million. You might write these figures down. It's going to run into a pretty good size sum of money before I get through. We'll put this in the record tomorrow, but you might be a little while before we get it run off, and you might like to have this information to take back with you. On the Office of Economic Opportunity, when this act was passed, since it was passed, we've received in excess of $100 million to help finance these programs. These are the various poverty programs around about the state. Another program that was opposed strenuously by John Bell and again by the Goldwater wing of the Republican Party. On the minimum wage increase, the last change in the minimum wage law, which went in effect February the 1st, where the wage went from $1.25 to $1.45 to $1.40, which is a 15-cent increase. According to the best information I could come up with, after conferring with the wage and hour people and the employment security people, in excess of 200,000 people received that immediate increase. Now, their figures indicate that over 300,000 people will be covered by the act. This is the new people being brought in, the farm workers and what have you. But the figure that I'm citing to you now, the 200,000, is the ones that immediately received the 15 cents. So actually the figures I'm going to give you are much higher when you get the whole thing in the picture. 200,000 people at 15 cents an hour gives you $30,000 an hour. $30,000 times 8 gives you $240,000 per day. $240,000 times 40 gives you $9,600,000 per week. $9,600,000 times 52 gives you $499,200,000 a year. Almost $500,000 a year. $499 million a year going into the economy of this state in 1 year's time as a result of the 15-cent increase in the minimum wage law. Now, what does that mean to the economy of this state? See? I think this is good information for you to have. Your fingertips, you see. All right, let's look at the Social Security program. See, all the time John Bell, as a Democrat, the record shows, has consistently voted against and opposed these programs. And I got a lot of quotes in here that he put in the congressional record that we could have used. According to the figures I received, got out of the Social Security office a couple of days ago, we've got 273,516 people on the Social Security rolls. This includes dependents and all of them. But out of that group, 210,000 of them are over 65 years of age. 210,000. Who are eligible for the medical care program recently enacted by the Congress. According to what Mr. Padel there tells me, 83.6% of those people are enrolled in the Medicare program, which amounts to 12.6% of the state's total population. And I got a note down here, in some of our counties, this percentage runs as high as 15 to 16%. In other words, the population of those counties are 15 or 16% of people on the Social Security roll. During the last 4 months, 51,000 people have been admitted to the hospitals under this program. There's been $15 million spent on these hospital bills in the last 4 months. Another $10 million has been paid out in doctor's fees. That's a total of $20.5 million that's come into this state as a result of this program. And without a doubt, a lot of these people have received medical care and doctor's treatment and what have you that they had been needing for a long time as a result of this program. Now, when you add all of these things together, the minimum wage, the people affected by minimum wage, people affected by aid to education, people affected by the Social Security Act, not even thinking about our people in the trade union movement, then you come up with a sizable majority of the people of voting age in this state. And I maintain that this information should have been well publicized in this last campaign, which it was not. We made this material available to the winter people, and it's sitting in the corner somewhere, and nobody said a word about it. Of course, the reason for this, again, is the fact that the people that was financing the winter campaign are also opposed to these programs and would not let the man talk about these kind of issues. Now, when it comes to us in the labor movement, the record again is very clear. As far as John Bell's record is concerned, he's opposed, or at least he's voted for, all of the anti-labor measures since he's been in Congress. He voted against repeal of 14b, the latest issue we've had there. The record is clear as far as labor is concerned that he has consistently voted against the trade union movement. But we don't have to say anything about how he's been voting on legislation affecting us. All we've got to do is to talk about the things affecting these other people outside the labor movement. And I think this is as it should be, that we shouldn't make this a vendetta, we'll say, against him because of his position on the labor movement. Again, as far as Phillips is concerned, he is a promoter of Goldwater, and he's actively now trying to get Ronald Reagan to come into the state. And this is the type of thing we got here. This wing of the party, again, opposed to this type of legislation, as the record speaks for itself. So we thought you ought to have this information, and we'll try to get this into the record tomorrow. And when you do go back home, if anybody raises you any questions, at least you've got something you can hang your hat on that you can point to. That's a deplorable situation. And I think if we do our work properly, as we have already started, at 4 years from now, they'll be coming to us begging for our support. The situation right now, frankly, as I see it, is that the anti-labor money people in this state have formed a conspiracy that no candidate receiving our support will be financed. And it appears to me, as I see this situation, there's a good possibility that the crowd that put up the money to run Bill Warner is also putting up the money now, a part of it, for Rubel Phillips. And if he makes any overtures to us, seeks our support, then that money's going to be cut off. This is exactly what we've got. All right, you got the motion to adopt the resolution. We have any discussion. I just wanted to get this out for you so you'll have some background, some information to thinking behind it.
If Phillips is that type of character, how did we ever get off on the foot that we thought we might want to back him in the first place?
Well, because we supported him 4 years ago. 4 years ago, he was he did a good job in answering our questions. He appealed to us for our support. And if you remember then, Paul Johnson ignored us. This was the reason for it. There wasn't any opposition apparently in the Republican Party for that support. And if you remember, he polled about 38 or 40% of the vote. And in my conversation with him, I pointed to that. You see, I told him, I said, now, Philip Rubel, if you think you win any other way, you're just crazy, you see. You see? But what I'm telling you now is that apparently there's been a change in the thinking as far as the Republican Party is concerned, you see. They think they can win without our support. Well, if they don't want it, I don't think we need to give it to them.
Wasn't he a Goldwater Republican then, so to speak, 4 years ago?
Well, yes, this is true. It's true.
What I'm getting at is what brought about the change. In other words, back then he was a fine fella, and now then
The money.
Money. The money has made the change now.
I think you missed the point. As far as we're concerned, back then he was a fine fella.
Yeah.
And he had the same money then that he has now, and he got that same money now.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we're painting a picture of him now that he's a hypocrite. Now, 4 years ago we painted our members.
Well, let me say this to you. Yeah.
4 years ago we painted a picture of our membership that he was fine fella and we ought to elect him. I'm not saying saying that we ought to go on record to elect him now either. I don't think that we should. In fact, I think that, the recommendation that you're about to make is a fine recommendation. But, to have two faces in this thing, in other words, to paint a picture to, whitewash a man to your, membership at one time, and come back here in color and black the next time, is to say that, the first time, or now one, that we were mistaken.
They were saying we made a mistake 4 years ago.
We don't know what the heck we're doing.
He's the one that made the mistake.
Spending the money, where we're going.
Well, there's a certain amount of truth in what you were saying. There's no question about this, but the difference in it is that 4 years ago the man sought our support and met with us, you see, under the right conditions. Now, what we're saying to you here, frankly, is in this resolution, you see, that they both cut out of the same cloth, and when I made the statement about the Phillips being the Goldwater supporter and what they stood for, it was made because we felt it would be a mistake to attack one candidate without painting the other one with the same tar, so to speak, if we're not going to take a position. This was our thinking here this morning. Am I not correct on this?
That's right.
That if I present these figures, that I should also state that the Goldwater wing of the Republican Party also opposed this legislation. This was the thinking here.
All right, now then.
I agree it might make us look pretty bad 4 years ago.
The next thing is, our membership, doesn't necessarily always look down the same, path that, the committee looks. And, in fact, our membership undoubtedly is, a whole lot more conservative than the committee is. And they believe all this stuff that John Bell's putting out, all this stuff that Goldwater's putting out. I don't know how many, people that, I believe this meeting tomorrow is open to just visitors from the different unions as well as,
Right.
delegates.
Right.
And, to paint, as black a picture to, some of these people that, looks like it might be painted, is liable to make it pretty hard, in the future for the representatives to these, different committees to go back and sell their members on union. I know you're split, union people are split, more than right down the middle, they split 4 ways when it comes to campaigning and, election. And nothing has, brought this out anymore than these recent primaries. And, instead of, trying to drive a wedge further into the, members of organized labor, instead of riding on these people so hard, these two candidates here so hard, it wouldn't be better to just say something similar to what Billy was talking about there a few minutes ago, and, you might present, these figures on this thing here you had on Williams that night, you might present that, but instead of riding so hard, just give them the idea that we didn't, decide to back any of it, not necessarily that they didn't choose for us to back them.
Well, we're open here for suggestions here, and that's what this meeting is for, is to make a decision about what we do tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In your resolution here, looks like that's pretty clear there in that one paragraph there where the convention is going on the record. And this meeting, like it did in the convention in Hattiesburg, that it is not recommending that the state labor council is not going to support them, but it's not saying that they can't support them.
Well, of course, that's true. That's very true.
But you're not putting that in the recommendation for them to go on. That's pretty clear in this, but still it's leaving it open for the people out in the field to vote either one they want to.
Well, they'll do that anyway.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of Rubel Phillips, I'm a charter sustaining member of the Democratic Party of the United States. In good standing. I supported Rubel Phillips every time he ran for the Public Service Commission on the Democratic ticket.
Now, that's the way I feel about it. I'm taking the gold water. There's 3 or 4 prominently mentioned people that I believe are just as dead as Ross Barnett and Paul Johnson. One is Goldwater. Another is ex-Governor George Wallace of Alabama. And Governor Lester Knight of Georgia.
You're pretty close to the Alabama line to be making that statement, you know.
I can't explain how I feel it, but I felt all along the first time he ever made a speech that William Winter was doing the most insipid piece of campaigning that is possible for anybody to make. And my wife, she's a close observer. Well, I went with him all the way down, except for the first primary. I voted for Wallace. But she says, well, that's not a strong man. But they went on with it just the same. That's all I got to say.
We got any other discussion on the resolution? I saw your hand there, didn't I, Smitty? No, this whole thing is, I don't know if I quite understand what Brother Evans was getting at here a while ago now. I give you this information in order that you would understand more the recommendations. Now, if the group here thinks it would be better for me not to present this information, you know, that's all right. It's fine with me. We're going to abide by your decision. But if you want this information, if you want it discussed on the floor, where you'll have something in the record or something, we'll do it. Brother Moss?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have to give these people some reason for making this recommendation.
Well, that was our thinking here this morning.
Because I think that some of our people feel like that we might be going to liberal folks' way. I mean, maybe not your state office, but my state has sort of linked that to us. And we've kind of hinted or whispered this in. And of course, we have got to give them some sort of an explanation. And if we don't, then they're going to get up on the floor and ask you.
Sure. That's right.
Well, this, of course, is the reason for this. This is the reason the board here this morning decided to proceed in this manner. And when the resolution was read and presented, that I would take a few minutes and explain these things to the convention before the resolution was ever voted on.
Chairman, can I say something?
Brother Knight.
Let's back up just a little, look at our ground rules as to do with our political action program. One of the ground rules pertaining to any candidate for any office is that unless that candidate sees fit to respond to our invitation to meet with us, then they're not to be considered. Now, we've got a carbon copy of the letter that President Ramsey wrote Congressman John Bell Williams inviting him to meet with the executive committee here in Jackson, which he did not see fit to even respond to. Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully request that you read this letter, and your remarks are somewhere prior maybe to the presentation of this resolution. And then also, at the same time, explain the various attempts made by you as president of this organization to get Mr. Rubel Phillips to meet with us. And as far as not we are concerned as individuals, but as an organization, this in itself would mean to me that neither one of them is entitled to the least bit of consideration. That's it.
Amen.
Now this is a ground rule, and let this apply to Uncle Bill and Aunt Susie and the janitor, the cook, and all. This is something we can't get away from. This is the ground rule. And neither one of them have seen fit to make one step forward. And I would suggest that this be a part of the introduction to whatever action that we take.
I'd like to see a few union members write John Bell Williams a letter and let him know how we feel about him not even answering. Maybe there was a few people
believe John Bell got some union members' votes. I don't think there's any question about that, but I don't think it was altogether his doing. I think that Bill Winter had a lot of bearing on the reason these people voted for somebody else, because he didn't run the campaign. He didn't offer anybody anything, did he? As far as I'm concerned, he flubbed to death. It wasn't all I doing.
That's pretty much what I was hitting at there a while ago, that so many members that we had that did vote for John Bell with him, even with his voting record that he's got. And you are losing, if you get up here and really castigate this man tomorrow, or either one of them, we got a lot of members that don't vote Republican. So if you get up there and really castigate either or both of these men tomorrow, it's just gonna drive the wedge further into our membership and make them more independent than they're thinking. I'm talking, and speaking of independence and thinking, I mean that, instead of listening to what comes out of these meetings, that they're gonna get out here and decide which way they're gonna vote, as far as even getting up and working against you in future campaigns.
What's your recommendation, Brother Evan?
Tell them that we decided that, we wouldn't, back these people, either one of the people, more or less let it be done at that.
Without an explanation?
As far as showing anybody anything, as far as proving anything to any of these candidates, it's a lag right now. If it's anything, my circulation in the crowd, around the state, the different counties and so forth, there's anything to it. The opinion that I'm drawing from them is anything, it's a lag, it's what Labor's trying to do right now. And to go try to put anything, or pin anything else, more on them that will get in the newspaper, regardless of whether it's released here or not. It's just to drive another, absolutely, just to drive another wedge in the labor movement.
Well, somewhere down the line, we're gonna have to do a better job of educating our membership.
Absolutely.
The opposition is doing a better job in many cases than we are, and we can't expect the membership to act wisely if all the information they're gonna get out of the Hedman press over here in places like that. This is what the problem is, you see.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Man over here.
Well, see, I told Brother Smith he can have it next.
I just want to make a couple of remarks, Claude. First, I'll agree with Tom on our ground rules. But the second thing I think we need to look at on this thing is that we don't have a Republican and Democrat running in this thing. We've got two Republicans.
Right.
One of them just hadn't got the nerve to disaffiliate with one party and go into the other. He supported Goldwater, and now he comes out after he's won this victory, and he wants all the Democrats, unless all those Democrats get together and win this thing this time. And I don't know who he's talking to, if he's talking about he's a Democrat. If all of our Democrats is like that, I think I'm gonna start thinking about switching parties. The gentleman here talked about he's always voted Democrat ticket. I have too. Rubel Phillips is all Republican that I've ever voted for. And since this has come up, frankly, I don't know what I'm gonna do on election day. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm not gonna drive 500 miles to vote like I did the other two times.
Talking about what you're gonna do on election day, I have known elections where the nominees or the candidates were so obnoxious. But to get myself on the record as having voted, I cast a blank ballot.
Maybe that's the answer.
That's what's been breaking the machines down. That's what's been breaking the machines down. They don't know how to vote.
I don't know.
Computer
I
play ballot.
The thing about it is, I still have my self-respect.
You just went in and dropped it in without marking it. You give us all the idea, the way to do it. Drop a blank ballot in the box. This is the way to do it. You got the answer to it, Brother Sam. We'll all go down and put an empty ballot in the box.
We're trying to educate the public and politicians with about 100 people. And we are telling them that we're gonna educate them with that many people. Tell them if we got 60,000, 100,000, however many votes that you could count, we got about 60,000 union members in the state. And plus whatever influence they could carry. And you're trying to educate these politicians and the people of the state of Mississippi with the idea that you've got that many votes, and we haven't got that many votes.
We've done educated a few of them. We'll get into that after a while. Now, it appears
We
that
did
we...
pretty well too over in Lauderdale County, but it got shown to us pretty dadgum quick that without certain groups,
Yeah.
what you could carry.
Right. Let me see if Brother Pounders wanted to pull. Brother Pounders, you...
Speaking there a while ago about the rank and file number at home. You go back to Getty's report, they want to know why, the FML, state FMLC, all couldn't support these people. I think that the figures that you gave us there is the answer, to tell the people back home why we couldn't, support, the people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this was the thinking of the board here this morning, and that's the reason I reviewed it with you, that you got to have something to back it up. This was it.
If we can't go back to our people at home and tell them as to why, that the state FMLCIO couldn't recommend, supporting one of the candidates, we got to have an answer for them as to why. So to me, that's the only answer that we can go back and tell them. Well, he didn't support us when he was in Washington. Are some of your members of your family that's needed laws? Well, all of us. The laws that he voted against up there was against us, and that's why we got to support.
21 years.
21 years.
Mr. Chairman, could this information be passed on to the delegates here tomorrow to the people that this is?
And another thing I'd like to
I'd
say,
have
they don't know
prepared.
about
I
that.
just read that off from some notes I got. I hadn't got it prepared in a written form or anything. Probably be possible to, yeah, if we could do it in the morning, maybe, couldn't we? Could we? Well, I might prepare it this afternoon. If this meeting don't last too long, we might do it this afternoon if you'd like to have it in a written form.
That's what I was saying. I think we'll need it tomorrow.
It'd be a mighty good thing if we could, but it's a whole...
Well, I'll see if we can get it prepared if you decide you want it. Brother Clark?
Don't call me Jack.
Brother Clark wanted
When you get out, and the more you get out in written form, the more trouble you're gonna get into.
More which?
The more stuff you pass out in written form, we found out in Meridian that if you pass it out in written form, it's not too good sometimes.
I was talking about these measures that, he gave up there while ago. I think he could do it with his head.
What's your, Brother Clark, you want the floor?
Well, I think it would be fooling ourselves if we said we could just get up tomorrow before the convention and tell them that we don't support these people, period. So you're gonna have some people there, just like myself, I'd be the first one to jump up and say, what you talking about? You're gonna have to give me some kind of explanation. I think the trend of the whole thing is that Rupert Phillips, last time, he wasn't that bad because he had changed himself during the, from the last election to this election. It wasn't us necessarily doing all the changes,
That's just
but he has changed.
Right.
And, we can't support him under his new ideas and things he's got. So,
This is true, and of course what Tom said is true also, that we got ground rules to go by.
Comment, Mr. Chairman, again, on
Brother, see, he had his hand
I
up there.
believe that during the
Johnson.
last campaign, that Dan Powell was already know as liberal as they come.
Yes.
Said that this was the most liberal Republican he had ever talked to.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a matter of exactly what Clark said, that he had changed his statement.
Right.
That's what he changed. You know,
Well,
when
let's-
he ever left the Democrats and went to Republicans, he got to be talking quite clear down to the bottom.
Well, has he really changed this much, or is it his financial status has changed?
Well, I'm gonna have to try to get a little order here, I guess, and I'll have to ask you to speak in turn. Brother Robbins wanted the floor here.
I think we all overlooking one point here on Mr. Phillips. If you'll look at the overall picture, not from Mississippi, but from Washington on down, you will find Mr. Phillips had orders from the Republican Party. Now, Mr. Wallace enters into this picture also. See, Republicans are trying to carry the state in this next year's election. So Mr. Phillips has had orders to change horses and change his way of thinking.
Had orders to what?
Had orders to change his method here in Mississippi because they hope to carry the state next year and get it away from George Wallace.
In the presidential election.
That's correct.
Yeah. This might well be true. This might have a bearing on it.
This is not the first time I've heard this train of thought.
That might be the reason you don't want labor support.
So I think that's
Brother
what the
Jackson.
change comes about.
Brother Jackson.
I'd like to make just a couple of comments. I think, even if it would be possible, and I'd be the first one to say that it's not possible, to go to the convention tomorrow and get up and say we're just not gonna support these people and sit down. I think about half the convention would get on their feet and they'd demand an explanation, and we'd have to go into these facts whether we chose to or not. But I think, even if this wasn't true, we'd have a bigger problem. See, they'd sit there and said nothing. And then went back home, then how in the world would they explain to the membership? They'd say, what kind of an organization have we got here? 2 or 3 weeks ago, we got a letter that both candidates was going to be invited, would probably speak at the convention. Right. To come to a convention and get up and say we're going to support nobody and explain nothing, we'd look like we didn't have brains enough to come up here. And on this basis, I don't believe any of our members would follow us. If I was one of them back home, I would. And I said, in the first place, it's all changed so rapid. And they went to the meeting and come back, and they don't know nothing. Don't even know why they didn't do it. So what are we doing here? So I believe that this would have a bigger impact on the membership than the actual explanation, and let it fall wherever it will.
Oh, I mean, as far as a matter of information, how does the election for the seat made vacant by the death of Walter Sutton?
Well, that's
Talking about the speakership?
Candidate or what?
What, you talking about the speakership?
No, the candidate was elected to succeed him in the House.
I don't even quite understand that.
Who
Who took his place?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it's still in a special election. I forget the guy's name now, but,
No, that was Speaker. That was
it's been filled by,
How did he come out in this last election?
I believe it was he re-elected?
I'm not sure about it, I think he was.
We haven't
Cut
got
out
the-
the same clone.
We haven't got all of this information out of Secretary of State's office. All we've got, and it just got in yesterday, they hadn't got it all prepared. We've asked them to send it to us. We haven't got the names of all of the newly elected legislators yet, and we really can't answer your question. It hasn't been carried in the press. We've been keeping a clipping on everything that's come up. But this resolution points, to the filling of the speaker's position and things of this kind. Brother Clark?
I ain't gonna go ahead and vote on that, there's nothing on that to go over, we won't have to.
All right, are you ready for the question on the resolution? Who, what? Brother Williams?
Go ahead, I'll wait.
Okay. You ready? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now the board this morning, now is it agreed now that we should explain the thing as we've outlined here?
Yeah.
All right, okay, just want to make sure.
I
Right.
waive my right to talk a while ago, but I would like to say this. The reason
Yeah.
I asked those
This
questions.
is Brother Billy Williams from Gulfport.
I think they all know Harrison County, they will after I get to this.
Yeah.
Anyway, when we went back last time to Harrison County, which is the only thing we were involved in.
Right.
We said, we're not supporting anyone. And everybody looked at us. But we do a lot of crazy things down there, I'll admit. We're going back to changing horses and everything.
Yeah.
But we needed some information to give to these people why we wasn't supporting any candidate. Now, this time you've got gunfire. Because neither one of them answered the question. And I mean,
Yeah.
to me, I'd get up there and insult the whole group tomorrow and tell them that they didn't either one. See, they can either support. Now, all y'all run back out and vote for John Bell to show him
Yeah.
that you'll go his way even though he don't support.
Yeah.
Now, I don't say stay away from the election in November, because we got candidates running against the Buzzards. I'm sure a lot of you have.
Yeah.
But just ignore that ballot up there. I mean, the ballot for governor, you don't have to vote for governor.
All right. All right.
Just leave it off.
Well, what I'd like to see in this convention tomorrow is an expression from some of you people in support of this resolution, and we, I don't think that I should give you an explanation and take the vote. I think some of you people, should get up here and and take this thing on yourself, not just make it a Tom Knight, Claude Ramses type of a situation, because I think the more it's discussed and aired out, the better informed those delegates are going to be when they get back home.
Well, if this passes the candidates that I've long said that I would not support, that's a candidate that says he's honest, and another candidate that tells you how religious he is. So that's the thing that you ought to be irrespective. And if he comes out and says he's honest, say he's on the SAS with me.
All right, let's, Brother Brown.
After the first primary, when I got back to Meridian, I was called in on a meeting, and I told them that we did not endorse any candidate for governor, and the first thing they want to know was why. All right, if you pull the same thing tomorrow, at this convention, and go back there and they say, what'd you do that for? We don't know. Certainly entitled to an explanation.
All right, we're gonna pass around now the second recommendation of the executive board. All right. Good.
German said experience makes wise, we learned something. That's the whole thing about it.
Ask Brother Taylor to come up here and read this one. He's going to present it tomorrow. I'm going to get practice on it here, Margaret. He's wrote it. We're going to let him present it.
Show how you appreciate his effort.
Right. Resolution number 2, submitted by the Mississippi AFL-CIO Executive Board. Whereas the 18-point program entitled Program of Progress, adopted by the Mississippi AFL-CIO some years ago, has become somewhat outmoded, some of the objectives having been attained by actions of the state legislature, the National Congress, and the courts, such as reapportionment of the legislature, provision of loans to college students, raising teachers' salaries, increased old age assistance, the elimination of poll tax as a requirement of voting, equal pay for women, and so forth. And whereas, in the absence of a current, revised, and positive program, we find ourselves reacting to other organizations' programs rather than acting on our own plan, design, program. Therefore, be it resolved that the following named objectives will constitute the legislative program of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. 1. Establish the State Department of Labor. 2. Amend law to provide for annual sessions of the legislature. 3. Amend the election laws to provide A. Improved system of counting ballots. B. Expand absentee voting law. C. Revise residency voter requirements. D. Hold elections on Saturday. And number 4, amend and upgrade workmen's compensation law. 5, amend and upgrade unemployment compensation law. 6, secure passage of compulsory school attendance law. 7, secure the necessary enabling legislative acts to separate the office of sheriff and tax collector, allowing the sheriff to succeed himself in office. 8, uniform reevaluation and assessment of property. Be it further resolved that this legislative program be made available to the governor, the lieutenant governor,
all members of the Senate and House of Representatives, and to all officers of local unions and central bodies, and be it finally resolved that all officers of local unions and central bodies and any other interested persons be urgently requested to arrange conferences with their respective legislators and get their approval on this program. Move the adoption of the resolution.
You've heard the motion to adopt the resolution. Do you have any discussion? Evan?
What is the reasoning behind the election on Saturday?
To make it more convenient and easier whereby more people will vote.
Wouldn't that probably have more people out of the state on Saturday, or out of their voting districts on Saturday?
Well, according to the best information we can get, and I believe the state of Louisiana votes on Saturdays, do they not? Texas on Saturday. Of course, this is a part of the program of progress. This is not anything new. This has been one of the objectives outlined there. But according to the best information we can get, more people participate in those states that have the election on Saturday. And see, a lot of people are out of town, away from home, come in over the weekend, and are therefore there to vote, whereas they wouldn't come back if, say, people on construction jobs and stuff like that might be coming back in on Saturday.
And they don't work so much on Saturday, they have more time to vote.
See, our banks are almost uniformly closing on Saturday now. You've got,
Yeah.
you know, people are not in, you know, not maybe right around in town, maybe they ain't got no business there, maybe they would put their mind on that, and too, with the elections in the latter part of the year, then most of your vacations are over with.
Well, there was a thinking here, Brother Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to the gentleman's question here in regard to Saturday voting, even before the concentrated effort on registration and voting, the state of Louisiana, I think about 10 years ago, or somewhere in that vicinity, changed their voting day to Saturday. And immediately, the amount of people that were voting in the state of Louisiana in just everyday elections increased about 25%.
I didn't know it was that much, but
Yeah,
this is good
25%.
information to have. Yeah. Of course, what we're trying to do is to make it easier to vote where we get the larger turnout. The theory is that the more people we get out, the better chances we've got, Brother Taylor.
I wanted to make one comment in regard to B under 3.
Absentee voting?
Absentee voting.
Yes.
It may be that if we can't get Saturday, we could suspend the
Absentee voting
law, one or the other, or both.
Yes.
Building trades people seemingly are discriminated against when you take in consideration that there are two classes of people that are eligible under the absentee voting provision.
Right.
Namely, veterans and people that are employed in interstate common carriers.
Right.
Well, I submit that building trades people finding themselves employed in some cases halfway across the United States is not receiving equal protection under the law.
Right.
And there would certainly, in my opinion, be grounds for court action, if nothing else, and I'm just waiting around to see if at some time in the future that is not the route that will be pursued, if this thing is not remedied.
Well, this thing applies to a lot of people. Another group, and we're going to have to make this on a broad base appeal to make these changes. Another group of people that's discriminated against here are college students, people going away to school of voting age, and they're very much interested in this. It means that they have to, in order to vote, drive 200-300 miles, sometimes further than that, just to come back and vote, you see. It applies to salesman that's out on the road, away from home, and he knows in advance that he's going to be away from home, he can't vote. So it really hits at a lot of people. It's not just
About union representatives.
not a matter of hitting us. And of course, I think as far as our people are concerned, it hits the building tradesmen more than anybody else. Yes. We have any further discussion?
Lord, I might say it's
Yes.
some 20 candidates, 25 here in Jackson, in this campaign. The question was asked, and I'd say a good 90% of them were in part changes to static. For the simple reason that a lot of salespeople, that's what they were doing.
Right.
We got a good response on that particular question.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of this one particular item here on absentee, go along with your brother over there on being away from home. I witnessed about 12 different members of our local went to get absentee ballots, and they asked them their classification. They told them, they said, the only way you can get absentee ballot and vote is be a truck driver in college.
And don't think the college kids don't qualify.
That's what
No, it's, you gotta be, as Marvin said, in interstate commerce, and let's see, what's the other?
Interstate
In the service. In service, yeah.
That's actually these boys got it.
The college students are not, they can't vote. Now, they might be letting them have them, but according to the law, they don't qualify.
And there were several boys out of our local that didn't get to vote on that. They would let their wives vote because they didn't.
We're going to have some discussion on your local situations when the meetings, before we leave here. We want to find out just, what we got in your individual areas. I'm sure that this, you had quite a bit of discussion about this item and some others when you interviewed the candidates, just like Brother Johnson said. But we'd like to delay that for a little bit. So do we have any more discussion on adoption of this resolution?
Let's vote.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, this will pretty well not take care of the business of the convention tomorrow. And I think that this resolution is very appropriate and comes at a real opportune time. Because of the election of a new legislature and the fact that they'll be reconvening in January. Now, what we'd like for you folks to do after this is adopted by the convention is to take it upon yourselves to discuss these items with the members of your legislative delegation, see how many of them you can get committed before they come down here in January. And if at all possible, it's not asking too much, we'd like for you to drop us a letter. At least give us some kind of an answer of what position these people have in order that we can start counting some noses. This, in other words, we're asking you to help us do a little lobbying here in advance. It'll be very important to me as chairman of the legislative department here to know how many votes we can expect on some of these things. Now, we have made some real improvements in the legislature, and I'm convinced that we've got a good chance now, as far as the Senate's concerned, of making some real progress. I don't know exactly where we are as far as the House is concerned yet, but this will help me find out. If you can find out how many votes that you can produce, then we can start doing a little planning on our legislative program. We have good reasons to believe that we can make some significant progress, especially in the field of workmen's compensation. Just during the lunch hour, I had a little conference with Jack Travis, who incidentally was elected district attorney here this time, who heads up the Claimants Attorneys Association. And they were working with us in the election pretty close, And he and I figured that between what Labor did and what his group was able to do, that we've got a good, comfortable majority of votes in the Senate. And again, the House is a question mark. We still have a number of seats to be filled yet in the general election. So any information you can give us on this would certainly be helpful.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
On this, I noticed where that he was going to mail
just adopted.
Copy.
Yeah.
Would there be a certain time as to when these would be mailed and people back home be notified to that effect?
We
Or
could
should
do that.
Or should we carry them back to them and pass them out to them, and go back at another date and discuss it with them?
Well, and there's a number of ways to do it. I think probably if we send it out, which we will send it out as it's required here, that probably the only way I see we can possibly do is wait till the general election is over with until we know exactly who's going to be in the House. Now, of course, we can mail them to the ones that are elected where there's no opposition, but I don't think we should mail them to candidates up for, in the general
I mail
election.
them all same time.
And so this would mean it would be middle part of November probably before we got this mailing out. So what is November the 7th?
Yeah.
It'd take a few days to find out who was elected, so the earliest we could do it would be around the middle of November.
Then each board member.
We could send you a letter advising you that when it had gone out, and probably maybe even write you before we mail it out and advise you when we plan to mail it out. We could do that. But there wouldn't be anything at all wrong with you taking this resolution back with you and meeting with those people that are elected. It certainly, wouldn't be nothing wrong with that. You consulting with them in advance, you see. At your convenience, you might want to do this. Now, we got a couple other things we want to take up with the group, and we'll try to recess in order to have a little free time. I think we've got a couple of committees that want to meet this afternoon. Did you want to meet your committee? Were you going to try to meet this afternoon?
Which one are you talking about?
Well, the retirement committee. I thought
we already
if you had a little time, it might be a good time for you folks to get together. Now tomorrow we're going to have three state elected officials up here, and we would like to have an escort committee to wait around outside to meet them. We don't want too big a committee. We want them to meet them and entertain them. We'll get ready for them to come in. That's Joe Patterson, the Attorney General, Garvin Johnson, the State Superintendent of Education, and Jim Buck Ross, the Commissioner of Agriculture. These are three state officials that was elected with our support. We invited the three highway commissioners to come over, but two of them had prior commitments, and only one of them will probably show you tomorrow, and that's Sam Wagner. Now the other two have insisted that we let you know that they're very appreciative of our support, and they really give us credit for swinging this election their way this time, and they've asked to be invited to future conventions. That's Mr. Jumper and Mr. Powell. Now let's see if we can get some volunteers for this escort committee. We want somebody that knows them. That's what we want. Yeah. All right, you, Brother Clark will serve. He knows Sam Wagner, and he would be a good man on the committee. Brother Knight can hang around outside with you. He knows Joe Patterson and Garvin Johnson. Knows both of them. We will let him be with you. Who else wants to be on there? We don't need too many. How about one of you ladies? All right, Miss Pickett. Miss Pickett. Right, Miss Pickett. Now, who else we got here out of the Central Highway District? We ought to get another one out of the Central Highway District. Beth Harbour would be a good one. I'll give us two ladies. Beth? Beth, you serve on? All right. Let's see. That's Earlene Pickett. How about you, George? Wait a minute. You'll be presiding, though. We can't. You'll be up front. What else we got out of the Central District here? We ain't got anybody but Meridian and Jackson here, have we? Greenville. Yeah, Brother Moss ceremony. All right, let me make a note of that. Let's see, we got L.D. Clark.
Was this just on Sam Wagner?
No, this is on all of them, but I'm trying to get somebody from the district that'll know the commissioner, where they can serve the same purpose. They'll bring them all in at the same time anyhow, see? Clark, Beth Harmon.
Early Pickett.
Erlene Pickett. Are you on the restoration?
Yes,
Who?
he is.
Who?
He's on
Who?
restoration committee. Yeah,
Who?
he's on, also on restoration.
Well, any of you got on the
Don't take my restoration committee away, for God's sake.
He's a good one.
That's right, we don't want to ruin our restoration committee. We better get somebody here that's,
Earlene's not, Clark's not.
Who else we get on that thing?
Well,
We
Miss
better
Randy,
get.
what time will this have to be?
This will be around 11 o'clock.
Why don't you pick something, we've got some people that are coming in.
Huh? We're gonna try to kick it off at 10 o'clock sharp in the morning. You start resting at 9, huh?
Hattiesburg coming tomorrow, so we got CWA and ACWA that I know of.
Yeah. Well, this is, just so we got somebody that knows them, meet them, keep them occupied till we get ready for them, to have a conversation with. This is really what we're trying to do, you see. How about Billy Williams over here? What are you on? Starting on. Well, hey, that's a good job for you. You could shut up there, escort a man.
Why not Brother Taylor? Well, no, he's gonna be presenting the
Marvin's
resolution.
gonna be, he's got a job already.
Gotta read the rules.
How about you, E.V.? Have we got an assignment for you yet? Huh?
BC had got.
All right, B.C. Smith.
Well, Edwards, put Edwards on, he ain't doing nothing.
Well, let's see, let me see if I got them all. L.D. Clark, Beth Harbor, Erlene Pickett, Billy Williams, B.C. Smith. That's 5. And tonight, you'll be with them, right? You try to be with them. And the thing, here's what we'll do. I'll try to go over this program with you. And I think that's enough. 5 people ought to be enough, honey.
Yeah, just to meet 3, I would think.
Now let me run over with you hurriedly. Yeah, the program as we will try to go by tomorrow. And if this program doesn't fit your thinking, it's subject to change. Keeping in mind that this is a reconvened convention. We don't have to go through all of the rituals we ordinarily do. The delegates, most of them will be same delegates as the year before. But we will make provisions for the Credentials Committee to report on those new delegates to be seated. Brother Johnson will open it up. We have a minister here to give the invocation. Honorable Clark Horton will welcome us. And about 10:30 he'll turn the gavel over to me. This time we'll review the committee assignments, refresh people's memory who's on the committees. And as soon as possible, Brother Jackson, we'll get your report on the new delegates to be seated, get those delegates seated. Then we'll ask Brother Taylor to reread the rules where you'll know what the rules say. And after this is out of the way, I'm going to ask Brother Bob Starnes to give you a report, the convention report on the organizing program that we have going on now. Some significant progress is being made, and we thought that the convention would like to know about this progress and know about the activity that's going on in the organizing field. Now, at this point, after he gets through, we hope that our guests will have arrived and that the committee will be ready to bring them up and introduce them. We just asked them to come by and visit and told them we'd give them, and I'd like to give them an opportunity, if they'd like to have it, to have a few words to say and express their appreciation for the support of the group. There should be 4 of them, and all told, and this shouldn't take over 20 or 25 minutes.
Patterson Johnson, what was the other thing?
Huh? Garvin Johnson, State Superintendent of Education, and Jim Buck Ross, Commissioner of Agriculture. And Sam Wagner, the Central District Highway Commissioner. Now after this, if we're lucky, we ought to be around 11:45. We're going to ask Brother Knight then to give you a report, the convention report on the election. We think that the delegates would like for him to review with them what's happened around about the state. I'm sure all of you would like to know what's happened in the state and what progress has been made in the election of the legislation, things of this kind. He'll try to sum it up for you. And by this time, it ought to be right around 12 o'clock. We thought we'd recess for lunch, come back at 1:15. And then at that point, we would get the executive board that it is now the State Coke Committee's recommendation on the legislative program, resolution number 2 that you adopted. This will be presented by Brother Taylor on behalf of the committee. After this is taken care of, we would then call on Brother Knight to give the State Coke Committee report on resolution number 1. That's the one pertaining to the recommendation that we not support a candidate for gubernatorial race. Now this will then complete the actual business of the convention. We'll want to make a few announcements. Brother Knight would like to have a few words to say to the delegates about the fair project. We've got to get as much interest developed here as possible. This is next month. And if this is to be the success it was last year, it really depends on the participation of the local unions. Now, the fair is going to be longer this time. I believe it's a total of 8 days, is it not? And we've got to have some manpower and womanpower throughout those 8 days to man that booth down there and keep someone down there. And he'll want to take up some time here. This should complete the business of the convention, of the whole convention. Now, after we have adjourned, we'd like to caucus. We think we ought to caucus with those delegates from the 3rd Congressional District. Now, the resolution you've adopted is already mentioned, taking a look and finding out what the prospects are, and we think that at this point, it'd be an appropriate time now to call the delegates together and find out what they want to do, and probably begin to put together an organization in the 3rd Congressional District. This is pretty well the program as we see it. If we've got anybody here that'd like to make any changes in it, we'd be happy to accommodate them.
What time you figure on trying to get through?
Well, this you see is something that, huh? This is something that's hard to tell, you see, about how much time it takes on these debates and these discussions. Now, the convention itself, we're coming back at 1:15. We've got the 2 resolutions. It all depends on the amount of discussion from the floor, and I think we need some discussion from the floor. I would say about, let's see, 1:15.
2:30?
3 o'clock probably, 2:30 or 3 o'clock. Then, of course, we want the caucus. We want to meet with the delegates from the 3rd District. Well, does this program sound all right to you? Is this pretty well all right with you? Okay. All right. Now, what I think we ought to take a few minutes now. Would you like to take a coffee break or just go on through and try to finish up? Huh? Okay. Would you like to talk to them, about the program? Find out what they think.
I won't be here, but I'll be coming in the morning. Earl's staying overnight. She'll be here. Well, she's staying overnight. He'll be.
Brother Knight's going to take the floor for a few minutes. He wants to especially direct his remarks to the central body officers, right? I know, as you do, I'm sure
nobody realizes any more than you central body officers some of the problems that we have connected with trying to keep those organizations alive at the very best, not to even mention making some progress. Of course, this problem varies from one area of the state to the other. And certainly I realize that we didn't do everything we should have earlier this year before we got into this political campaign. Claude and I have discussed this at some length in recent weeks. We'd like to have your idea now about the possibility of some of a few things that need to be done next year, beginning right after the convention. Now, the convention, for the benefit of those of you that wasn't here in the board meeting, will be March the 25th, 6th, and 7th next year, here in Jackson. Immediately thereafter, we feel that there should be some type program initiated at the central body level for a number of reasons. Included, naturally, is another effort, as one in a series of many, an attempt to get affiliation and participation at the central body level. And of course we can't, as you know, we can't go into an area without plugging for affiliation with the state council. Another one is to try to improve on our political education program at the central body level. And another thing, I think, is something that we hadn't done as such. And the idea, or the reason I'm mentioning this, comes as a result of a meeting we had here with the Jackson Central Body, with an official out of the AFL-CIO Community Services Office. This is something that we have fallen far short at the local central body level, and that's community services. Now, I know in certain areas, I know the central body here participates in United Givers Fund. I know the Meridian Council participates in what they call the Glow Fund, which is all the same thing. And other central bodies participate in these other community activities, which are all about the same. They got a different name in different areas. And there's many, many more activities at the local level in which the labor movement should participate in order to build up a better image of our group. And of course, the local unions doing this through the central body is a proper way it should be done. There's a number of other things that needs to be talked about at the local central body level. And another one of most importance next year. We've been talking about Republicans or so-called Republicans as opposed to so-called Democrats here, or all of them being Republicans and what have you. We're in a sad state of affairs in this state insofar as a true Democratic Party is concerned. And if we come up with the so-called Democratic candidate, and we are most assuredly going to do this, John Bell Williams is governor of this state, then I would say that we are further from a bona fide Democratic Party in this state than probably we've been since Fielding Wright and Strom Thurmond taking their stroll down the breezy streets of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania over 20 years ago and left the Democratic Party. Now, you and I know that there's never been a fight won by running from that fight. And the attitude of the so-called leaders in this state have been, well, to just be perfectly blunt with it, to hell with the Democratic Party and the other 49 states. If they want us, let us come down to Jackson and get us, or let them run us down some blind alley where we've walked out of the Democratic Convention. And then they get off and attack everything and everybody that has any part in the convention, the platform, the candidates, and everything else. Well, this is not going to get the job done. We know ourselves as members of the trade union movement where the legislation comes from that enabled us, as a matter of fact, to be recognized as part of this society. It was nowhere else but from the administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Now, we have got to do something about this. And the only place where we can begin to do this job is at the precinct, the voting precinct, at the grassroots level. Now, we've got some allies in this state for the first time, and I think you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about 190,000 registered Negro people right now. And I can prove to you tomorrow in the convention that there is a coalition, and it has worked, and it has made a difference in the complexion of the legislature that will meet next January. We're going to have to align ourselves with the people who believe in the principles of the National Democratic Party, and I'm not talking about John Bell Williams' party. I'm not talking about George Wallace's party, not even Lyndon Johnson's party. The Democratic Party. It don't belong to Lyndon Johnson or no other single individual. It belongs to the Democrats of the United States of America. And I'm tired, for one, of seeing the Mississippi people turn tail and run and not stay in there and be a part of this party. Look at the Goldwater crowd. Let's look at the Republicans for just a minute. Why did Goldwater win the Republican nomination over all of the other contenders at the 1964 convention? Because the Goldwater Democrats organized their group from the precinct level all the way to the Cow Palace in San Francisco, California. There wasn't no earthly chance for any other Republican candidate to win the nomination because the delegates that were there were Goldwater's hand-picked delegates. Now, how many of you in this room was a delegate to their precinct convention or your county convention in your area 4 years ago? How many of you? 2, 3. All right. It just so happened that there wasn't but 4 people at my precinct here in Hinds County. And if it had been any more, I wouldn't have made it. But I was elected a delegate to the county convention here. I just wish that you could have heard what was said and seen what was done at the Hinds County so-called Democratic Convention. I wish you'd have been there. There was one Negro delegate there. And they even had him so confused until he voted for a outright member of the John Burke Society to be a member of the County Democratic Executive Committee. And when that Negro done that, I got up and left. I said, I'm in the wrong place. Now, I could have got on the floor and made a complete fool out of myself up here at the courthouse before. It wouldn't have done no good. That shows you how it was stacked, you see. Now, my friends, what I'm saying is this, and there's a lot of us that don't know a lot about the technicalities of a precinct convention, the county convention, congressional district, and state convention. But I said all that to say this, and we have got to make up our mind next summer. And you see, these precinct conventions are planned purposely at a time of day when working people can't be there, you see. Now, we do have people in the labor movement that work on shifts. But I want to say to the people whose membership work all in the daytime that I would like to see us make an all-out effort to try to have at least one union member, get them off some way or other, at every precinct during this convention. They meet at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's on a weekday. And they're very careful about giving it too much publicity. You'll see it in just a little column about the size of cigarette paper on the back page over inside of the local paper. I would like to see an all-out effort made for the first time to have labor representation at these precincts in coalition with some other people from the precinct that believe like we do. Now, if we do this, you'll see that in places like Hinds County here and some of these other counties where the Bidwell Adams crowd have walked off with the convention, they won't be able to do it the next time. And I say, if we do the job that we're supposed to do from that precinct level till the time the state convention meets at the Coliseum down here, that we will send a delegation to the Democratic National Committee that will be seated without question. Now, we only have one other choice if we don't do this. And that's this: to get together and select a rump delegation and go to the convention and contest the seating of the John Bell Williams Bidwell Adams crowd and see if we can't present the right credentials and be seated and become a part of the Democratic Party. I don't think really if John Bell Williams becomes governor, it could be that we might not have much trouble with a rump delegation because we might be the only ones out. I think him and his crowd will be off over him in a Jimson weed patch with George Wallace somewhere. But you see, this is one of the, I didn't intend to get into this really, but this is the thing that we need to talk about in the central body areas next spring, real early. This is just one of the things. And we intend, if you feel that we need to make this effort, not only on the precinct thing, but on a number of other subjects, we intend to have the material, the figures, the technicality, the details of the technicality. In other words, the information that the people need to really participate effectively in things of this kind, we intend to have it with us. But we do feel that there needs to be a definite program at the central body level, and we are willing and we are ready to try to come up with that program that you feel would be the most effective in the area. Now, getting the people out, that's something else. I know this is not going to be easy, but we'd like to have some comment on this. We don't want to stay here too long. But as you see, there's a number of reasons why we need to do this and do it just as early as we possibly can to try to inject some fire and some vim and vitality, or whatever you want to call it, into the local labor movement. Because we've got to continue. We've got a registration effort going on here in this state that is proved to be effective. And I say to you that 4 years from now, since we just got off of this gubernatorial thing, that the man that occupies the big office with the gold over the door on the 3rd floor of the Capitol will have to come by you and I before he gets there. 4 years from now. There's one other thing I want to say before I sit down and turn it back over to the chair. And then he can entertain any comment or suggestions you might have on this area workshop. On November the 12th through November 17th, at the Buena Vista Hotel in Biloxi, the Southern Labor School Advanced Institute will be held. Now, we stuck our neck out last fall in Miami Beach and invited this school to come to Mississippi. This includes the state council and local central body officers from 12 southeastern states. And they usually have a real good representative group and a well-planned agenda with well-informed and capable instructors on a number of things that are of vital importance to you and I as leaders in the labor movement. Now, this school is just what it's an advanced institute, and it's restricted to officers of central bodies and state councils. Now, I would hate to know that we have invited these people, an international union representative. I'd hate to know that we're going to host this group. We've invited them to come to Biloxi, and that we'd wind up with just 2 or 3 people down there.
What is the date?
The date is Sunday, begins with the night meal on Sunday, November 12th, and ends with the noon meal the following Friday, November 17th. And the fare, including the meals, room, and everything, if you want to sleep by yourself, is $86.23. This is in the hotel now, not the motel. That's right. Everything except the tip you give the bellhop as you go in, and the one you give them as you come out. The other tips for the waitresses is included. $86.23 if you want to sleep by yourself. If you want to sleep with somebody, $78.40. I knew V.C. Smith would have something to say about it. In all sincerity, now I realize that the central bodies have a limited funds in their treasury. But sure enough, we will look real bad if we don't have a good representation. Now, the people, for instance, in Harrison County and Jackson County central body areas, where they live fairly close to home, we can work out a special arrangement. If they want to eat with a group, say for lunch, one meal a day, we'll work out a special arrangement whereby they will pay for their meal, whatever meals they eat. You'll recall we did this before. Even the people as far away as Hattiesburg, if they wanted to travel down there night and morning. I don't know whether they want to do this or not. This involves gas or an automobile. But I do want you to go back and to talk about this with your local central bodies. You will get an official call on this thing right away. But we do want a good representative group from Mississippi down there. I felt real bad last month, August 13th through 18th in Mobile. The Basic Institute of the Southern Labor School, which includes Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia, was held at the Battle House Hotel in Mobile. And they had over 140 students in this school, and including Claude and I was there one day and one night. Claude was there one day and one night. There was 5 people from Mississippi. 3 regular delegates from Mississippi attended that school. 140 students at this school, and we had 3 there from Mississippi. So by all means, friends, this being in Mississippi, and as I said, particularly for reps and central body officers, the leaders in other words, please make every effort possible to be down there, because this is as good a rate for the same facilities in Miami Beach, Florida. It was $100. $100. And I don't have to tell you the food, huh? That comes on ahead of my own business, brother. But I was by myself. John Brown. And I don't have to tell you the food wasn't no good. But it was a good school, and we do want to show these people from these other states that we are interested. So I'm going to depend on y'all, and I know you'll do the best you can. Mr. Chairman, I've said enough. And you can entertain any suggestions you might have on this other thing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to give the central body people a chance now to express themselves as to whether or not they would be interested in some kind of program.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to expound a little bit on what Brother Knight was saying about the precinct level convention and the county convention. I attended precinct convention and also our county convention a couple of years ago. And what Brother Knight said about the operation of the county convention, I can endorse that as being so, because in our county convention the thing was so rigged that they had everybody that had a motion to make. You're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3, and on down the line. And one fellow jumped up and started to make a motion, and the chairman, before he even said what his motion was, or even gave the subject of his motion, the chairman called him out of order. It ain't your time yet.
That happened right up here.
So another experience that I've had that Brother Knight was talking about is this rump convention, this rump delegation to the Democratic Convention is this, that I had the occasion in 1952 of being a member of a rump delegation to Chicago, and we sat in that convention as a rump delegation, sat in the balcony, and we appeared on national television.
I saw you.
And J.P. Coleman was the only one that went before the Credentials Committee and begged and pleaded that the regular delegation be seated. And he said, we want to say that we're putting ourselves in the position of the prodigal son, that we left the party in 48 in Philadelphia, but we want to come back home now. We were recognized as a rump delegation and given special seating in the balcony. And when the loyalty pledge was introduced on the convention floor, that pledge said in essence that I, as a delegate to this convention, will go back home and recommend to the people of the state of Mississippi the election of the nominee of this convention. The minute that was introduced on the floor, Governor Hugh White, who was head of the delegation, called for a caucus of the Mississippi delegation. And we had a little influence around the place, and we knew what room they were going to meet in. And it happened to be a room right adjoining the United Press teletype room, and there were some big cardboard boxes in that room. We rushed down there right quick as soon as that delegation started out of the convention hall, and we had a little girl that took shorthand, weighed about 80 pounds, worked for the Detroit Times, and we got two of those big boxes, cut some holes in it right quick, shoved her in there and telescoped two of those boxes together and slid them under the table in the room where Hugh White and his delegation was going to meet. And Fielding Wright got up in that and said, hell, I think we ought to walk out. Just like we did in Philadelphia. And Hugh White, it's on the record of that girl's transcript from notes that she was taking under the table. Hugh White says, hell, we can't walk out. Them SPs up there in the balcony is going to take our seats just as soon as we do. So, what Tom said in regard to that committee being over in the cow pasture with George Wallace's group, I think they would be right in the convention. If they wasn't there, we'd have their seats.
Well,
and our purpose of being in that convention in Chicago was to see that the people of the state of Mississippi had an opportunity to vote for the Democratic nominee, that whoever he might be. And we didn't have that opportunity in 48. And I think it's high time that we get organized in that respect, ready for next year's convention.
Well, the party machinery.
You
Go ahead.
recognize somebody else?
Oh, go ahead. But
I was
now,
a member of that 52 delegation.
let me advise you something now. It's almost 4 o'clock. And we can expound on this subject quite at length. What we really want to find out is here now, do you want us to try to develop and help you develop a program that the part of it will be a program to try to educate people about precinct elections. You know, this is really what we want to do, but if we're not careful, we're going to get bogged down here the rest of the afternoon.
All I want to do is to add a word to what your brother over there said about what Governor White said about that committee upstairs that took place.
Yes.
We told him, if you even leave your seat to go to the toilet, we're going to take your place. And we kept them in the seat. They came back home and they sat on their hands. The lady from DeKalb was chairman of the committee. They sat on their hands, and I wrote to her and sent a copy to J.P. Coleman and Governor White and told them to notify the National Committee that what they were doing, they weren't supporting, they weren't living up to the law to, and tell them and demand recognition of the loyal party. Well, Hugh White, he acknowledged receipt of the letter, and so did J.P. Coleman, but they got busy, and the state went for Adlai Stevenson.
Well, now listen, Brother Robbins is sitting here. We know how this is done. Jackson County is probably one of the few counties in the state that's got a loyal Democratic Executive Committee, and the Executive Committee loyal to the National Party. I think all of you probably know this, and it didn't come by any accident. It came about because we got a group of people together down there and did what Tom is talking about, is school them in how to go into the precinct elections and get the right people elected to the county convention. This is what we're talking about now. This is to prevent what you went through with back in '52. Now there's another thing that's more important here than a lot of people realize, and that's the fact that your county Democratic Executive Committee controls your election machinery. They're the people that appoint the people that conduct the elections, and this thing is much more important than just that national convention. I want you to remember this. Now, we have been working with the young Democrats here in the States. We had a fight, you remember, with the FDP element trying to get the charter for the right group, but we won that fight, and they are chartered. And we hope that it will be possible to work through them in developing the Democratic Party. And we hope to convince them that the number one project that they can do in this state is this precinct election business, you see. Now, if you agree that you want some kind of a program and there's part of it in your areas, what I think we could probably do, Tom, is to get the YDs to come in. We'll develop the material working with them in these various areas and try to tie this whole thing in together. But the first thing we want to know is whether or not the central bodies want us to put forth the effort and whether or not they want this type program. Brother Ed.
Would working through these precinct meetings, county meetings, would that stop us from supporting
No.
a candidate in another?
No, sir. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. It have no bearing on it whatsoever.
You went into one, for instance, this time, as a Democrat, into a Democratic convention meeting.
Yeah.
And then 4 years from now, you want to go back into another one and say in that meantime that you had supported the Republicans. More than likely, you wouldn't be back in that meeting.
Well, the labor movement is a nonpartisan outfit. And what we frankly are trying to do here is to reestablish a bona fide Democratic Party. We really don't have a bona fide Democratic Party in Mississippi. This Republican crowd we got, some of them call them Dixiecrats, but I call them Republicrats. They're cross between a Democrat and a Republican. That's what we have. So, I mean, when they talk about Mississippi Democratic Party, that's to the birds. We really don't have a Democratic Party in the state. See? But this would have no bearing whatsoever on what you do as a labor official, you see. It would have no bearing on it whatsoever. Now, the election laws in the state have been changed. You might have noticed in the paper recently where anyone running as an independent that voted in the Democratic primaries can be challenged, you see, and this is in the process of being done. This might have prompted that question, but as far as you as an individual participating in these party affairs or supporting a particular candidate would have no bearing on it whatsoever. Brother Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not an officer of the Columbus Central Labor Party, but I was approached just last week by Dr. McCrone, who is taking Dr. Evans' place teaching political science over at the MSCW. And he's very much interested in this young Democrat movement. He's anxious to get a club started in Lowndes County. They have an active club, as some of you know, at the Women's College and also at Mississippi State University.
Right.
So I suggested that Dr. McCrone attend our next central body meeting, which is on the second Tuesday night in October. And we will be arranging a special occasion to go into some of these things that Tom has been talking about. By the way, I'd like to have Tom at that meeting and say some of the things that he has said here a few minutes ago. Now, we'll be having this club that is on the campus, both of these campuses, at this meeting, along with some of our Democratic friends who live in the county. And we hope that we can get a movement started there in that direction. It occurs to me to ask this question, though, here now, as to whether or not we would be able to crash the regular Democrat situation and infiltrate it and get our people elected at the precinct level and county level, or should we have this as a sort of a rump type movement with a chance that we would be recognized at the convention as over against maybe 2 or 3 other sets of delegates that would be going. I think there'd probably be 2 or 3 or 4 up there this time around. So it occurs to me that that might need to be thought of as a so-called rump type thing, in which we could, we probably have a better chance of, you see, you can get elected at the precinct level and maybe at the county level, but you don't get to go to Jackson at the state convention. And somewhere along the line, you have a lot of pitfalls that you can be left behind.
Well, you get enough votes in there where you can go to Jackson.
But thinking in terms that we can get labor people in a large number of precincts all over this state, it's not going to be no easy thing.
It's not going to be an easy job, but I think we got to make the effort, Arlene.
Mr. Ramsey, I would like for us, I mean, we started a Democratic club in Hattiesburg, like Mr. Jackson said, we're not very strong, and that might be one thing to start. But really, I mean, I knew they had these committees, but I thought they people just name people to put on. Because on the committee where I vote and in Hattiesburg, I dare say there is a union member or a laboring person there. It's widows and people like that, just people that goes up and tells them that they want to work on that. However, now,
That's
in
on the
Lamar,
poll.
yes. Well, aren't that some of the poll members of the election committee? I know my next door neighbor is. All right, now, we have a clause in our contract that says that if you're a member of an election committee, that the telephone company pays your salary, like those CWA members you had. Right. So we've got one girl that's been going all these years. She's Mr. Jackson's neighbor. She's been going all these years out there, and she just never got up enough oomph to ask them to pay her to go. All this time, she's been taking her days off. So when we had our last job steward school, well, you know, I mean, out of every school, one person's gonna find a little something that somebody else not. So somebody found this thing. So they went to Miss Summerall and said, Virginia, telephone company's gonna pay you to work at the post this coming Tuesday. And she said, oh, they are, and she said, yes, so she got the contract down there. So you see, we've got that advantage over some people, that a person wouldn't have to lose a day's work, and then maybe if we could get it work that close, should they be elected to go to another thing, maybe then the telephone company union would pay, not the telephone company, but the communication workers local would pay or bear part of the expenses rather than maybe a central labor union or something having to pay. But I didn't know how to do this, so I want some information to know how and at what level to try to start to get our people.
Well, this is the thing. This is the main question about it. There's very few people in the state that are acquainted or aware of how this party machinery operates. You see, and they deliberately, as Tom pointed out, keep the people in the ignorance. Brother Clark?
Mississippi Democratic Party dead now?
Well, they still got control of the apparatus. You know what I'm talking about.
You referred to one that
The Democratic Conference. Well, the Democratic Conference never really got off the ground good because we failed to get the promised support out of the National Party in terms of finance and put somebody on to do the job. The end result was that those of us that were still in the thing, back after the Young Democrats got the charter, decided that we should abandon that and work with and through the Young Democrats, because it was, after all, chartered by and affiliated with the National Party. And we'd lend whatever support we could to this group to try to rebuild.
It has been amended,
Yes. Yes. But we can take the same group there, you see, with the Young Democrats. See, what you've got to do in this thing, and is to, and all of you know, some friends you've got in the area that's not associated with the labor movement, you see, that can identify with the National Party, just like Jackson County, where Robert Easwell and Carl Wiesenberg and Robert Oswald, you know, and us got together down there, and they knew some people that were interested, and we did too, and we went over the thing precinct by precinct, and got some precinct captains designated to be responsible for getting people into the precinct meetings, schooled them on how to do it when their thing was supposed to be called to order, provided them with the minutes and the material, necessary to fill out to certify they'd been elected. Now, this is the type of thing we can do. You see, get the people together, explain it to them, provide them with the necessary resolutions and the material to keep the minutes on where they've actually been certified as a bona fide delegate, you see. This is what we can do. Now, what's been going on in the state is that a handful of people that's been in control of the party machinery keep the people in the dark. They go down to that meeting. Sometimes only one person calls that meeting to order, nominates and elects himself as the delegate to the county convention. This is where it's been going on. Now, you can take 6 people. It won't take a large number of people. You can take an average of 6 people to the precinct and take over a county's party organization. That's how simple it is. Now, it won't be this simple the second time around, as we found out in Jackson County. Because once you take it over and boot the old guard out, they'll be down there in numbers the next time around, which happened in Jackson County. We lost 2 or 3 precincts. Smitty was in on it. He knows.
Well, that'd be very easy to do, like you say, the first time.
Yeah.
A lot of our people work in a minute, but you can get, as Claude pointed out, a half dozen housewives, if you could have one person there, and you could take over that precinct. In other words, they could vote, see?
What is it, Dave?
And, if you can get one man down there to run. But the second time, I got news for you, they'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take it back.
Well, they haven't.
Unless you muster a lot of strength, you can muster 50 people and take over.
I tell you,
After that.
I've been chairman of the City Democratic Executive Committee in Columbus for the past 12 years. Well, that committee is elected every 4 years. Just like Claude says, get some of your henchmen there, get enough up there to push you over. The one that you want to serve on there with you. Get their henchmen there. And it's worked. And it's worked 3 times. That's 12 years. So just keep on trying.
Well, I think we started in Jackson County. I think this last election was the 3rd one since we took it over, wasn't it, Robbie? Wasn't it, Smitty? I think this is the 3rd precinct meeting that our group's been in charge. Brother Evans, I
What
believe.
kind of plans do you have, or would you have to, go about teaching this type of stuff?
Well, we'd have to probably, this depend on what you felt would be most appropriate, probably have to be at night.
Well, I mean, would be in our locality, and we wouldn't have to.
We'd have to try to bring it to you, I think, to get the most people involved, and we'd probably have to set up a series of meetings with these people, you know what I mean? If you want to make the effort, I think the effort needs to be made. And then another thing, that if, looking at it from the long-range point of view about the rump delegation, the fact that this might be necessary, the same people that you organize to try to go into the party could also be the same group to organize for the rump delegation. You could have this in mind at the same time.
Would they have to be delegates to the Central Labor Council?
No. No. Wouldn't have to be even members of the labor movement, just friends of yours that you knew was wanting to help you do the right thing. This is the way we did it in Jackson County.
What you have to do, that's a big meeting to find out how many of them are interested in doing it.
We want to find out if the central bodies want such a program brought into the area. This is what we want to find out.
How far is put in Central Labor Council, I don't know how the president can do it, I think we do.
Would you offer a motion if we attempt to initiate such a program?
I'll second one.
We have any discussion now on that motion? I think everybody understands. The motion is that the state council proceed to develop a program with the central bodies. Part of that program would be a course, an educational course on how to participate in the democratic precinct elections, or in other words, the party machine.
I promise you, if it's established as secretary treasurer of the Columbus Central Labor Union, I'll get out a notice to all trade unionists, either affiliated or not affiliated with the Central Party, to the meeting in October. Now, I understand I won't guarantee to have anybody at the meeting, but I'll get out the notice by God's grace.
Well, the motion is that we proceed to try to develop such a program. We have any further discussion?
sitting back taking it easy.
Right.
I know myself, I've received 2 phone calls lately from Bidwell Adams, and they ain't just talking kind, they very friendly.
Yeah.
I say this, I don't know what he's planning on, but it looks like to me that Bidwell Adams, I don't know if John Bell's in it or not, but Bidwell Adams and a group are going out this time, and whenever they go to the convention, they're gonna have people from labor, they're gonna have colored people with them, and they're gonna be seated. Now, that brings up this infiltration that we were talking about, or forming your own group.
Yeah.
You know, that puts that fellow like myself in a heck of a position. What am I supposed to say? No, I don't wanna fool with
Well,
you.
you can work with Bidwell. I mean, I think this is, this is one of the probably good developments that's coming up here. Bidwell, you see, with a little support, is not a bad guy. He wants to stay with the National Party, and what we're talking about doing here would be an asset to people that does want to stay in the party. And I think Bidwell will welcome what we're talking about doing here. I really do. Because I know Bidwell pretty well myself.
Well,
He's caught in a bind with this Dixiecrat thing, don't you see?
In other words, I think it's his intention in Harrison County that this last election especially that it's going to be made up of a different group this time, and he wants to get on the winning side, so he's moving over.
Right.
Or he's offering some people to come over, so going along with him, I guess.
Yeah. But you see, if we got into enough counties, now you kind of like it is in Jackson County. The Democratic Party machinery in Harrison County has always functioned pretty good. And you've got most of them are loyal Democrats, loyal to the party. The problem is it just don't apply all over the state. You know, we got a big area up here where we got the Republicans running the Democratic Party is what it amounts to. That applies to this county.
Brother Williams, what we're simply meaning here is to try to initiate an effort here that will keep the governor, if it's Williams, and it almost assuredly will be Williams, to keep him as the head of the party, you see, from taking the Democratic Party and continuing on this wayward journey that it's been on for 20 years. You know what I mean? Taking the delegation is completely unacceptable to the rules and regulations of the National Democratic Party. We just want to make sure that the thing is carried on as it should be, and there's a delegation up there that'll be acceptable and will be seated, you see. This is all it amounts to. And more than that, to get our people more informed and more active as a part of our overall political education program. That's what it amounts to.
Let's vote.
You ready for the question? Question's been called for. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, I think that pretty well takes care of the business that I had jotted down here to take care of, unless someone else has something they want to place before the meeting. Do we have any other announcements or anything to make before we adjourn? Restoration will begin at 9 o'clock in the morning. Those of you that were registered last, all you'll have to do is check in and identify yourself. Only the new delegates will have to register and pay an initiation fee. $5.50. Meeting stands adjourned.
It contemplates staying in business that do not have adequate reserves set up to be able to project their program into the future. And if we start off on a restricted basis as of today, and only having a sufficient amount of money to travel in the next 1 year, this program will wither and die on the vine at the end of 12 months. I could tell you some things that would make your hair curl, but I don't have the time. But you can't, under any circumstances, in my opinion, and as the brothers have said, 1 pack of cigarettes a week or a month will take care of this. 1 bottle of beer will take care of 3 months. 1 fishing trip, and 90% of the people in this hall fish, and you can't take a fishing trip for less than $10 to $25 per occasion. Can you afford to let 4 cents
stand in between you and success in this program. I don't think he can.
Chair would like to correct the ruling made earlier. I've been able to check the parliamentary book and I was in error. I'm sorry. I had in mind some rules elsewhere. Takes a simple 1 second and a majority of the votes to carry a motion to close debate. So if that motion is offered again, that's all. That's the situation. Frida, would you like the floor? Of the bonds? Yes, the chairman of the committee has reserved the right to speak before debate's closed. He still wants the right to speak yet? Brother, you still want the right, yes. Okay, brother. Okay, Frida.
I don't want to speak on the question. I'll read it the floor.
Well, you can have the floor. He still has the privilege yet if you want to speak, Frida. You don't have to relinquish your time.
Mr. Chairman, this is W.A. Stevens again. I'd like to restate my position on the amendment. And as Brother Bruton said, he was going to tell us some things that would make our hair curl. Well, I'm going to attempt to do the same thing here because I feel that a good many people in this convention don't know some facts that should be brought out before we go into this vote. First of all, I have some maps here that I would like to show the people. I'd like for you to take a look. This area in red are the counties in Mississippi.
Ready to go? You want to check it out first?
Better check that, see if it's working.
Testing. Let's call a meeting to order and we'll ask Brother Schaefer to give us a word of invocation, please.
Our Heavenly Father, as we approach thy throne of grace, we are thankful for the blessings which we have received. We pray, Father, as we enter into this meeting, that we might each enter into it with the spirit of brotherhood, that we might seek the guidance of thy Holy Spirit, that everything that is said and done will be pleasing in thy sight. Lead us, Father, as we attempt our efforts to better the way of life for our people and the state. Lead us, Father, as we go through our convention. May each of us do nothing that we will be ashamed of. Forgive us for the times that we sin against thee, for it's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Well, we want to welcome all of you to the meeting this afternoon. And we will do our best to expedite things as rapidly as possible. Before we get into the regular order of business of reviewing the committee's report, we've got at least one item that we need to present to you for a decision this afternoon other than the convention business on Saturday. And that's namely the selection of a convention site for the 1968 convention. I'd like to present that matter for consideration at this time in order that we might begin making arrangements for hotel accommodations and things of this kind. Where do you want to hold the next one?
Well, considering everything with the state office and everything in Jackson, more centrally located, I think it'd be better to just continue to hold in Jackson.
Hold in Jackson?
The office is there and everything's handy and it's more centrally located. That's my suggestion, of course, others better say what they think.
Well, it was brought up about bringing it to Meridian. I talked to the man in charge of Melva in Meridian, and they do have a meeting room that will hold 550. They have plenty of tables and chairs and all the facilities, and will take care of a lot of the delegates there, and he said he would arrange it so all delegates would be in a motel on Tom Bailey Drive.
Well, that's still centrally located. If it don't make it too hard on our staff, Mississippi FLCO will bring the materials and stuff over to there, or reading that, it should be all right there. But I say let's try to get more centrally located in the state, and that is, and still make it convenient and handy for the Mississippi FLCO office and staff that materials got to come out of the office.
Well, of course it is, no question about the Jackson situation, especially we have in the Heidelberg. It is very convenient, as all of you know. We don't have to move any equipment, but that's all right. If you want to catch somewhere other than Jackson, we can take our enough equipment.
Let me ask a question, Mr. Chairman. Brother Brown, do you know, or Beth, do you know, if the Elwood Court has sufficient tables whereby it can be set up like it needs to be, schoolroom style for conventions?
I'm sure they have.
He told me that they did have.
Because they have banquets and, you know, dances and everything. I'm sure they would have time.
They have a public address system.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in light of the situation in Meridian, that the thing be left to the executive committee, that to inquire as a committee of the facilities in Meridian, and if it is such that we can have it in Meridian, that we have it in Meridian, otherwise we have it in Jackson.
You want to offer that as a motion? Do I have a second to that motion? Do we have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. That means that, Brother Knight, what we'll probably do is ask you, or maybe myself, when it's convenient, to go over and look the situation over and see what the facilities are, and then if they're all right and we can get a satisfactory date, then we'll go ahead and arrange to hold it there. If it's not, then we'll get in touch with the executive committee and advise them and get their thinking further on the matter, huh? Is that okay? All right, Tom, do you want to get into this amending, changing the Constitution up first, or how would you rather do it?
Get rid of
This won't take too long, I don't think, and it's something we've got to do, so. What we gotta do is to bring our Constitution and bylaws of the State Committee on Political Education up to date, really. And he's got the suggested changes, and you'll follow along and pencil in, and
there's many more that could probably be made in this document because it's rather loose to me, and in some areas I think it's really got still too much in it as we've got it amended, but at least this will bring it down to where we're not in complete violation of the thing as much as we've been. Fortunately, nobody's noticed anything about it. Okay, on the starting at the front, of course, there's several basic routine changes. It's never been done since we changed the name of the State Labor Council. That's strike the words Labor Council everywhere it appears, and put, well, it doesn't have AFL-CIO in every instance, but anyhow, you put Mississippi AFL-CIO in every place it refers to it, instead of Mississippi Labor Council. Then, the first page, I believe, other than that, I did strike, at the end of section 1 there, to as state court. I struck R.A. court. R.A. court. I struck those last.
what don't you call the line that you're always on?
Well, it's on line 11 and 12, the very end of 11 and one word on 12. That's at the end of section 1 on Article 1, right up at the top.
You struck the last 3 words, huh?
That's right.
You ended it with the word state code.
State code, that's right. And of course, as I said, your routine changes through, we won't mention those anymore. There's one other change I made in here, where it refers to county, to city and county central bodies. I've stricken all that and
What page and line is that on?
no, wait just a minute now. I may have steered you wrong. We better take that as we come to it.
Okay, you got
Take
to.
it a page at the
Oh,
That's
we're
right.
through on the first page?
First page, you're through now.
Second page.
Okay, second page at the top. Under, at line 1, where it says all city and county central bodies, I put local central bodies. Strike city and county. Local central bodies.
Encourage all local central.
Right. Okay, now down to line 12. Executive officers, of course, that's another one of the routine changes, AFL-CIO. Line 13, same thing. Line 14 and 15, the chairman and secretary treasurer, I struck or director. We don't have any such things in this state. Struck director or director.
The reason that was put in there was that you may later on have a director.
Yeah, well, we can put it in there.
On line 14.
Line 14, Beth, or director, strike that.
15 and change too.
Line 15, strike city, county, the word city, county, and put local central body.
Wait a
Now-
minute, Thomas, you lost me.
All right. We're under
On
section.
15, you done what?
On 15, strike the word city, county, the two words,
Yeah.
city, county, and put local central body instead. Now, down, and we can't follow lines here because I've messed it up with this change. But we're under section 1 now, article 3. Okay, I've scratched out subsections there, 6 and 7. No, 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Scratch those out. Just put a scratch over.
You talking about line 19?
Yeah, down about line 19. Yeah.
19. All of 19 goes.
I've inserted. Wait a minute now. I've inserted a new line, but actually, Jim, it's between 18 and 19. The way that I've got this thing scribbled on. See. I've inserted a new subsection 5. Ward chairman of each central body. Does everybody understand what we're talking about now?
This is a substitution for 5.
That's right, of the present 5. Yeah, this is a new 5. Right after the number 4, the state director of women's activities department, then 5. That's 4. 5. Ward chairman of each central body.
What you need to do is add the ward chairman to the state.
That's right.
committee.
That's right.
All right.
Then make a new 6. See, you follow?
All the 6 is gone.
The old 6.
Just
the
renumber
old-
them.
That's right. We renumbered them.
All right.
We've got 7 instead of 6.
The one that you wanted at 6, it will be 7.
That's right.
And you fixing to give us a new 6.
That's right. Well, it's the same thing, but I've just started different up there, you see.
Okay.
Number 5 is the ward chairman of each central body. Number 6, the AFL-CIO regional director or his designee. Number 7, such additional representatives as the general executive board of the state convention or the Mississippi AFL-CIO may designate. Okay, that gets that.
In other words, the 5 that I marked through, you put it back in as a new 6.
No. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, you did.
That's right, Jim, yeah. We got, instead of having 6, we got 7 sub.
Actually, just renumbered them and added one.
What do you got for 6?
Really, all we do is add a new 5 and renumber from there
That's
down.
right. That's right.
Yeah, that's actually
What
what
do you got for 6?
We shouldn't have scratched 5.
No.
We shouldn't have scratched 6 either.
No.
I scratched 6.
Well, I meant scratch the number is what I should have said, and not the words, but the number, the old number, see. Okay, let's back up now and be sure. Let's start with number 4, the state director of the women's activities department. Everybody see now where we are. Number 5, the ward chairman of each central body. That's number 5, as it is now. We amended. Has everybody got that? Okay, number 6, the AFL-CIO regional director or his designee. Number 7, such additional representatives as general executive board of the state convention of Mississippi AFL-CIO may designate. Is everybody clear now? Everybody got it? Okay. Now, under Article 4, Section 1, we've stricken that completely. Just strike through that.
The whole section?
Right. We'll get around to replacing that with another article in a few minutes, but for the time being, strike it.
You're talking about all of the words now, not just the word
That's
section
right, the
one.
whole thing.
Not the number.
The whole paragraph,
From
Section
line
1.
23, the rest of the page, right?
No, just
Just down to
Section 1
Section
on the
2.
Article 4.
Just down here.
Section 1 on the Article 4. The entire section. Okay. Now, we'll come back to this particular place in just a few minutes.
Make one out of section 2 now?
Hmm?
You gonna renumber it?
No, we'll have another one. We're replacing that.
You got some different language for that?
That's right.
Why don't you get over
See,
and
we
get
got
the
a
language?
place, we got a
Get
place
over and
where-
get your language for section
All
1,
right.
man.
Okay. Here it is. Here is the new wordage for, and this is gonna be hard for you to copy and get in there. Section 1. On years in which the governor is elected, a state cope convention shall be held on a date not more than 60 days or less than 45 from the date of the Democratic primary of that year.
Running out of space.
Well, we'll.
I don't believe we can write that in there.
You don't need to
It's
put
gonna
it in
be
there. We're
hard.
gonna, if you adopt all this, we're gonna redo it and send out copies to
You
you.
see, we didn't wanna, go to the trouble of reproducing in quantity.
Read it.
Okay.
Reread it again.
Section 1, Article 4, the new one. On years in which the governor is elected, a state cope convention shall be held on a date not more than 60 days or less than 45 days from the date of the Democratic primary of that year, for the purpose of considering endorsements or recommendations of candidates for governor and other statewide offices, except as provided in Article 8, Section 6. Of course, this just refers to contests where there's no opposition, Now, that's what we propose to replace Article 1, Section, the present Article 1, Section.
See, what the
Article 4,
situation is, as
Section
you
1.
can see in that language there, we're required to meet every year, and actually, there's no point in meeting every year unless we have a contest.
I was wondering what the major change was.
Actually, we've been in
I couldn't
violation of
see it
things.
today.
We haven't been,
Number of meetings.
we haven't been in compliance with it anyhow, so
We
what
haven't
we're
been
trying to do is
meeting.
make legal what we've been doing.
Well, actually, you better
Oh,
go in there and search something. It says time this was gone, the reason the 1 year was put in there. Your governor's elected in an off year, is elected on odd number of years in this state, odd years. Your Senate races, you'll have United States Senate races on even years. And you've got no provision in here for meeting for a Senate race.
We've never met in a Senate record.
Section 2 takes care of that, Dan.
We still got provisions for that.
Dan?
Call a convention in
Call
here.
your attention to section 2. If the need arises, you've got the authority there to call a special meeting.
If we ever call a convention for one race for the whole state, I want to have us examined for the simples, but
See, you got provisions in here to call one if you wanted, but, we're just eliminating United States Senate here because, in other words, the way it is, this is a requirement, you see, and we don't, we haven't been doing
You're
it.
tired of violating the Constitution.
That's right. Mr. Powell, is that all right now?
Well, I think you ought to make provisions for the Senate race.
Well, let's go on, and then we'll come back.
What's the matter with section 2 taking care of that, Dan? Special meeting, the state court may be called at the discretion of the
If
chairman.
Section 2 is gonna be used to take care of that, you don't need section 1, you can take care of section 1 with section 2.
No, not necessarily, because we're
Can't you call
setting
a
up
meeting under
the,
section 2?
huh?
Can't you call a meeting under section 2?
Yeah, you can call one, but what we're simply doing here is providing for the regular convention. And then, of course, as you do in any constitution, you provide for a special meeting of any kind. I mean, this is,
Proceed, Mr. Knight.
okay. Now we move over to the same article, section 4, excuse me, I'll get these things reversed. Article 4, section 5, it's on page 3.
Line 5.
Section 5, line 5. Let me see just a minute. I think we swapped places with these two here, or supposed to have. Now, we've eliminated section 6 here now. We're in lines of 5 through 9 here. Section 5, section 6. We've put both of those into one, which will be section 5, to read as follows. A roll call vote shall be made on demand of 30% of the committee members present. The results of all roll call votes shall be included in the minutes of the meeting. And this is incorporated into one section. We've eliminated 6. This will be 5 here.
But yet we can just delete the word section 6.
Yeah, that's right. 5 is all, just scratch section, the word 6.
What was the point of leaving out recording votes of each committee member?
Well, we can, actually that's what you're saying.
No, you're not.
We're saying here, the results of all roll call votes shall be included.
The results do not necessarily have to show how each member voted. The results can be the total.
All right, we can insert in there the votes of each committee member if that's the wish of the board.
Yes, it is. Well, then you've got exactly what you've got now, except you call it 5 in place of 5 and 6. So you mark out the 6, and that's it.
Whatever you all say about it.
I think it's all right.
You think-
Saying results will not be.
You want each committee member left in there?
Well, if you want them in there, you might as well leave it like it is. You don't need to make any change if you want.
Well, what would be the reason for taking it out?
I don't know what you're thinking of.
We just combined in the two, that's all.
Well, what's the matter? What's wrong with combining?
Nothing,
I don't
only
see nothing wrong
we
with it.
just, of course, if you agree with Dan that, you need to leave in there of each committee member, we'll leave it like it is.
The only benefit that would be that for record of who voted which way.
Yeah.
That would be the only benefit of that leaving that in.
And if you combine them and take out section 6, you'll save one line on the paper.
You do? Well, whatever y'all say.
Well, I tell you what we'd better do on this thing. We'd better act on them as we go down the line. What I thought maybe we'd run through it and then act at one time. But maybe we'd better settle this one by a motion. Let's first get a motion to approve the recommendations up to this point. So we're gonna have to come back.
Before, somewhere, if you're gonna discuss it, I've got a suggestion over here on the word, say on years in which the governor is elected. Would it be better to say on the year in which the general election is held?
And you have a general election in congressional years too.
He's Marvin, I know what Marvin's thinking about, the time when we elect all of our officials is what's commonly referred to as a general state election, is what Marvin, isn't that right, Marvin? It's what he's got in mind. Does everybody understand what he's talking about here?
Come in, Bob.
What's your pleasure? You want to act on the suggestions he's made up to this point and then act on each individual recommendation? Can we get a motion that we accept the recommendations up to, but not including, section 5?
I so move.
Need a second? Are we having a discussion now? You wanna bring this in now, Marty?
Well, it would seem a little bit better phrasing to me to refer to it as a general election rather than on the year in which the governor is elected.
I think we've taken that particular phrase, Marvin, from the old one, wherein it mentioned governor and United States Senator. We scratched the United States Senate, you see, and it said governor. That's where it comes from.
It's not of great importance.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you want to amend it to that extent, why, it's fine.
Well, Well, he said he's satisfied with it. The motion is that we accept the recommendations up to and not including section 5. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, what do you want to
Okay.
do about section 5s and 6? You want to combine them as he indicated, you want to leave them as is? If you leave the committee, where you record committee votes, then there'll be no point in changing it as I see it.
If you save a line between, you can still combine that with section 5. And put it all in the same paragraph.
You could leave the same word and just call it 5.
All right. We have a motion to that effect, that we combine the language and make one section out of 5 and 6.
Also move.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
On page 4, line 7. Starting with the sentence there, he shall submit monthly reports on the condition of the treasury, a copy of which shall be forwarded to the office of the Cope Area Director. Goes on to say he shall make complete financial reports semi-annually, shall make copies of said report to all local unions, office of Cope Area Director. Upon demand, he submitted books, records for audits by National Cope's accounts shall be audited by Finance Subcommittee semi-annually. He shall make bond in the amount of $5,000, the premium of which shall be paid by the committee. We propose to change that to read as follows. Beginning back where I started, line 7. He shall make a complete written financial report annually, shall make said report available to all affiliates for inspection, and a copy of same shall be sent to the area Cope Director and National Cope Director. Upon demand, he shall submit his books, records for audit by National Cope, and his accounts shall be audited by an audit finance committee annually. He shall be bonded as provided for in Article 5, Section 8 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution.
Well, that's too much to write in.
See, this business, it calls for a blooming monthly report, which has never been done. And I think we're doing the same thing, but we're fixing it so it's humanly possible to get around to it, actually, what it
In
amounts
the present
to.
state, who'd be supposed to receive these monthly reports? That's sort of vague, ain't it? Report to who? They don't mention.
Right. What's your pleasure on this suggestion on that? Actually, what he's doing is trying to amend the Constitution in line what he is doing.
Yeah, that's right. You see, I make these reports, the same people get them. We're talking about Al Barkin and our distinguished old sister Powell over there. And what I'm doing every year, this is done, you see.
And you mean you let him
But
get
this,
by him where it says monthly
business
report and he
will,
just give you an annual?
Is this satisfactory to everyone concerned?
Well, he submits a report twice a month to Dan's office already.
Not a financial
report. And of course, we have the books audited every year. You see,
And copies
that
of this
includes,
audit.
That includes the audit of Cope monies and everything. See that?
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
At least then you get it on an annual basis. It
Right.
seems to make sense.
Right. Yeah.
We're doing all the necessary
As
things.
far as
It's
your
just-
office is concerned, and then the amendment will fix you up.
Do you have a motion to accept it?
I make a motion.
Second? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries and so ordered. Proceed, Brother Knight.
Well, now let's look under Article 6 on that same page. In Section 1, line 24, where we need to insert 5 vice chairmen, chairmen instead of chairman. You see, we're referring to the officers of state Cope here. Chairman, director, says vice chairman. We got 5 vice chairmen. Secretary, treasurer, so forth and so on. Of course, we make the routine change again. Labor council scratch.
Well, when you get the General Executive Board there, you include these anyway. The General Executive Board will get the 5 vice chairmen.
Well, the
implication here is that you're separating the board from the officers. That's been the, in other words, you're singling out the officers, and then you talk about the general executive board. And to me, the reason for this being this way was that you were speaking in addition of the 10 board members elected as such. You know what I mean? Actually, you could scratch the whole blooming thing and say the officers of Mississippi AFL-CIO. Officers and board of Mississippi AFL-CIO would mean the same thing, really.
Well, yeah, the order is read that the executive board will be comprised of the executive board of the state AFL-CIO. That's really what you're trying to say, huh?
That's right. Am I confused with the local central body with the designation of the chairman or designation of the vice president, two clerks? Did we have that in state council?
No, I don't think we've ever had. No, we had legislative, public relations, and what else was it? Educational vice president. We never did have a one vice president designated as Coke. I reckon because of the fact Secretary of Treasury is a Coke director.
Why don't you simplify that thing, Tom, just by saying the executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO shall constitute the executive board of state Coke.
I think that's all that's necessary.
You know, you got to add that one addition there, and the state director of women's activities.
Now, this is an amendment here I've got. I was going to bring that up. And the state director of women's activities department. I don't know if this is a proper word or not, but I added to the behind department, if this post is filled, if and when this post is filled.
If it's not filled, there ain't nobody there anyway.
Well, now here's the situation. We've only had a state director of women's activities department one time for about 2 or 3 years.
You don't
And
have
that's
one.
all.
If you don't have one, they can't go to serve the board member. You don't need that.
Think it's to be satisfactory? Just leave it as is?
Except the clause changes there. I mean, it's simplified
Yeah, well,
without going into all that rigmarole.
I'm taking
You have
that
one
into
simple
consideration.
statement, one simple sentence there, and this is what that's what it means anyhow.
I'll tell you what we should do, and of course I'm not trying to decide it, but before we go into that convention where the people are supposed to approve all this, we're gonna have to have some
No,
copies.
but this don't go before the convention.
How come it don't?
The board's got the authority to amend it.
authority to do that.
We,
You mean with even out the convention's approval?
yeah, look over here on the last page. Of course, everything here in this
We're
thing
worse off than I thought we were.
No, well, the thing about it is that our Constitution is the governing authority. I'm just talking about the Mississippi AFL-CIO's Constitution. This
You mean
document
this
here.
group can amend this
this
document to
this
any degree
document
they
here-
want to without anybody to say so?
Well, this document here is superseded by the state AFL-CIO Constitution, really. This is not a thing in the world but bylaws to govern the operation of your state code. That's all it is.
Political.
That ain't what I read, gentlemen, on page 10.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
Says amendments to Coke bylaws, section 1. These state Coke bylaws may be amended in any meeting of the state Coke committee or the state Coke executive board or the state Coke convention by majority vote.
But it don't say and, Jim. See, that word "are" there.
Choice.
Right.
See?
But it don't completely preclude the convention either.
No, but it gives you a three-way choice.
It says provided notice of the proposed amendment is given 30 days prior to said meeting.
Well, you were notified.
Without such notice, any amendment shall require 2/3 vote for passage.
Don't you recall?
All amendments to the state code bylaws must be approved by the Mississippi Labor Council Executive Board before becoming operative.
And you ought to add one more line there, national code.
Well, I think we set that forth
Assumed we
and
would be presenting it.
set that forth in another place down. It's spelled out that everything's subject to the policy of national code here, which would be the same difference. Well, y'all, did they vote on this?
No, they haven't voted on that one yet. What's your pleasure on that? Let's have it stated what we voted on. Just have it stated again, Tom. Say it.
That the executive board of state cope shall be composed of, or shall be made up of the officers and the board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO.
And
and the chairman of the Women's Activities Department, period. I think that's the way he
Right.
put it.
Right. We get a motion to
I'll
that?
make it.
Second? Discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Proceed, Brother Knight.
Down the same page, section 3, line 33. I have stricken the first sentence there, that section. The line 33 and part of 34, the executive board shall meet at least twice each year.
You wanna strike that?
Meetings, and then to the reason why was this. Special meetings of the executive board may be called at the discretion of the chairman. Now, this is another place where we violated this thing, is the fact that the executive board of COPE as such doesn't meet. You know what I mean? And this says you meet twice a year. And that was the reason for it. Again, we're getting around here to the way we're doing things. We're trying to bring this thing in compliance with what we've been doing. So you've got all of the machinery you need necessary here to have a meeting at any time you want it. That's the reason for that.
Well, actually, what we've been doing is when we're required under the Constitution to have at least 2 board meetings a year, which we do have, and if we've got any court business to take up, we take it up with the executive board. So if we change in this fashion, we'll still be working within the framework of our state FLCO Constitution.
Still getting the job done, yet you're not violating something you're supposed to be adhering to.
Frankly, this ain't nothing but a bunch of verbiage dreamed up by Dan Powell.
Well, it was always before that. I would suggest instead of deleting the first sentence, you say the executive board shall meet prior to each COPE convention.
You got that over here in another place, Brother Powell.
And then, you have where?
It's, we'll get to it. You got it. This thing's repetitious as all get out.
Now, you wanna strike that first sentence and...
I move we strike the first sentence.
Got a second to that?
Second.
Time when you need to leave that special off and put meetings of the executive board may be called at the discretion of the chairman.
That is a call.
Instead of leaving it,
Yeah,
say
that's
special,
right.
cause
Yeah.
it sounds
Right.
like at every meeting you have,
Right.
there'll be a special
Right.
meeting.
Now, leave that
Strike,
special off.
strike special. Line 34.
That makes sense.
If we
Well,
run
the
on
the
left,
motion, well, let's have that
don't.
included in the motion, that you strike, the executive board and special, and begin the sentence with meetings of the executive board.
Add a S to the first word
Meetings,
there,
yes,
then be
make it
meetings.
meetings of the, all right, the motion is to delete, the sentences outlined. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Proceed.
Okay, section, Article 6, Section 5.
Before you leave that, Tom, on page 5, section 4, line 2, since in the first section of the extraction, or as COPE, you're gonna have to insert state COPE there.
You're at the top of page 5, Dan?
You're at the top of page 5 on line 2, special
State.
meetings of COPE. You're gonna have to insert the word state because
Cool.
over here, you deleted in the first section on page 1.
Insert state in there.
Mm-hmm.
We can do
Okay.
that by unanimous consent, can't we?
Everybody follow that?
Motion. All right, where you going to now?
Section 5 now, just below the line Dan called reference to, and 6, page 5. Let's see. Wait just a minute, let me see here. What we've done is scratch the word section 6 and add this sentence to section 5 because it's actually part of what you're talking about in section 5.
Yeah.
The presence of 1/3 of the committee of the members of the executive board constitutes a quorum. We put that in section 5, the same just as it is, and strike section 6. Just move that sentence up.
We get a motion to accept that recommendation?
Move that be accepted.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
Now we have a new section 6 there to replace that one that you don't have there anymore. Reads as follows. The executive committee shall interview candidates for public office, review their voting records, their platforms, and other pertinent information, study both sides of the issues at referendum. On the basis of such interviews, the committee shall make recommendations to the executive board. Now this is,
Isn't that duplication of 5?
You're reading section 5, actually.
well, yeah, I guess it's my error because I didn't check the, actually what we had here was the new section 6.
You're reading it as
What,
it would be.
wait just a minute
as
now.
we've done amended
Now
it,
see
aren't
what we've done. What we've done here. We've swapped places with those two. Now exactly. 6, as it is now, has been put up to 5. See what I mean?
And old 5 is now 6?
That's right. That's right. That's what we've done. Yeah, we just swapped places with those two. Y'all understand? We've swapped places with 5 and 6 as they are there now. Put the
you
one
mean you're not-
sentence, section 6, up where 5
Let me
is.
see if I
That's what he
understand.
said.
Understand correctly now. You're not recommending that you add that sentence to 5.
No.
That you're gonna swap positions.
Yeah, I was wrong. I was trying to go from one place to the note here that we've got.
Disappeared.
And what we done was
He didn't want to.
Swap 5 and 6.
we've also amended this now. This
Well, what
section.
difference would that make?
Hmm?
What difference would it
Well,
make? Which comes
is
first?
because the present 6, the presence of 1/3 of the executive. We're talking about the executive board up here, and that talks about the executive board. You understand, Jim? It kind of follows in sequence there. You see? You understand up in 4
In
where
other words,
Dan-
you just read better that way.
That's right. That's what we're talking.
Okay.
You want old 6 to go up in 4 now?
No, up where 5 is. We swap place with 5 and 6. You see, 6 here, this one sentence section automatically would follow along with section 4 up there. You see what I mean?
Make it a part of section 4.
Well, we could consolidate it and then still have just 5.
Consolidate it, and then, but still for 5, you're going to have a quorum too.
Not really is any purpose in changing it at all.
Well, this was a question I was asking. What difference would it make?
Here's the change now. Here's the change to the whole thing. Look at your section 5 as you have it there. It says the executive board or a subcommittee thereof. Now the change here is, you see, I said the executive committee shall interview. In other words, this is setting it up where there's some
Well, then
structure,
you're
you know, to
changing
go
more than
by.
just the
see?
numbers of the thing.
No, it actually means the
Yeah.
same thing.
That's why I'm changing it, Jim, to follow along with the strategy we're following now.
Executive board or a subcommittee, and the subcommittee is actually the executive committee.
I said the executive committee. It's amended to read the
In other words,
executive
you're gonna
committee.
strike out board and put the word
That's
committee.
right, that's right. Now, if you, in other words, this would set it up to where you wouldn't have the problem every time of determining who was on the interview committee.
All right, now let me ask you this, you better hold it right there just a minute, because, you see, when you refer here to executive board, you have defined executive board further, prior to this in your bylaws. You have not yet defined executive committee in your bylaws, so I would not change it. You follow what I'm talking about? I would leave it as it is, because you, if you change it, you're gonna have to go back prior to this and then define what the executive committee is.
I think he's right about that.
Let's see.
This is really not all that important anyhow, the way it's standing.
Well, and the
Well,
thought
just
behind
leave
it was just trying to
like
set
it
up
is.
a pattern. Now, that was it. To save, the business of selecting the committee or deciding every time as to who would be on it. That was the thought behind it.
Well, what we do anyhow is that the state council's executive board, by action, names the interviewing committee anyhow.
All right.
You wanna leave it
Okay,
as it is?
we'll buy that.
Brother Knight
Well,
says
by-
that, he'd go along with leaving it as it is, so let's get a motion here to rescind the action already taken on changing sections 5 and 6. We'll get a motion to rescind it, leave it like it is?
Except 6 ought to be combined with 5. No, just make it all 5. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what you
all
got
right.
anyhow, ain't it?
It's all right. Okay.
All
I
right.
think that's where we started,
All right.
but.
Okay.
All you're doing then is to.
Eliminate 6.
Yeah.
All right. Is it understood what we've done? All right, let's move on.
Okay, under Article 7, same page, page 5, Section 1. The Women's Activities Department, I'll wait a minute. I'll change that just a little. That's Section 1 to read as follows. The Women's Activities Department shall be a permanent subcommittee of the Mississippi Committee on Political Education.
Standing subcommittee, the same thing.
Well, it sounded a little better.
Except that permanent is not used in describing subcommittees, they call standing committees. In all.
The Women's Activity Department should have the status of a standing subcommittee.
What's the difference of standing and permanent, Dan? If it's standing, it's permanent right on. It ain't no different.
Except that the word standing is always used for permanent in documents like this. Committee of the House, of Representatives, for example, is not called a permanent committee, it's called a standing committee.
Oh, but Lord. That's hogwash. Pure hogwash.
Show me a committee of the legislature is called a permanent committee.
Gentlemen, I'd like to remind you we got a lot of work to do here this afternoon. We waste a lot of time on semantics here, on language is what we're doing. It don't
And both
really
of them
amount
means
to very
exactly
much.
the same and not gonna change the procedure, so
Well,
what
let's see if
difference
we
does it
can't
make?
keep this thing moving.
Okay, I'll leave that up to the board, whatever they want to do about it. If they want
What do you want
to
to do
leave
with
it
that?
as is, or
I'll leave it as it is.
Leave it as it is. The motion's made to leave it as it is. We get a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried and so on.
okay, we will add this then to that section. The WAD chairman of each local central body shall be a member of the state COPE committee and a delegate to the COPE convention with 1 vote each.
That's a good change. We get a motion to accept that?
I make a motion.
Second? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried and so ordered. Proceed. Page
On
6.
page 6, strike section 7 completely at the top of page 6.
You got a new one to insert in this page?
No.
Huh?
No.
You don't think you need that one at all, huh?
No, 'cause that's just what he's got through saying on the other page.
Right. You got a motion to strike, section 7?
Actually, they should strike, women's advisory board of the state women's activities department. Wherever it appears down here, since you made this change up here.
Well, we'll do that.
We got a motion?
Section 5, the practice 7.
Motion is to strike 7 and the strike advisory board wherever it appears in the Constitution. We get a second?
Second.
Any
Well,
discussion?
actually, you will have to strike the whole section 5 because it is no longer now pertinent to section 1.
Huh?
You'll have to strike the whole section 5 because it's no longer pertinent.
Section
Page 5, you talk about page 5, section 5, right?
5 and 6, as a matter of fact.
No, 6 it has different meanings from section 5.
All right, you said section 5, strike it?
Yeah.
All right.
Now down here in section.
Bottom of page 5.
Well, let's see if we can do this all in one motion now. Strike all of section 5
And all of 7.
and all of 7, huh?
Yeah, now
That's
down in
brought about
section
by
six.
the amendment you adopted a few minutes ago, right?
Down in section 6 clause, you're gonna have to make a change there, state code change, state code corrections, to be
course, up above that on page 5, again, there's another routine change, county and city central bodies, local central body corps, up under section 4 there on page 5. That's just a routine change, where it says city and county corps, local central body corps.
We got a motion to make those corrections. Any discussion?
Now, just a moment, if you delete 5 and delete 7, then that's gonna, require renumbering.
Right.
Either 8 or 6.
And you just have to
Well,
start.
we'll go back and number them in order.
Go back and number them in the proper order. We'll
Yeah.
assume this will be done.
Yeah.
Ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
And number 6 will become number 5, right?
Right. What you got next?
And number 8 then will become number 6.
Right.
On page 6, line 24. Before filing his nomination. That doesn't make sense to me. I've struck filing his nomination. Put qualifying for any office. Before qualifying for any office.
That was for qualifying for any office.
Yeah.
Okay. Get a motion to accept that recommendation? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Next.
Well,
7.
I had a proposed
Still on
change
6?
there on page 8.
8.
Page 8, and I'm not sure it will work now since we've made some other changes back there, but we will, we'll see. In other words, what I've done is strike the wording of section 5 at the top of page 8. To be, no, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. If I just start reading this stuff right, I can get it right. Article 8, section 5. Yeah, I see subsection 5. I should have said subsection 5, under section 5 at the bottom of the page. You see what I'm talking about now?
Line
Bottom
20
of page 8.
Line 24?
Yeah, starting with line 24. Propose to insert this wording instead of what you see. The executive committee acting as the interview committee, and as I say, we've done some alterations back there, and I don't know if this will work, shall interview the candidates for governor. These interviews should be conducted on the basis of previously prepared questionnaire, and all candidates should be invited to appear for the interview. Prepared questionnaire should be mailed to all candidates for other statewide and district office on the day following, allowing time to be answered and returned to the committee for evaluation. The interview committee shall gather all pertinent information available concerning each of the candidates and make its report to the State Cope Executive Board not later than 2 days prior to the date of the State Cope Convention.
The only thing that you got in there that's bad, you said executive committee, you cannot use a term that you have not previously.
All right, that's why I say we changed it back
Well,
down.
don't
We
you
can
say
say the
change that
interview
to the
committee.
interviewing committee?
Change that to
See?
executive
That's
board
right.
because you left that other
Yeah.
executive board.
Okay. What we've done is just finagle it around a little bit here and left out United States Senate. Change it up just a wee bit and.
You wanna change this language back now to say executive board instead
Yeah,
of
instead
committee?
of the
We'll make that
executive
correction on
committee,
your
yeah.
copy. That's what you're gonna be working from when she starts typing it up. Well, we got a motion to accept that with that correction.
I'm not sure I completely understand it, but I'll be in favor of it. I'm lost as a goose on this. I couldn't tell you on this section what you're proposing.
You want me to reread this thing?
Well, I think we should reread it.
All right.
I'm confused.
Okay, I'm gonna read it, with using the word interview now to, fit in with what we've already done. The interview committee acting as
Well,
the.
wait a minute, Tom, and
Wait a
where are
minute.
you starting to read? My document on section 5 don't even start off with that subject, subsection.
That's the new wording.
This
I know
is
it
the new
but you're
wording.
gonna strike all of this,
Yeah,
then
yeah, this is
this is where
completely
you
new.
lost
This
your
new language,
Strike
I feel
whole
like what should have been
section 5 and
done,
rewritten.
it would have caused a good bit of work, but it should have been a copy made to each one of us of the additional changes.
Yeah,
that he
this,
made.
I know this is true.
Go ahead, now, I just want to know where you're at.
Tom,
Yeah.
going along with what Dan said a minute ago, now you're starting off with the wording, the interviewing committee, have you defined back anywhere what the interviewing committee is?
Yeah, I think we have. We've got
All
a,
right, okay.
we've said back there, or we've said the executive board or a subcommittee thereof. Well, everybody understands that this is the interview committee.
That language in here,
Subcommittee?
or subcommittee of the executive board.
I tell you, the whole cotton picking thing needs rewriting from the very front cover through.
Well, you just about done that.
It's,
Yeah, but I'm wondering how we're gonna end up. See, this is.
Well, I tell you what we'll wind up doing here, we'll wind up cutting stencils, running it off, sending all of you copies,
Yeah.
and then at a later board meeting, we'll review it and make sure that you've amended it the way you want it.
We'll straighten that thing, that
So
wording out. I mean.
instead of saying your interviewing committee there, since you have described your executive board over here, and why don't you just say the executive board?
Or
will do the
subcommittee
interview?
thereof again.
Executive board or subcommittee thereof.
Go ahead and
So
start.
you've already
Well,
explained that over here,
we'll,
so then you won't have that.
Well, let's
screening
just
committee.
read the remainder of what I've got now, see if you agree with that, and then we'll do something about the wording that we use referring to the committee. Okay. Whatever committee we're talking about, whoever it may be, shall interview the candidates for governor. These interviews should be conducted on the basis of a previously prepared questionnaire, and all candidates shall be invited to appear for the interview. Prepared questionnaires shall be mailed to all candidates for other statewide and district offices on a date allowing time to be answered and returned to the committee for evaluation. The interview committee, and there again we'll have to, I guess, change the reference there, shall gather all pertinent information available concerning each of the candidates and make its report to the State COPE Executive Board not later than 2 days prior to the date of the State COPE Convention.
Well, that's actually what we're doing.
Your main purpose is to knock out all other time
Yeah,
increments.
that's what we're
The 30
trying to
days,
do.
the 3 days, okay,
Yeah,
I'm with you now.
And you see, in the old language, it refers to an interviewing and screening committee, which is unnecessary, see. We're trying to simplify.
We got a motion to accept that recommendation with the corrections.
I'll make a motion.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Where you at next?
We'll go back, try to establish the right wording or reference to that committee there somewhere if we can.
At the top there, section 5 is in conflict now with the way you previously amended your bylaws.
Well, we've struck it, anyhow. That's section 5. I should have called attention to
He's
that.
talking about top of the page now.
Yeah, well, that's why we've eliminated that completely, with the exception of the last sentence.
You mean the whole section 5?
With the exception of the last sentence.
You haven't made that recommendation yet.
We
We'll
have
have
to
to
take
get
no
Gotta
that.
back
action
up,
on it,
gotta
haven't we?
back up. I got my mind on this other thing. Look at the top of page 8. See the last sentence, state COPE conventions shall be subject to the following procedures and regulations.
And that's all we're
That's
demanding.
it. That's right. That's
Section
all
5.
that's necessary there, because the wording in the other lines there is nothing in the world on a repetition of what we've already approved over here earlier. It talks about not more than 60, not less than 45
Strike
days.
everything but the last
The
sentence.
last sentence. State COPE conventions shall be subject to the following procedures and regulations. The rest of it's already in here.
We got a motion to accept that recommendation.
I move.
All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried and so ordered. Where's the
On
next?
page 9, one word down at the bottom. Line 36. Where it says a finance committee, I put an audit committee. Marked out a finance and put A in, an audit committee. line 36, page 9.
Well, frankly, that don't, I don't see any point in it being in there since our state constitution provides for the.
Well, no, really, it
Audit
don't,
of the books already.
don't necessarily have to be any of it in there.
This is duplication of what we're doing already.
And of
Anyhow,
course,
you
our
wanna make-
audit.
anyhow, you wanna say audit committee
Yeah.
instead of finance
And
committee.
that's another reason, our constitution uses the word audit, see, and this
Yeah.
says finance.
Well, that's
That was
all
the
right, I
reason
mean,
for it.
that's logical. We have a motion to change finance committee to audit committee. Is that a motion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried and so ordered.
One other on page 10, Article 10. Section 1 of that article, to read as follows. Congressional District Local Central Body Copes. Section 1. State COPE shall encourage and assist local central bodies to establish COPE organizations, and where no central body exists, state COPE may establish COPE organizations consisting of local unions in the respective areas.
That's a good change. Yeah. Some of these counties.
See, we can't operate the way that thing is that it reads now, the way our organization is situated.
Well, do we have a motion to accept that recommendation?
I make the motion.
Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried and so ordered.
I want to return to the last thing we just voted on. That I turned the page, that don't come out just as an audit committee, fellas. I think we're gonna have to do something else.
Where's that, James?
In this section 4, where you change a finance committee to an audit committee, if you'll turn the page, it says audit the council of state COPE, 2, make recommendation on financial operations of COPE, and that ain't audited.
Oh, boy. Well, again, this whole calculation thing don't fit in with the program and structure of the organization. I mean, the way our financial situation is set up, there's no, I mean, that's just like having a hand crank for a Cadillac automobile.
Then all we do is just see what has been done.
Well, did you wanna change that, James?
No, I'm just making a point. If you use the word audit, I believe it's in conflict with the last sentence of that section.
Make recommendations on financial operations?
An audit committee usually is an audit of what's already been done, not make recommendations of a financial nature.
Yeah, what's your pleasure?
What's the intent of the section?
Actually, it's no good because we audit your council state COPE, which is sub 1 there under section 4. Audit this council state COPE, well, my lord, we've already taken care of that.
Yeah, but Tom, you're missing the point. This section 2 here never was intended for audit purpose.
I know what you're talking about. I mean, we don't need that either. Under
Well,
the way our organization's set up, I mean, a
don't know.
finance committee is, I mean, the whole thing really.
I'd
we
have
don't
a
need
different
it.
opinion on that one, I believe. I think sometime if we had a committee that would sort of give some thought to coordinating financial matters of COPE, we might be better off. And it's in this bylaw, so we must have thought at the time we needed it.
Well, what's your
Whatever
pleasure?
pleasure of the board is on that.
You wanna leave it as it is?
We can strike that audit.
We sent that, motion before.
I'd strike it and leave it the way it was.
You wanna offer a motion if
I
you leave
so
it as
moved.
it is? You get a second to that? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried and so ordered. Again, we'll reproduce this document in line with what's happened here today and send it out to you at a future meeting of the board.
One final word before we
We'll
leave
do it.
this. I think we ought to implement this section in the future and make use of
Well, I
said
think
committee.
probably before we break up, we'll name a committee here this afternoon.
There's one more amendment you have to make in there. After, down on line 22, after the word board, add and national COPE.
That's on the last page.
Which
Yeah,
page,
last
Dan?
page, line 22 on page 10. After the word board, insert the word
before.
Yeah.
You want just the word, add the word and national code?
Yeah, words and national.
Before becoming operative?
Yeah.
Well, this is in line with the FLCL policy on amending our constitution anyhow. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get into the other business in hand. That's the committee's report to the executive board on the work of the screening committee, the interviewing committee. Are you ready to proceed, Brother Knight?
Yes, sir.
I might advise you that we had our meeting in Jackson for the purpose of interviewing candidates for governor a week before last, I believe it was, and then we had another meeting of the full committee this morning to complete our report to you today. And the report that Brother Knight will give you will be the combined efforts of all of those meetings.
Well, before we get into that, what point do you think we ought to have a coffee break? I'll talk to the girls out and see if they can
When would y'all like to have the coffee?
Maybe that's the best idea. Fresh is
Whenever they can get it ready, I guess.
I'll check and
Just
see what
tell
the
'em.
status of it is.
See what the status is, and
Go ahead, I just wanted to find out.
anytime they get it ready.
Will it be copies for each one on that, or just?
No, he just got it roughed out. Of course, we're gonna type all this up and provide it to you. But we're in the process of putting it together. This will be a report made to that state court meeting tomorrow, you see. Because this is just a starting point here.
Might remind you here, for the benefit of those of you that wasn't on the board 4 years ago when we evaluated candidates, might remind you the basis on which we evaluate these candidates. We have questionnaires, and there's 4 categories here wherein we grade the candidates, each candidate. Number 1 is their past record in public office. Number 2, answers to interview questions. Number 3, chances of election. Number 4, individuals or groups supporting and financing the candidates. And this is the basis on which we arrive at the report that we're going to give you here this afternoon.
Yeah.
And of course, a high grade, if a candidate gets
You clause on this, but you'll take it now?
a high grade all the way across, a 4 in each category is the highest grade that one candidate can get in each of these, which would give him a total of 16 across on the right hand side of this page here. And that's the basis on which we grade these candidates. Now, the report of the executive committee to you is as follows. Starting at the bottom with the district offices, and of course this is subject to a caucus of the delegation from each of these districts at the convention tomorrow. Of course, after the committee again considers them tomorrow. Saturday, I mean. Public Service Commissioner, Southern District, the committee recommends the support of I.S. Ike Sanford. I'll give you a minute to make a note on this if you want to. Central District, at the present time there is only one seeking that office, the incumbent, and there was no recommendation made in this race. Norman Johnson, Philadelphia. The committee made no recommendation. The Northern District, which is now held by Mr. Snyder, the committee makes no recommendation. He has no opposition, or that is not to our knowledge for the time being. Highway Commissioner. Again, this is subject finally to the caucus of the delegates from the area. Southern District, the committee recommends Shag Pyron of Hazelhurst, Pyron. I believe that's SH Southern District.
What's the last name?
Pyron, Pyron. Central District, Wagner, Sam Wagner of Newton. And Northern District Highway Commissioner, the committee recommends Mr. Jumper. I'll give you his first name here if I can. Herschel Jumper. Hard to keep up with all these. Yeah.
On these recommendations that the executive committee is making to us on that, will districts or delegates from the districts have access to their questionnaires when they go to focusing on this?
Yes, before I think we gave them we had in the caucus, the various caucuses, whoever chaired the meeting had the sheet there, the evaluation sheet, the grade on which, yeah. We explain this thing, we explain this to all the people on all the races, see, basis on which we go about grading these people. Yeah.
Most of the people, I imagine, in the state has done got a report on all this.
We had a representative from the State Highway Commission at the last meeting. We had,
Who? Wagner. We up to Highway Commissioner, Public Service, up to Highway Commissioner here, Mr. Jumper.
I'd hate to go back to my central body or bring it up to our body or my local union anywhere and saying we're going to pick up Jumper, and they would say, wow, what's wrong with that fellow? In other words, I want to have some information to give them why, and what's wrong. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, we've got, as I said, we've got the questionnaires, the answers that we got from them, and the basis, that's the basis on which we make this evaluation of these boys.
From what I found out on them now, Jumper's the best man in the Northern District,
The
but some of our
question is-
members is liable to say this other fellow is.
The question
Why
is
Jumper better than
they
him?
ever been, so we're gonna.
Well, what we're gonna do with this,
present
let me
those
explain the
to the
procedure on
caucus.
this. We'll break up into caucuses, the delegates from these various districts will caucus together. We'll have somebody from this organization, Tom, myself, or one of the vice presidents, make it possible where somebody's got the information, sit in on the screen and such as
That was
Martin.
the question I asked, would we?
We'll
have-
meet with the caucus, the delegates, and present what we've got to them, and those delegates then will recommend to the convention what they want done. This is the way it's done, see. So you'll get all this information.
In other words, if the district decide they wanna make a change on what we felt, then
Right.
they come out of their caucus with the convention recommendation based on what they voted.
Right, exactly right, exactly right.
In other words, we are not definitely decided on this yet, is that?
Not on the district.
That's just the committee's recommendation.
Yes, that's right, based upon what's the information we've secured.
You said on districts, or have we decided on any of them?
Well, you hadn't got that far
No.
yet.
Just explaining the procedure.
We're just giving you our recommendation now, see, based on the question.
I understand that.
Okay, is that, everybody?
I just didn't wanna go back home and say, we're gonna support John Doe's home, say, well, what's wrong with Jim Smith? And me not know what to tell him was wrong with him.
Well, you see,
Matter of fact, I believe the executive over here could change this
yeah,
right at this point.
right, exactly right. Might tell you that thing was a real horse race. Have you told them that?
Then I hadn't got to
With the
that.
executive committee on the
District.
Northern District, the vote was very close.
That's what I'm wanting to.
11 to 10,
But
I think.
But I can hear it in the caucus, it ain't no need us going into it here. Taking up the time here when it's got to go into the caucus.
That's the tightest we've
What
evaluated.
he's talking about, Jumper got 11% and John Allen Cochran 10%.
There's only 1 point difference between the two.
The only reason that I knew that was because I was visiting the Tupelo Central Labor Union, her brother able to make a report, said we didn't have nobody come to our CLU meeting to make a report.
Yeah.
From the executive council.
Well, you get all this in the caucus, and the caucus might well want to reevaluate something like this, and I'm sure this board here will go along with whatever the caucus comes up with, won't it? The board here?
I'm concerned with it.
Yeah,
I think we should.
yes.
It's
That's
their
always
district,
been
they
the
know
policy.
people.
Well, whoever is endorsed for the caucus of the convention, I think this is what he's saying. He is going to need documentary material in the central bodies to substantiate the endorsement. Well, we can provide this to you. What we can do is to send you whatever you decide to do. We can send you copies of the questionnaire that was used along with the answers to those questionnaires from that candidate. We can reproduce that and make it available to you. I think probably you're gonna need it in your situation.
No, that's the reason I was asking this. I've done had some members saying we
This is the
want
only
this
place
and
we got
want
the
that.
problem.
And I
This
wanted
is-
something to show them why we didn't want this and we didn't. What's the difference?
Well, this is where the problem is, as Tom pointed out. This is the only place we've got such a problem is in that northern district. The rest of them is pretty clear cut.
Okay, you ready to proceed? Clerk of Supreme Court, the committee makes no recommendation. That's easy. Land Commission, the committee represents Mr. Miller, Roy Miller.
Recommends Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
We might take a little time out on this one. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
Land Commission.
give you the reason for this. There's a whole slew of candidates for land commissioner this time. The incumbent is not running for re-election. Mr. Miller is a union member of a local in Pascagoula. He's, according to his answer to the questionnaire and all, he's been in this business of surveying land. He's familiar with all this type of stuff. He's done a better job of answering the questionnaire than anybody else. There's only about 2 or 3 took time to answer it, right? About three out of about 8 or 9 candidates. And that was the number one reason for recommending him. Do you know him, Robbie?
No, I don't.
I don't know him. He works for HK Porter, I believe.
Insurance Commission, the committee makes no recommendation.
Based upon the fact that nobody answered our questionnaire. We ought to clarify this, that where we didn't receive answers to our questionnaire, we didn't feel we were in a position to make recommendations.
This has always been a ground rule that anybody didn't have the time to reply, why, that they wasn't due consideration. Agriculture Commissioner, the committee recommends Mr. Jim Buck Ross, who is presently state senator. Claude knows more about his record as a legislator. You've got him and running against the incumbent Cy Carley, who was one of the Mississippians for Goldwater, one of the first state officials of Mississippi to come out for Goldwater.
Well, on top of that, he's tied in with the Farm Bureau, who's been bucking us every crook and turn in the state. You know, they use the Department of Agriculture, the Farm Bureau. It's really being used as a vehicle to further their own selfish interests. Ross has been a good senator. He's from Rankin County. He's been very cooperative in the body. And it was a feeling of the committee that if we're going to take a position, that we should throw our support behind Ross based upon his cooperation in the past and the lack of cooperation and the fact that the Farm Bureau had been, you know, how they've been operating here in the past.
State Superintendent of Education, you have Mr. Boyd Golding, who ran as a rabid John Birch, Ku Klux Klan, right wing, you say it, and he was it, 4 years ago. Run one of the most rabid campaigns of anybody in state office in Mississippi, who has now turned about face, so he says, but I don't think he himself believes it. As opposed to the president of the Pearl River Junior College, Garvin Johnson. Garvin Johnson has a long history of being a friend of the labor movement. Claude knows him real well. Did a real fine job, and as it happened, he came by to see the committee. We wasn't interviewing those personally, but he came by and chatted with the committee. Based on the record, the committee recommends Mr. Garvin Johnson, State Superintendent of Education.
Yes, I think you'll find.
He's also pledged to carry on the same policies in office of Jack Tubman.
I think he probably got the support of most of the incumbent. Now, if you got any questions on any of this stuff, hesitate to ask him. When he gets through with it, we'll ask a motion to accept the recommendation. We'll try to, till we get up to the top spots anyhow.
State Auditor. The committee recommends Mr. Hamp King, the present auditor, who we supported 4 years ago. Presently, I believe, running foot loose without opposition if his luck holds out Lamar Avenue. For Treasurer, the committee recommends Miss Evelyn Gander, former state treasurer, legislator of Forest County, my old girlfriend. Strike that from the record.
Too late now, it's in.
No, Evelyn, just for the record, Evelyn was a good legislator when she was in the legislature. She was our friend and has addressed several of our conventions. Of course, she don't have any opposition. I don't think we'll have, but she's always been real friendly to us. Office of Attorney General. And here, I guess probably I might as well explain, we have two running to this office. Mr. Louis Fondren from Pascagoula, as I understand, not a native Mississippian. He give us real good answers. I mean, this guy, he just went right down the line. But the trouble is, it's well known that he is tied in with the Klan and the John Birch Society. This bunch, this Jimmy Swan crowd, actually, and this ought to tell you, well, you people around this part of the state knows what that means. And Joe Patterson offered to meet with us. Claude called him up and told him we had to be over in the Capitol, and he agreed to meet with the committee, but the simple reason we didn't meet was our fault, not Joe Patterson's fault. So knowing Joe Patterson's background, he is not the best in the world, he's not the worst in the world. Committee recommends Joe Patterson for re-election.
We might say here that we do get very good cooperation out of the Attorney General's office. His assistants and all have been very helpful. Anytime we need some help, they're always willing to come forward. Felix Burks, a former member of the House, who's on that staff, has been very cooperative with us. And if any of you ever need any assistance out of this office, all you got to do is pick up the phone and we'll take care of it. What's the next one on that?
Secretary of State, we recommend Heber Ladd.
No opposition so far.
If he holds out, he probably will. He has for 20.
Does that bring us up to?
That's up to the number 2 spot.
All right, let's dispose of these recommendations and with a motion. If you want to change any of them, we can. Don't hesitate to let yourself be known here. But then I think we're going to have to approach the 1 and 2 spots a little differently. Can we get a motion? Accept the
I'll make a motion.
report up to this point. We get a second? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, when we get on to the second spot, Lieutenant Governor's spot, due to the large number of candidates running for both of these, the governor and the lieutenant governor's spot, the fact that we knew the candidates fairly well and that they did, and most of them had records, we didn't see there's any point in spending days of interviewing all of these candidates for lieutenant governor. We decided to do it by mail, send out written questionnaires. And as of this date, we've received an answer from one individual, Troy Watkins from Natchez. I made an attempt to contact the governor, Paul Johnson. You know, he announced late after we'd already sent the things out to everybody else. I wanted to talk to him on the phone or ask him the questions about the questionnaire, and I never was able to make contact with him. Now that's the situation there. Now on the top spot, the gubernatorial spot, we wrote all of the candidates for governor, advised them of the dates we'd be meeting in Jackson, and inviting them to appear before our committee. We had 2 candidates that accepted our invitation, William Waller and William Winter. And while the committee was in session in Jackson, I received a call from Ross Jr., Ross Barnett Jr., that's Ross's son, to the fact that the thing had been called to his attention, and he wanted to see if something be worked out for his daddy to meet with us. So we had a night session already scheduled for that night, that afternoon rather, and I told him that it'd have to be that night. This was on a Thursday night, and he agreed that he would meet with us. Now about 6 o'clock that night, I get a call from young Ross again, the fact that his father would not be able to meet with us, that he'd been in North Mississippi and a bunch of rigmarole, but he wanted me to call him. So I got the committee together and sought their advice, and then called Ross Barnett. Spent about 30 minutes on the phone with him. A lot of useless verbiage, you might see, and trying to convince me about what a good governor he was, what a good governor he would be. But he just wouldn't be able to meet with us tonight. Couldn't we arrange for him to see us sometime later on? I told him, yes, Governor, when you get ready to meet with us, we'll be happy to meet with you, and that's where we left it. So, based upon the fact that we had only two people meet with us, and after spending considerable time on this thing, the committee this morning acted in a fashion, and I retired to the motel to draft up more or less a resume of the recommendations to the full executive board. And this is not complete yet, and I think before we make this report to the State Cope Convention tomorrow, that I'll try to perfect this, and that we'll probably need to have a meeting of the executive board probably in the morning prior to the State Cope Convention. Is anyone present here that couldn't meet attend a meeting in the morning about 9 o'clock of the executive board to review the final draft of this document once and if it's adopted? Can we have a meeting about 9? Can you be here? That's right, you can't be here at all tomorrow. Is anybody else other than Jack that couldn't attend a meeting in the morning about 9? All right, then we'll start on this document under the assumption that the executive board will meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to review.
I may have to be a little late. I've got a meeting that starts at 8.
You have?
One of the plants. Come on.
Well, I thought we'd just go down to the hall and meet there, and you come there, see.
Yeah.
All right, let me read this, what verbiage we've got here.
Go that way. Everybody, you got one in?
Well, if I tell you what, we'll wait till we get the coffee served, huh?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you gotta go that way now. One Coke. If anybody wants something other than Coke, coffee, we can make up a Coke or a 7-Up or.
You got a Coke machine here?
No, we got some Coke back there.
I'll get up and go back there.
Pass it this way. She'll get them for you. She'll help you get them. Tell them, Pat, if you want. Everybody that way got coffee. Robin, you got coffee? Pass that way then, Tom. I believe everybody this way's got coffee. Give it to Claude. I never drink coffee. Not even for breakfast. Cigarettes and coffee.
Who else?
You put your hand there? Hey, we got enough.
Miss Taylor, you want these?
Would you pass the sugar?
Where is the sand?
Yeah, sugar. Some cream somewhere. I believe it's going the route though.
We're recording all this.
Who wants some cow?
Better get a machine.
This document will actually be the complete report, including what you've already acted on here today, so keep that in mind. It'll be inserted in its proper place in this report. This will be a report of the Executive Board to the State Coke Convention, is what it'll be, if it's adopted. On June the 22nd, 1963, the second regular convention of the Mississippi FFL-CIO Committee on Political Education was held in Laurel, Mississippi. This convention went on record in support of a two-party system of government in Mississippi. The Executive Board of the Mississippi FFL-CIO recommends that this position be reaffirmed at this convention, and that we advise all candidates for public office that the Mississippi FFL-CIO is not wedded to either major political party. The Mississippi FFL-CIO, as in the past, intends to judge candidates on the basis of the record and not on the basis of party affiliation. As we approach the 1967 election, we must take note of the fact that this is truly a crucial election year. Mississippi is at the crossroads. The man who occupies the governor's office during the next 4 years will determine to a large extent whether or not we make progress, and in effect take our proper place in the family of states. In view of the fact that the Republican Party is fielding candidates for numerous offices this year, a number of important positions will be determined on November the 8th when the general election is held. Your Committee on Political Education is therefore making the following recommendations to this convention. Then I picked up the recommendations that we made at Laurel, and it would read as follows. Number one, that the convention act on and make recommendations to the membership on only those state and district offices which will be determined in the Democratic primary. Number two, that the membership be furnished pertinent information concerning answers to specific questions and previous record in public office, secured by the screening committees of the state FFL-CIO and the FFL-CIO central bodies concerning all candidates seeking state or district office, as well as those seeking positions in the legislature. Number three, that the Executive Board of the state FFL-CIO be instructed to interview or attempt to interview the Republican and independent candidates seeking office at the state level prior to the general election on November the 5th. Number four, that prior to the general election, the Labor Council's Executive Board be authorized to make recommendations back to the membership, and in parentheses, by mail, in those cases that warrant such action. It being understood that the Executive Board may deem it advisable to call a special convention to deal with this important matter. Then we would pick up recommendations on the lesser state offices are as follows. We'll list then those offices that you've already acted on, including also the recommendations of the caucus. This will, you see, will be part of the complete report that will be mailed out to the locals and what have you. It'll show the recommendations for State Highway Commissioner and the other district officers, indicate that the above recommendations were made by caucus of the delegates assembled by respective districts. This will be part of the total report. Now, we continue on after getting this into the report. We pick up again and say, in view of the fact that many of our members will be participating in the Democratic primaries and that they should be provided with vital information secured by the Council's interviewing committee, the following information is made a part of this report. 7 candidates are seeking the office of governor in the Democratic primaries. They are, and we'll list them by alphabetical order. Even though only four of these gentlemen are considered serious contenders, your committee invited all 7 to meet with it to discuss many issues affecting the welfare of our state. Only 2 candidates appeared before the committee. They were William Waller and William Winter. Both of these gentlemen answered our questions satisfactorily. Both are currently holding public office, and both have good records of public service. Waller is presently serving as district attorney for the, and I got to get the number of that district. Does anybody here present recall it? I can get it out of the folder there. I got to get the number of the district. He's presently serving as the district, and William Winter is currently serving as state treasurer. Even though both candidates are seeking the votes of working people throughout the state, neither is desirous of the open support of organized labor or the endorsement of this convention. Now, gentlemen, that's as far as I got with it. I run out of time and had to stop. But that's enough to get some conversation on, I think. We'll have to dress it up a little bit and then do a section on the lieutenant governor situation, which we'll throw for discussion, and we'll try to draft it up tonight in line with whatever you all decide to do.
What time tomorrow does the actual COPE
10
committee
o'clock
start?
in the morning.
The 10?
Yes.
Claude, in the first part, didn't you say that we're only making endorsements to those races that are gonna be decided in the Democratic primary?
Yeah.
Well, now, how do you know this is true? For example, you made an endorsement for Secretary of State Land Commission.
They have to qualify at the same time. There's been no Republicans qualified.
They haven't.
Yeah, you see, they have to qualify. The deadline for qualifying in the general election is the same. See, the deadline is
None
tomorrow.
of these offices that you recommended endorsements yet, Republicans.
Right,
qualified.
right, so far, that's right.
Highway Commission.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You sure that is the same qualifying date?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the legislature took care of that.
The Republicans can't hold a convention later, nominate by convention? No,
that's
No,
part
you
of the
see,
general
the
election.
Democrats taking care of this by,
Yeah.
they didn't want them to have the time to, lay around and see who the nominee
If
is.
anybody wants seconds on coffee, that pot's full, I'm sure.
Well, let's see, who wants to start first here on this, this document? As Dan said, he never seen anybody spend so much time trying to do nothing.
And come up with a little, explain why you did that.
Explain why we're doing nothing. Who wants it first?
Kick it off.
Thank you.
We'd like to hear from some members of the board other than the executive committee now. We've been wrestling with this thing quite at length, huh?
We've already said,
Yeah.
The lieutenant governor, there was only one to answer this question.
Yeah, well, that's what I want you to do here this afternoon, the board now. Because of the situation, we didn't feel that we could make a recommendation in either position, you see, and if you got any, whatever you want done on the lieutenant governor thing, I need to know about it, and I'll try to incorporate it into the language of this thing tonight.
Claude, one thing that I feel like, the way I feel on it as a board member, that we didn't sit in on these interviews, we didn't hear nothing, we hadn't read any questionnaires, we don't know nothing that's happened, so we hadn't got much ground to say anything on.
Well, maybe we ought to call on various members of the executive committee then to, James, you started off, and give him the
In other words, I
benefit.
hope you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
In other words, we don't know what's been done.
You'd like to get more information out of the committee before you make a decision. Well, this is the committee's recommendation to the board, actually, as far as the gubernatorial thing is concerned, and we got to yet to formulate language
This is
dealing with the
passed, but in
lieutenant
other words,
governor.
we done approved what this, all that's been happening is this highway commissioner jumper. In other words, he found out who I was in North Mississippi and come to my office and made an appointment, come up there and sit down and talk to him and said he wanted to meet with us. And I referred him on that he would get his information from the state, AFL-CIO. And he is very definitely interested in labor. Of course, others hadn't, they may have not found out who he was.
So we had
Jumper
two guys answer our question up there, one from Hamilton, his hometown, and one from Boonville, Jumper.
Jumper went as far to ask who the other CLU president was in his district. And I don't know where he contacted any of them or not.
Claude, you was referring, when you was asking me to comment, to the two people we interviewed for governor.
Yes. And anything else you wanna refer to?
Well, this will take a little bit of time, but, we first met with Waller, and he brought his campaign manager with him, which was a prosecuting attorney, I believe, from what county?
Living out of Madison County.
Madison County.
Canton, I believe.
And, we must have spent a couple of hours with them. The main thing that was very obvious to the committee when he first come in is he was very reluctant to consider open support of labor. After discussing the issue with with him about 2 hours, he had sort of appeared to soften on this, simply because by that time he'd sort of rung the cash register a couple of times, and he's trying to figure out how much money and manpower he might could get out of some sort of an endorsement. He answered all of our questions very well. I would say that on most of the issues he was about as pro-labor as you could get any candidate for public office to be. But I think it goes deeper than that. The committee started kicking this thing around partly after he had left. And we was worried about several things in connection with Waller. In our opinion, and still in our opinion, he's running probably fourth in a 7-man field. He's certainly not second or third. And the other thing was that just about the day we met with him, or the day after, he began to put some statements in the newspaper that would sort of annihilate the Negro community from supporting him, in my opinion. And he was being pretty blunt with some of these statements. So this meeting sort of ended with William Waller on the idea that we think about, he'd think about, and they'd meet back with Claude and Tom at a later date, following Monday to be exact. So he turned this over in his mind a little, and then the following Saturday, he happened to be coming through Hattiesburg, and he called me at home in the middle of the evening and asked me if I'd meet him down here at 10 o'clock at night, just as an individual. And I agreed to do this. And we sit here and we kicked it around again, the same two people, him and his campaign manager, for about an hour and a half. But the upshot of it was that it was still pretty much the same thing. He felt that he already had a foothold in labor's camp, especially along the coast. This is what he told me in the last conversation. And that if the Mississippi AFL-CIO endorsed him, then he would lose some of this support because the groups he was particularly was catering to him wasn't necessarily locals affiliated with our group. And I think this is probably true, see.
Robbie can elaborate on that.
Right. Then on top of that, he also felt that he'd be taking a change. My honest opinion is that the man figures he can't win this time, but if he could get labor support and a Negro vote and get a pretty good vote next time around, he might stand a better chance. And he was willing to sort of trade off some of his support for the money and the manpower we could put into his campaign to sort of give him a boost. This is my own private observations at this point now. But this is the way he seemed to react. So I would say he's a political opportunist, that he knows that we've got X amount of members in the state, and he was told by us that if we supported a man for governor, we could find some amount of money to support him. And I think he's weighed his political chances of winning this time and weighed on what he thought he could get out of us. And he'd be willing to go at this point for a sort of halfway endorsement if we could deliver maybe $100,000 and a couple of cars and about 20,000 people working pretty well full time to get him about 100,000 votes. And our opinion was that this wouldn't be the thing to do. It was my opinion. And I believe Brother Taylor expressed it first, and he expressed it very well in our meeting, that it was a time we didn't feel we could do anything in the governor's race. Now, William Winter, I'm going to be completely honest with this committee. I don't think we can be that honest with the convention. I think he's still probably the most liberal candidate in the race, and he's probably more labor-minded. Certainly he's more labor-minded than all of them other than Waller. I wouldn't rate Waller up to his capabilities, but he's in that direction, we'll say. In the first place, Winter didn't come to the hotel to meet with us like the other candidate. We had to go over to the Capitol to see him, and the hour he set was sort of after everybody else had gone, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which nobody was at the Capitol except him and the janitor and the elevator operator. We met with him, I would say, about an hour, and it was very obvious from the outset that he didn't want any part of any endorsement of labor. He said he thought it would be political suicide. He did discuss the issues with us, give us very good answers. He did one thing that no candidate that I've ever talked to running for this job or any others agreed to do, and he volunteered this. He said if he was elected governor, he'd be willing to place men from labor's ranks, organized labor's ranks, on many state agencies and boards where they did not have a place now. And he felt this was right. But we was pretty well determined to get him to say something one way or another. And he don't even want behind the door support. Let's clarify it just like it is. There was no question he didn't want the open support, but then we got into the sort of the behind the smokehouse deal that we've done with political candidates over the years. He don't even want that.
He's changed his mind.
Well, he may have changed it, but I'm just reporting on what we had in this meeting.
I'll report on the telephone call
Right.
I had from him
Right.
this morning when you get.
But in this meeting, he definitely expressed that he wanted no part of anything like this. And Brother Edwards asked him a point blank question. He said, well, if you don't want any sort of support, how can I get up and tell my members in the central body or in my local meeting to vote for you? He said, I don't want you to do that. He said, I don't want you to do that. So then I asked him another question. I said, well, then how do you figure we can help you if we can't tell our members who we're supporting, and we can't send them any letters, and we can't make any speeches? He said, oh, I don't want you to do nothing. Let it fall right where it will. Now, this is what the man said at the committee, and that's a note that we walked out of his office on. Since then, Claude and Tom and several others may have had conversations with him, but this was the way he appeared. Now, in my mind, when we walked out of the man's office, I was bothered to this degree. I was afraid, and I don't think it's any question, but what he's probably got the remnants of the Johnson and the Garton political machine, money, influence, you name it. Right. The only thing that still bothers me where Winter's concerned, even though in my opinion he's probably the best candidate that Labor could consider, I'm not sure he's going to listen to if he's elected, and I'm afraid it ain't us. But I've got this feeling that if the chips was down on a major issue and it involved the economic community on one side and Labor on the other, he'd go with them. This is my honest appraisal of what I saw and heard. But I still believe that he would do less damage to Labor on his own initiative. In other words, he wouldn't probably institute restrictive legislation just to try to get at Labor like Barnett or say a John Bell Williams might well do. I believe he'd leave it.
Do you believe that you've got another candidate that if it was to draw the line between Manufacturers Association and Labor, do you believe you've got another candidate in the race that would do any different?
No.
That's got a possibility of being elected.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Waller, if Labor could elect Waller, I think he'd listen to him, but I think we do that like we could fly the moon without a capsule.
Well, you can get one elected without coming out for him, because we did that in Alden County.
Right.
But you can't, we can't go out here, we could elect any candidate if we'd get the membership to support, but they won't support.
Right.
And until we can educate them to where they will, it's nothing we can do about it.
And they're split right now.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're looking at, or they don't think we can deliver, and that's the reason they're not all that interested in an endorsement. Now, let me tell you what developed after the committee meeting.
Let me finish just this one statement, Carl. Then, in the evaluation here this morning, when we decided as an executive committee that we probably couldn't recommend one particular candidate for governor without probably not being able to carry our membership or having certain other things that would be detrimental to the candidate. And this is the reason I said in my opening remarks, I'll be completely honest with this board, but I don't think we'd be that honest in the convention. If we did, I think a lot of our people would plain vote for somebody else rather than Winter. And if a lot of that happened, then it could go for a John Bell Williams or somebody, and we could be hurt ourselves. So he actually asked us to do nothing. And I don't like to be in a position of doing what a candidate says do either. See? But it wasn't just really what he said. It's the way the Negro vote in this state would go and how they can be influenced. How much an endorsement of Labor would hurt any candidate regardless of what his name is, and many other angles that we found this morning after much discussion arrived at this decision. But it's just something that's, I believe we'd be better off going into a convention, and I honestly feel this way, to leave it open. Leave it open with no public endorsement. And this might, to Dan, this might be taking the easy way out. And I don't like this. If I was going to run for public office, and I'd say I'm a labor candidate and always have been, if you don't want to vote for me, that's your business. I'm still running on this basis, but there's many politicians that won't get elected not going to do that. And if you condemn them and don't vote for them for that reason, then you'll never find yourself as a labor council being in a position to influence elections in this state. If you can get a guy elected without an open endorsement, and he'll do you some good to put enough labor people on the committees and be favorable to the bill that's favorable for you and not introduce restrictive legislation, in my opinion, this is progress. And I think this is all we're after. Back to the chairman.
After the committee had its meeting in Jackson, and after the situation occurred, say at the treasurer's office, at which Brother Jackson and Brother Edwards and a couple more of the committees pretty well put water on the griddle, so to speak. I got a call the following day from Paul Pittman. Paul's working in the campaign as one of the key people. And his pretense for calling was he was looking for some information about wages in Mississippi, but he finally got around to talking about the fact that he didn't think his candidate fared too well with our committee. And he showed some great deal of concern about it. And I told him, that's right, Paul. I said, he didn't, I said, it appeared to me that he went completely overboard in trying to alienate the committee with his actions. So this thing kept rocking along, and we just stayed out of the way. I get a call this morning again from Paul Pittman. He's showing more concern now. They recognize the fact that really that they might lose some of our people as a result of the committee's meeting, and they recognize the fact they've got to have all the votes they can get. They're trying to hang on to them, and he wanted to know what we thought we was going to do, and I told him. I said, we're going to handle it just as the committee recommends. We're going to meet today. I don't know whether I'll be making a recommendation or not. I said, Bill don't want the recommendation. I don't see hardly how we can support or recommend somebody that don't want it, you know, like this. Then, while we was meeting in here this morning, I got a call from William Winter himself. And he's come around, as I told you, about the local situation. I sent him word by one of our good friends who used to be in the legislature, who was going to work for him, Ed Stevens from Picayune, was in the House, just got out of service, young fellow, very progressive minded. And I told him this. I said, Ed, if Bill Winter's going to win this election, he's going to have to change tactics. I said, now he's making the same mistake that Cal Garton made. I said, you look at the makeup of his campaign staff, his people in area and county, city after city, and all he's got is a Chamber of Commerce crowd. And you know, he's not identifying himself with the working class at all. And I'm telling you, he's not going to win the election this way, that he had better start trying to recruit some people out of the ranks of labor in these areas where we've got some strength. Now, Winter, this morning in his telephone conversation, indicated that this is what he was going to see if it could be done, you see. Now, I again told him that I didn't know what would come out of this convention, but if it was an open-ended affair, no recommendation, no position, then that would be the only thing that could be done, you see. It'd be up to individuals then to act on their own. They wanted to join in the campaign, and they went to recruit them, and this would be, we'd have no objections to this. So I think they are very concerned. I think they really realize that maybe Winter made a serious error in judgment, you might say, when he met with this committee.
Well, you know, Claude, you asked him one question.
Yeah.
If you did receive a public endorsement from labor, who would you hurt? And he refused to answer that question.
Well, don't you think we've made some progress, though, with him being interested enough to call back to see how you feel?
Well, he's changed, like Claude says.
Claude, why don't you go through this poll that they apparently took, too? I think
yes, they've made several polls in the state, and apparently one of the questions they've asked is a matter of labor support, and the polls show that he would gain support in some areas but lose support in other areas, and on a total basis they feel the poll shows that the labor endorsement would hurt more than it would help. And this is really what they're basing this judgment on. And of course you have to look at the people identified with this camp and the people that's putting up the money and the finance that I think to fully understand the reason for this. As James pointed out to you, they've got remnants of the old Garton machine. They've got part of the Ford Johnson machine and all that involved in this campaign. What you really got in this election this time is a concerted effort on the part of the business community to stop Ross Barnett. And in my opinion, they're not only responsible for pushing Winter's campaign, but they're also responsible for getting John Bell Williams into the campaign. They feel that there's a possibility that Winter can't defeat Barnett. So they wanted that second ace in the hole with John Bell Williams. This is really what we've got in this situation, you see.
Well, you know, Bill told us, he says, a man that beats John Bell will be governor. He said.
Well, he told me this morning that John Bell is gaining strength all the time, and they're convinced. I guess the polls must show this, that probably John Bell is going to be in the second with Winter. Dan?
That poll that he had made is by the same people that made the Grida poll, Newsom up in Tennessee. The Newsom poll showed Grida with 55% of the vote and Kirkendall with 31%, and the second run showed Grida picking up. I don't have to tell you Kirkendall won the race. I agree with everything that James said except possibly one of his last conclusions. I thought he gave a very graphic description of the candidates. But it seems to me that our obligation is to provide leadership for our people. I think if this passes, our obligation to build one for our dislike of Ross Barnett. I think that the question of providing leadership even supersedes and supermounts any consideration of whether your membership is going to follow that leadership or not. I remember in the days that Claude first started in on the civil rights. And certainly, I think that Claude has done a magnificent job there. But if you'd have said, well, your membership is not going to follow you, let's not do it, then I don't think we've done anything in the civil rights field, because membership wouldn't follow us then. Now, if we believe we should provide leadership to our people, it seems that we are obligated to say to our people that Bill Warner, rabbit though he may be, is the best candidate in this race. And as the best candidate, we should support him. Now, if we do that, then we have told the people honestly what we feel. I realize that if you do that, that you run the risk of Mr. Warner coming out and repudiating that endorsement. But that's a decision for him to make. If he wants to risk alienating the people, then he can do that. I would skirt saying to be clean. Now, finally, let me say this. I think if this stuff about labor being the kiss of death is just so much hogwash. We have run poll after poll in state after state. And we find that this is not true. We did a national poll asking people if the endorsement of certain organizations would influence their vote for or against a candidate. The most popular organization was the United States Chamber of Commerce. Cope was just 3 points less in popularity. We were the second most popular political organization in America. I don't think that we would kiss a death to any candidate. But I think that this is an idea that has been propagated because a lot of our own people have fallen for it. And in some instances even told candidates, well, we want to support you, but publicly endorse you, it'll hurt you. As long as we ourselves believe this, I don't think that we're going to make much progress. Because in substance, we are ashamed of the labor movement when we say we are the kiss of death. I just wanted to express this opinion, for whatever it's worth.
You need to make a poll in Mississippi.
Mississippi is no different from Arkansas, Alabama.
Well, if he would get labor support and get beat, he would blame labor. Just sure as the world, because he said he didn't want us to do it.
Well, here's one thing I'd like to say, and maybe Dan missed my point. I feel this way basically, Dan.
I think everybody here does.
But I think our problem is, sure, we could put the burden on Winter to repudiate us. But if so doing, if he also scares part of our folks into another camp and John Bell Williams or Ross Barnett's a governor, then who's a loser?
I still think that our obligation to our labor movement is more important than who the next governor of this state is.
Well, I can't agree with you on that. We
can't
afford 4 more years of Ross Barnett.
You see, we have
Whether you're a member of organized labor or not.
This is not like this was the final election. We have a second choice. If our support, let's assume that our support did Bill 1 and Ross Barnett was the nominee, then we can go to Rubel Phillips in the fall.
Well, that's what we're proposing to do.
And I think that Rubel Phillips would probably make a better governor of this state than Bill 1 would make.
This may be true.
Well, I might need to advise the committee that I have conferred with Rubel Phillips. As a matter of fact, we talked about him meeting with us, and we was undecided about whether he should meet with us now or wait till after the primaries out of the way. And he told me, well, I want to confer with some of our people, and I'll get back in touch with you. So he did call me back, and said it was their opinion it would be better for him not to meet with us now, to wait till after the primaries were out of the way and see how the issues develop. But that he very definitely wanted to appear before our committee because he would be wanting labor support. So you do have the Republican nominee who is going to actually make a bid, the man that we supported 4 years ago. So, I mean, this decision we're making now is not just in the primary, it's still going to be in effect. If we're going to actually make our selection, if you adopt this report as we've outlined to you, this is not going to be the end of it. We're going to either reconvene the state COPE committee, the state convention, or this board. We're going to interview the nominees of the Democratic Party and the nominee of the Republican Party, and then we're going to make a recommendation in the general election. That's what we're proposing to do here.
One thing about Phillips, he came out openly and above board and said he would gladly accept labor's recommendation.
I'm not convinced that Bill Winter can win this governor's election myself. I thank God for Rubel Phillips myself. I think that we will be able to solidify our people more behind Rubel Phillips in that general election. The record speaks for itself. 4 years ago this happened, as you know. I think our people were more unified in that election than any we've ever had. Don't you folks?
Yeah, I do.
In fact, the vote indicates that.
The vote indicates it in industrial areas. And when you throw the Negro vote into it, plus the Republican vote, plus there'll be some people defect because of the other candidates, there's a good possibility that Rubel Phillips can be elected governor this time. I think it's going to be something similar to that happened in Arkansas.
What are you going to do if you come up with a choice between Bill 1 and Rubel Phillips?
Well, we're going to interview him, and if Winter don't want our support, then by George, I'm going to recommend we go with Rubel Phillips, even if the nominee is Bill Winter.
Well, in answer to that, I would say that the net results, if these two men was in the final situation, we'd be in much better shape than if it's Rubel Phillips and Ross Barnett or John Bell Williams, which is back to what I said before.
Well, getting back for a moment to the interview with Mr. Winter, in my opinion, he has already repudiated our open support, because he said to me that he didn't want it appearing in the press anywhere that we were even even, suggesting his election. So,
He didn't want you to tell your own members.
he didn't want me to get up in the CWA meeting in Tupelo and recommend that our local, to our own membership, for fear that there might be a Ross Barnett supporter in the crowd, and he would immediately go to the press and say, CWA local in Tupelo is recommending William Winter, then it would be in the press.
And they'll tell you what they do with it when it got in press.
That's, in other words, that was his,
I can assure you one thing, that if, CWA in Tupelo was like most organized labor around in North Mississippi, you have got some that's for Ross Barnett.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's right. You're gonna have some any place.
Some for John Bell.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, to give you an idea of William Wallace support on the coast, as has been, referred to here a few minutes ago, I made a Hattiesburg Metal Trades Council meeting a few weeks ago. This subject came up there, and there wasn't a member in the council of a state organization except me. Our organization, the only member in the council.
Yeah.
Well, they got on the subject of the support for William Waller. They asked what became of the organizations they set out to set up there. And they outlined it and said, well, it died. Nobody heard from it. Then they got up and put a motion on the floor and support. Then I got up and opposed the motion single-handed. And all their people was there, and I defeated the damn motion by myself. They're their own people.
All right.
Now that's how much influence he's got there.
That's water.
Right.
Well, I don't know where Wallace got all that support on the coast. I can tell you, from, the Chamber of Commerce to the laboring class people, right now it stands between Winters and, Williams.
John Bell?
Winters and Williams.
Yeah.
That's in Harrison County.
Can I ask you
That's
this?
just me getting around talking just a minute.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Has any other group beside ours been contacted by the teachers in Mississippi?
About this, the
About
governor's
this
race.
drug? In other words, they have got a proposal
Yeah.
to put before everybody, and I understand that the candidates are gonna have to say yea and nay, and the teachers have all agreed to stick together this year.
Yes.
And that's gonna have a big effect. They came to us asking labor support on that proposal.
They'll have to join the union and then we'll think about it.
And, of course, they want more salaries.
Yeah.
And, we met with them other night. Of course, our council has not made any decision whether to support them or not, but they have got some good points.
Well, let me make a,
Tell them to join the FLC.
Let me say this, if they want to increase the salaries, why, they wanna support Barnett, cause he come out the other day and said that, during his next administration, he was gonna increase his salaries $1,200 a year.
But they were asking more.
Yeah.
You said that once before.
He said once before.
They're asking
Let me-
$100 million increase in the school allotment for next year.
let me throw something out for your consideration, and I hope we can get this, before the COPE committee meeting also tomorrow. I wanna press upon your minds the importance of another matter. We've always supported pay increases for the teachers as part of our platform to try to get their salaries up to or above the southern average. This has been our program. I would suggest to you, when these teachers approach you, that you talk to them about another matter, about tax increases and where do they propose to get this money. Our experience in the past in the legislature has got down to this, that those people leave us when we get to the fight of say on the increase in the sales tax. We'll have proposals in there to raise this revenue from other sources, but the teachers are never there, and you tell them when they get off of this stuff, and they assist us in uniform tax assessment, we'll say, to raise the money, in other words, a tax system based upon the ability to pay, then they'll get our unified support. But this one-way proposition ain't gonna get the job done, don't you agree?
That's right.
You know, this is why we are.
Called the brain.
Let me throw out one thing. I don't want to go into talking about this. This is a matter for this body, but I think this. I can just sit here and envision press in this state, assuming we endorsed any candidate, a Labor candidate, and then they go back and pick up the pictures of Walter Reuther coming down here, and all the rest of that stuff. And I think Merle can understand it because she's really been, recently been blasted by the Tupelo press. Compared with subversives in Vietnam and everything else because she's up there trying to organize.
Hunting a few disgruntled workers, I believe was their word.
And when a few newspapers like that one, and Press in Jackson, and here in Hattiesburg, which is owned incidentally by the Hellman Press band,
That's
the
right.
paper down here.
This paper's owned by the Hellman.
When they got through with all of this civil rights, whether we agree with it or not, we have to face the fact that it is effective with people in the state. Whoever that Labor candidate was, if it's Bill Winter or Bill Waller or anybody else, would be named mud, in my opinion. And I agree with Dan, we're supposed to furnish leadership. But we're not supposed to furnish leadership that might run us down a rat hole. And I think that's where we go. We're in this political thing to get something for our members, not just to endorse somebody.
Well, that's the thinking of the committee here. Now,
You left out one thing, the freeloaders and billboards and cars.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, she took all of them from being
Well,
loaded.
maybe,
Pictures of those billboards.
you plan to cover this, but we heard it this morning, I think the full board ought to hear this too, so that they can evaluate the total picture, the part that you think the Negro community is gonna play in the government race.
Yeah, well, we met with the Voters League group, well, it was Friday after we met. The committee had its meeting. We didn't take a vote or anything, I merely polled them and had some discussion. And, it appears to me that a great majority of them are the ones that were with Waller are now off of him, and it appears that most of them are gonna be voting for Winter also. So you see, if we were gonna try to make an endorsement, and make a real showing, it would be imperative that we have these people with us. So this is one thing, another factor in our thinking in evaluating the situation, see, 'cause there's gonna be 150,000 to 200,000 of them voting in this election also. See. Now let me see if we can get a little discussion, and let me get your thinking on what you think, if anything, should be in this report concerning the lieutenant governor's position. What should we say on that? The committee don't feel that we can make a recommendation as we've already outlined. What kind of language would you suggest we have in this report pertaining to the lieutenant governor's situation? We got any real smart boys here I wanna hear from?
The one that did answer.
Why did he
say? Why was his answer?
His answers wasn't too bad. Of course, we interviewed him 4 years ago, and our experience wasn't too good with him, but he's apparently brushed up on things, and he come up with a pretty good answer this time.
Who was that?
Watkins.
I exchanged votes for him.
Yes.
I mean, some ladies up in Rock Mississippi are for him, and they wanted me to vote for theirs.
There's gonna be quite a bit of resentment in the state against Paul Johnson running for this spot. And,
You were a winner in that, weren't you?
it might be that,
Does he want our endorsement, Clark?
yes, apparently so, the way,
Well, we didn't ask him that question though, did we?
we didn't flat ask him that question, but, we don't know yet
I
whether
would
the
say he
Republicans are going to, qualify a candidate or not for this position. If they're gonna qualify one, they've kept it money quiet.
I'm sure Watkins talked to Huck when Huck called and actually wanted
Well,
to
up to,
report it.
up to last night, Paul Johnson hadn't qualified, so he got to, but the.
He'll be the lieutenant governor, in my opinion.
I think we should have something in this report on the lieutenant governor's race, but I'm a little bit at a loss just how we should approach it now. That's one reason I wanted to, well, I didn't have the time for one thing.
Well, Claude, I would suggest that, just general language, be placed in there along this line that, the committee, after, reviewing the one report that we did receive, the one, answer that we did receive, that we didn't think that we had enough information from the amount of people that are in the race, to
Make a recommendation.
To make a recommendation.
Will y'all go along with this?
Yeah, I would.
Something like this? This is what I kinda had in mind anyhow. Well, this'll do it then, if you want. Now again, I'll try to brush this up and get it in a little better shape, including what you're talking about, and we'll have a board meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now that meeting we'll have at the ACWA Hall, where the Coke Committee will meet at 10. This way we won't have to change positions. We can get it, can't we, James?
Yes.
Can we get in there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll arrange for you to be in.
Does everybody know where it is?
310 Romney Street.
Yeah.
If you go down this street.
Now, we haven't got a motion yet. We haven't got a motion.
Let me ask you a question
Hard to
before you
turn
put a
around.
motion. Do you think it advisable in the written report which you're going to pass?
Yeah.
To state in there that we had one reply to our questionnaire from the lieutenant governor candidates, and only two from the governor candidates? Because that document is going to get into somebody else's hands, or at least those figures will. And would it not tend to show, give people the impression that we are rather ineffective if these candidates don't even bother to answer our questionnaire or meet with us? Could you leave the numbers out and just say, from the replies we've received, we are not able to make an evaluation?
You talking about lieutenant governor's thing?
And governor, we got two in one place and one in
Well, I
another.
don't know how you're gonna handle it if you don't mention the fact that, we interviewed two candidates.
Oh, 'cause these others you saw in person. It wasn't
We
replies
interviewed these
received.
in person, and we talked to
For the
lieutenant.
for the lieutenant governor, it wasn't personal.
No.
It may have been
Right,
outside.
right.
You could say it in that
One
case,
came
but
back.
you
Yeah,
couldn't
we
put it
don't
out.
have to say one, but we can use, broad language here, say.
Use a limited,
Yeah, right, written, that we don't feel we're in a position to make recommendations. I
Well,
mean, somebody's gonna attempt pinning you down before this is over. Yeah, but that's,
Exactly
who's
who
gonna
you
be
talk to.
close
If
and
you
mention.
just say it, if it's not in a printed
It's
form
not
that
in the
you hand
report.
out,
The report, though, will be mailed out, and they will get their hands on
I
that.
understand.
No, the conversation and discussion from the floor shouldn't show up in the papers, because we don't intend to have it open. I
Actually,
assume that that's what
if
you
you
want.
said it orally, as long as it's not in printed form, it wouldn't be much danger.
Maybe we ought to put this question here, do you want this convention open or closed? Open, closed. Any open advocates here?
I think it ought to be closed.
All right, when we're operating under the assumption that it will be closed, we haven't made arrangements to open it, in other words. All right, can we get a motion, for the record here, that the executive board accepts the interviewing committee's report?
I'll make it.
And that includes a complete report, and of course, we'll try to have it in good shape for tomorrow. We get a second? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, we have a gentleman by the name of McKinley, who hasn't been mentioned here yet, that I want to take just a couple of minutes to deal with.
He wants to be governor too.
he's in the government.
This man announced, as a labor candidate, he's a steam fitter, member of the Pipe Fitters Union, and I received a letter from him that's, I should have reproduced and to give every member of the board a copy so they could get a good laugh. But the thing was addressed to Mr. Cloud Ramsey, president of the Political Education. Located address, please, on arrival in Jackson, Mississippi. And I've I've never seen such language and misspelling in this letter myself.
If anybody reads it can understand it, I'll give you
Now,
$5.
I received another letter from Mr. McKinley after the executive committee met along the same lines, raising hell because he hadn't got any help out of labor and what have you. And after receiving that second letter, I decided to write Mr. McKinley a letter, and I'd like to read you that letter. This was dated May the 31st. Dear Mr. McKinley, receipt of your letters of April the 23rd and May the 28th is acknowledged. I am enclosing a reproduction of Article 8 of our Constitution and bylaws for your information. You remember I sent this out to the central bodies. This is a section outlining what a member of organized labor must do before he expects endorsement, and that's to meet and get the approval of labor in advance. I attempted to reach you by telephone last week to invite you to appear before our executive committee, which was meeting in Jackson. Your wife advised my secretary that she had not seen you for a month, and that she was attempting to get you to get out of the governor's race. Frankly, our executive committee feels that you should withdraw and save your money. You don't have a ghost of a chance to win. To top this off, you announce as a labor candidate without consulting with our committee as outlined in our bylaws. And I got in parentheses, please note section 2. The Mississippi FFL-CIO is very much interested in moving this state forward. We're attempting to help elect qualified candidates to all offices. While we appreciate the fact that you are a union member, we do not feel that this is all that is necessary. After reading your letter of April 23rd, our executive committee concluded that you are not qualified to be governor of the state and that we have no obligation to support your candidacy. Now, I felt that something like this should be done because this man is going all over the country telling people trying to raise money that he's running on a platform, on labor's platform down here. And the call I got a few minutes ago, Dan, was from Joe Rourke. Mr. McKinley had just paid him a visit in the Washington office seeking financial support, and he had to understand this letter along with him. And those people up there, of course, advised him that the state FFL-CIO was the organization for him to be consulting with.
Claude and Dees, I'd like for Dees to see that.
I was talking
Yeah, I want Beth to read it too before she gets
Oh, it's
through.
ridiculous.
Have you seen the copies, Dan?
I mean, this fellow, I mean, it's pathetic. He's really
Well, he never
uneducated.
showed up to meet with the committee. He didn't
No,
show.
we couldn't get in touch with him.
Well, called his wife. She couldn't find him.
And I thought, now let me explain something to you. I thought that a letter such as this should be written for the record. And if anything comes out of this thing that this guy's got labor support, then this letter will establish the fact that he doesn't have, that he hasn't consulted with us, that there's certain procedures to go through, and in the future, we can point to this record, this letter, as a way we're going to handle things of this nature. We're not going to come out here and support some Joe Blow just because he professes to be a member of the trade union movement.
You don't think you can?
No. But he sent me.
We got union members.
Well, he sent me. Let me tell you what he sent me.
Away with the labor movement.
What he sent me, man, he sent me a whole raft of stuff here this last time. And
newspaper clippings.
What we need to do is to pass this stuff around and let those of you who hadn't seen
Dees,
it
I want you to explain it.
to read it. You can decipher that one over there. You're real good.
Would it be possible to get copies of this?
Yes, we can telefax it if you'd like to have it.
That was the case we had with Sterling Davis.
James, have you got a copy machine?
We got a Verifax. As dim as some of that is, it may kind of blur, but we'll try and see if we can.
That's a young newspaper, that.
Well, I don't think there's any need of reproducing all this junk here.
If you want something reproduced, we'll
I
give it
just
a whirl.
want somebody that reads that to tell me what they understand about it.
Now, when you get through, Dees, explain it.
Well, I can understand why Claude didn't try to read it to me.
That's that reason.
I hadn't read it yet. I don't know what it said.
And I'd like to leave, I'll leave this one. I'd like to get that envelope copied too.
Yeah, well, that can be done. That'll come out clear. Yeah, it's tight.
Where's,
Just step there in Miss Barry's office. Tell her how many copies we want.
Yes, yeah. Will your machine pick that up?
The funny part was when they handed it to me and I started, I thought they said he was an attorney, and I looked, I said, you say this guy's an attorney?
What many we got in here that want, everybody want copies?
Yeah. What about this one over here, the same one?
I like that.
Yeah, that one too, that's the main one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Let's see, how many we got? Andy, you want copies of this?
About a dozen, yeah.
About a dozen would be
You don't
enough.
want one, Bob, you see, one, two,
About a
you
dozen.
don't want one. Me and him don't want one. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 will be sufficient. Yeah, now wait a minute, I got a couple more I wanna give you. Can you copy that envelope? This is Mr. McKinley. She
Lord,
Flower.
Mike can lay that envelope on the side of that.
Might do it.
Yeah, you think we ought to have one for the Central Buddy? Yeah, get us, hey, Clark, get us one for the Central Buddy.
Well, I'm getting you one.
10 of each one.
If you and I get one, we can carry it.
Yeah.
I bet.
We can carry it.
Yeah.
Well, now, I believe this is all the business that we need to take care of here this afternoon, isn't it, Tony?
The more I
We
try
have
to
any-
read that thing, the less I do.
Anything of any of the rest of you want to bring up?
Claude might inform 2 or 3 as presidents, they've been selected on the registration committee.
Yes, that's right, the Restoration Committee, we're gonna ask you 2 ladies to serve on it. I'll announce the name of, who's on the committees at the State Coke Committee meeting tomorrow. I wanna do a little more selecting. James has agreed to serve as chairman of the Restoration Committee, the Credentials Committee, and Marvin is chairman of the Rules Committee. We're gonna have to have a few sergeant at arms, and I believe this will be all the committees necessary, credentials and rules. And, we'll have to try to get your report as soon as possible. And you can get up and check the credentials, the number of people's been issued, and move that everybody that's been given badges be seated. And then we get on and adopt the rules, you see, begin to move. Now, we've got an agenda prepared, that we prepared in advance before we got out here. Now, we, have got the agenda open-ended where we recess and caucus and don't come back until after lunch. But I found out the checkout time in these motels is 2 o'clock. And I believe if we got on to business on this thing and change the agenda up, whereby we caucus and come back and continue on with our business till all was completed, we could probably be out of that thing by 1 o'clock. And not recess for lunch. Eat lunch about 1 o'clock. Huh?
Just do it in one session?
Yeah, what do y'all think about this?
Yeah, I think it'd be.
That's on Saturday.
Yeah, that's Saturday. I'm talking about the convention Saturday.
Yeah.
Huh?
I vote for that.
And this'll give everybody that drove a long ways in here an early start.
Well, that's
I
all
think
right.
we can get the checkout time extended.
For the 25 minimum wage. This is because the AFL-CIO took leadership in this country. And you're going to get a similar program in this state because the state AFL-CIO is going to take some leadership in this state to see to it that Mississippi comes through with a program that'll put it on a record with any state in the union. You know, there were at our breakfast this morning 68 women, and we counted the number of children that the 68 women have contributed to the world, either as their own children or grandchildren. And we found 91 children now in school, just from that group of women present in that breakfast this morning, and their husbands who gave them a little help on this. And do you know what that means to you if the federal aid for education bill that President Kennedy is fighting for today passes? He's already got it through the Senate. He's got to get it through the House. AFL is working with him, and we're going to get it through the House. It means $26 per child in the state of Mississippi, additional funds for your schools. The state of New York will get $9 because they've already got more money than they need, but you can't get the New Yorkers to vote for it unless you give them a little something, so they'll get $9. But the state of Mississippi will get $26 per child. Count that. to you, to us who are in the state of Mississippi working for a political program. When we're talking politics, we're talking dollars and cents. And you've already had a wage increase from last year's political action, and now let's go ahead and get the wage increase we need from state political action. But you know, we can't do it unless every man in this room, and I don't exclude the president of this union or the president of this council or any of the officers, every man in this union must decide that he's not only going to contribute his $1.50, but by golly, he's going to contribute his wife for a couple of hours a week. We're going to set up all through this state the workrooms. That's a part of the program you voted for. One of the reasons you needed money right now is to set those workrooms up. It's too late to do it 4 years from now. They've got to be set up now. They've got to be rented in a decent headquarters where women can go freely and safely to work. They've got to be clean, got to have nice equipment in them, got to have air conditioners in some of this hot weather. And that's what you voted to do today. But it doesn't do any good to have a workroom if there aren't any women in it. These girls will work at night, but who's going to be in there in the daytime doing it? The wives of the men who are at this meeting today and all the others in the trade union movement. And that's why we've got a couple of girls stationed out there. And that's why you've all got some empty cards here on the table. You know what we want you to do, boys? And girls, if you've got someone you want to give the names for, we want you to put the name of your wife, her address and her telephone number. And give us that as you go out. And then we want you to do one thing else. We want you, when you get home, to tell your wife what you did. That you left her name here with the promise that you would tell her that when she got the call from the women's activities of the council, that you wanted her to know you want her to help. Because I'll tell you something. The only women in our workrooms, the only housewives who come into our workrooms and do the big job that's being done all over America are the women whose husbands want them there. Our women don't start themselves politically. The average housewife isn't going to get up and on her own initiative go down to the council and get into one of these workrooms. Her husband has to say to her, look, old girl, we need you down there. You got to help me. This is a part of the game. This is a part of our common effort. And then she'll come. And when she's there, she'll be glad she came. There isn't a single woman for whom we won't have some kind of job. If her hands are all gnarled up and ruined with arthritis and she can't write, by golly, she can file. She can do that, or she can look up numbers in the telephone book and call them out to us. There isn't one of us who hasn't a job to do in the workroom. And the plea with which I leave you here today is that having already given your $1, or promised to give your $1, agreed to get the $1.50 rather for your membership for this program, that you will now tell us the name and number, your wife, and tell her that when the call comes, you want her to respond. That's our last request for you. Bless you all. Let's get to work.
Thank you, Sister Mary. We are now approaching the end of the convention. We haven't done too bad. It's not quite 5 o'clock. Do we have any announcements from the delegates? We're now on the welfare of the union. Has anyone got anything that they'd like to say? If not, then before we adjourn, I'd again like to express my deepest appreciation for the action that's been taken here today. I would also like to say in behalf of Brother Knight and myself in particular, inasmuch as we are the 2 full-time officers, if we have local unions, that feel our presence in a meeting of theirs would help in regards to the financing of this program, please don't hesitate on calling on us, because we'll do everything we can to assist you in that direction or anything along those lines. Brother Holloway, did you have a word?
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Holloway.
we were so much engrossed in the business at hand, the committee didn't ask to be released, so at this time we would like to request that the committee be released from the work since it's completed.
Certainly. We'll say that you offered a motion that the committee be discharged. We had a second. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, please signify it by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carried and so ordered. I suspect that you also extend to them your deepest appreciation for the hard work done by this committee. Brother Clark.
Mr. Chairman, this resolutions committee is in the same position. I didn't ask to be released.
I was getting ready to discharge you. We have a motion to also discharge the resolutions committee with the thanks of this convention. We have a second to that motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. All other committees and sergeants at arms can also consider themselves being officially discharged after the delegates get out of the hall. Right. I deem that all business before this convention has been completed. If there is no delegate wishing to express himself at this time, this convention will stand adjourned. Signed, aye.
Come and see us, yeah? I gotta try to hang. Yeah, council on. 8 o'clock. Doggone.
Okay, Smitty. Yeah, we got a board meeting in the morning. You will? All right, good. Fleetwood 51754. Yeah. One 754. We'll be in a board meeting there in the morning. I'm not planning on it, sir.
Oh, it's gonna take a minute.